Vienna. We will be starting the inaugural ceremony in just a moment. The IPU President and the distinguished speakers of Parliament of Austria are on their way down to this plenary hall. We would kindly invite everyone to take a seat, and we would kindly invite those persons who do not have a seat to kindly wait outside the plenary hall. Thank you for your kind understanding. The delegation of Angola is right here in the front row.
Yes, I saw it on the other day.
Maybe you need to reinforce this message. You saw they're not listening to me. Some of the people that we should have people standing in the plenary hall. I'll try and do it again.
Okay. Thank you. Also. Yes. Everything was perfect for the invitation. Thank you so much.
I'll be here.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, it was not easy.
I hope
Moin. How are you? Fine. Ah, good. Yes, of course. I'm sorry.
After we opened last night, we have to Yes, oh yes.
I haven't done my speech now.
From Qatar to here. And to Qatar like 3-4 days ago. Hi, sir.
World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. We kindly invite all the delegates to take their seats.
Ja.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
And to kick off our proceedings this morning, I would invite to the podium the Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Mr. Martin Chungong. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Duarte Pacheco, Speaker Sobotka of the Austrian National Council, Speaker Peter Ragel of the Austrian Federal Council, Your Excellency, the President of the United Nations General Assembly with us here, distinguished Honorable Speaker of the Norwegian Parliament and the Chair of the Summit of Women Parliamentarians, distinguished Honorable Members of Parliament, Speakers of Parliament, and I would like to recognize especially the presence of our very good friend Fauzia Kofi from Afghanistan, which is a special guest. And I would like to recognize my colleagues of the UN, Director General Gather Wally, who is here with us, and Pramila Patten from UN Women. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you today to this, the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. To us, for us, this is a dream come true. A few years ago, a couple of years ago, I had the honor of signing an agreement with Speaker Sobotka for Austria to host this very important gathering. But in the intervening period, COVID has come and disrupted our plans, thrown our plans into disarray. However, we have seen the resilience of parliaments in the face of a pandemic. Parliaments simply refuse to be locked down as many sectors of society were being locked down. And we have seen a transformation of parliaments, a digital transformation of parliaments, and today we can say that digital democracy has come to stay. Many parliaments have stayed open to do business because at least people have to make laws, they have to make policies, provide the resources to continue to address the challenges of the world today. And so it gives us great pleasure to be able to welcome you here today. It gives us great pleasure to say thank you to our Austrian hosts who have been so gracious, they have been so tenacious, they have been so steadfast in preparing for this event. Thank you, Speaker Sobotka. Thank you, Speaker Ragel, for being such gracious hosts. I think that our conference is going to be harping a lot on COVID and its aftermath. It is something that is unprecedented, and I know that many statements will be addressing this issue. What is important is that you are coming together to look at multilateralism, cooperation, solidarity, and the theme of your conference is Parliament for Peace and Planet. I think that your founding fathers, Frederick Kremer and Randall Kremer, or rather Frederick Passy and Randall Kremer, would be very proud of you, because at the end of the day, you as parliamentary leaders are coming together to discuss how together you can push for a more peaceful and harmonious developed world. So Without further ado, I am going to be calling on our distinguished members here on the podium to say a few words of welcome. And I would like to start by inviting our hosts to take the floor. First of all, it is my pleasure to give the floor to the Honorable Peter Ragel, Speaker of the Federal Council of Austria. Peter, you have the floor.
Vielen Dank, Herr Generalsekretär. Sehr geehrte Präsidentinnen, sehr geehrte Präsidenten, sehr geehrter Herr Präsident Pacheco, sehr geehrter Herr Präsident-elekt der UN-Generalversammlung, Herr Chadid, sehr geehrte Vorsitzende des Women Summit, Frau Drouin, sehr geehrter Herr Generalsekretär Chungang, sehr geehrte Frau Fasiba Kofi, sehr geehrte Frau Bosek, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren. Als Präsident des österreichischen Bundesrates, der zweiten Kammer des österreichischen Parlaments, ist es mir eine große Freude, Sie in Wien zum zweiten Teil der 5. Weltkonferenz der Parlamentspräsidentinnen und Parlamentspräsidenten zu begrüßen. Unsere Bundeshauptstadt Wien zeigt sich ja derzeit in ihrem schönsten Kleid. Ich glaube, das hat die Bundeshauptstadt wirklich für die Parlamentspräsidentinnen und Parlamentspräsidentinnen gemacht, ihnen zu Ehren, um sie in Wien hier willkommen zu heißen. Eine herausfordernde Zeit, von der Covid-Pandemie geprägte Zeit, liegt hoffentlich hinter uns. Eine Zeit, in der soziale Kontakte auf allen Ebenen, von der familiären bis zur globalen, drastischen Einschränkungen unterworfen war. Diese Einschränkungen haben unser soziales und unser politisches Leben stark beeinträchtigt, vielleicht auch insgesamt verändert. Auch wenn der technische Fortschritt es uns während der Pandemie ermöglicht hat, in Kontakt zu bleiben, wie es der Generalsekretär schon angesprochen hat, so sind virtuelle Treffen kein adäquater Ersatz für persönliche Begegnungen. Dies gilt auf regionaler wie auch auf internationaler, auf persönlicher wie politischer Ebene. Umso wichtiger ist es, die multilateralen Beziehungen in vollem Umfang wieder persönlich aufzunehmen, zum Wohle unserer Regionen, unserer Länder, unserer Bevölkerung und im Interesse von Frieden und nachhaltiger Entwicklung. Dabei müssen wir das Lokale und das Globale gemeinsam denken. Nicht nur die Covid-19-Pandemie hat gezeigt, wie sehr globale Problemlagen auch Antworten auf lokaler Ebene bedürfen. Die starke lokale Dimension im Krisenmanagement der Pandemie sei hier nur ein Beispiel. Auch mit Blick auf das Klima und die nachhaltige Entwicklung müssen wir die Regionen, muss der gesamte ländliche Raum eingebunden werden, auch wenn die Probleme dort nicht alleine gelöst werden. In Österreich zum Beispiel hat die Mitwirkung des Bundesrates, deren Präsident ich derzeit sein darf, in EU-Angelegenheiten eine besondere Bedeutung. Er bringt regionale Bezugspunkte in die europäischen Entscheidungsprozesse ein und hat daher die Aufgabe übernommen, das Scharnier der österreichischen Bundesländer für Initiativen in Richtung Europäischer Union zu sein. Der Bundesrat wird deshalb in Österreich auch als Europakammer bezeichnet. Es ist daher sehr zu begrüßen und ich freue mich wirklich sehr, dass zahlreiche Vertreter föderaler Kammern hier heute vertreten sind. Dies ist ein wichtiges Signal dafür, die regionale Dimension auch im Rahmen der parlamentarischen Diplomatie ihre Verantwortung wahrnimmt. Nur in einem inklusiven interparlamentarischen Dialog können wir globale Herausforderungen unserer Zeit bewältigen. Ich bin daher stolz, dass das österreichische Parlament gemeinsam mit der IPU und den Vereinten Nationen die Ehre hat, hier und heute die Plattform für diese Begegnung zu bieten. Ich heiße Sie daher alle noch einmal willkommen hier in Österreich, hier in unserer Bundeshauptstadt Wien. Ich freue mich auf den Austausch mit Ihnen in den nächsten Tagen und vielen Dank dass Sie unserer Einladung gefolgt sind. Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, Speaker Ragel, for those very heartwarming words on behalf of the hosts. Let me now have the pleasure of calling on the Honourable Speaker of the Federal National Council of Austria.
Werte Präsidentinnen und Präsidenten, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, sehr geehrter Präsident der IPO, Pacheco, sehr geehrte Frau Vorsitzende des Women's Summit, die wir gestern schon in ihrem ganzen breiten Feld einen ganzen Tag beobachten konnten, sehr geehrter Präsident-elect der UNO-Generalversammlung, Shahid, es ist eine Freude, dass Sie uns heute die Ehre geben. Sehr geehrter Herr Generalsekretär Martin Czugong, sehr geehrte Direktorin Wali der UNO-Dependance hier in Österreich, werte Frau Kofi, werte Frau Bosek, werte Damen und Herren, es ist mir eine ganz besondere Ehre, Sie heute als Präsident des österreichischen Nationalrates hier in Wien begrüßen zu dürfen. Österreich hat in seiner Geschichte vielfach als Brückenbauer fungiert. Denken Sie nur an die erste Begegnung zwischen Kennedy und Chruschtschow hier in Wien, das den Kalten Krieg zu beenden trachtete, dieses Treffen. Seit über 40 Jahren sind wir der Sitz der Vereinten Nationen und viele Organisationen internationalen Formats haben hier ihre Heimstätte gefunden. Österreich ist und will ein prädestinierter Ort für internationale Diplomatie und Dialog im Herzen Europas sein. Ich freue mich daher besonders, dass Österreich diese Rolle in diesem Jahr auf interparlamentarischer Ebene gerecht werden darf. Die Konferenz stellt die erste hochrangige parlamentarische Konferenz nach einem durch die weltweite Covid-19-Pandemie stark eingeschränkten sozialen, ökonomischen und politischen Lebens dar. Persönlicher Kontakt, direkter Austausch sind unerlässlich für die Entwicklung von gegenseitigem Vertrauen und gegenseitigem Verständnis. Ohne sie kann Politik weder auf nationaler noch auf internationaler Ebene stattfinden und funktionieren. Durch die Covid-19-Pandemie haben wir erkannt, dass bei einem global wahrgenommenen Problem die internationale Gemeinschaft gemeinsam an globalen Lösungen erfolgreich arbeiten kann, wie die Impfstoffentwicklung beeindruckend gezeigt hat. Das gibt uns Hoffnung für andere globale Herausforderungen, deren wir genug haben. Einige werden wir heute und morgen in den Panels und auch in der Generaldebatte ansprechen und diskutieren. Der virtuelle erste Teil der Konferenz im August des letzten Jahres hat eindrucksvoll unter Beweis gestellt, dass der technische Fortschritt und die Digitalisierung uns neue Perspektiven eröffnet haben. Parlamentarismus ist aber untrennbar mit dem persönlichen Zusammenkommen wie hier, mit den öffentlichen Diskussionen und mit dem informellen Gesprächsaustausch verbunden. Ich bin Ihnen sehr, sehr dankbar, dass Sie aus aller Welt trotz der großen Herausforderungen den Weg zu uns nach Österreich, nach Wien gefunden haben. Ich bin davon überzeugt, dass die Parlamente zu einem effektiveren Multilateralismus im Dienste aller Menschen für Frieden, Stabilität und nachhaltige Entwicklung einen essentiellen Beitrag leisten können. Als Parlamentarier sind wir mit der Verantwortung betraut, die Stimmen unserer Wählerinnen und Wähler auch auf dem internationalen Parkett deutlich hörbar zu machen. Der Anspruch einer parlamentarischen Dimension in den internationalen Beziehungen hat seit dem 21-jährigen Bestehen dieser Konferenz nichts an seiner Bedeutung verloren. Welche Fragen es unter vielen anderen zu beantworten gibt, das zeigt der Blick auf unser Programm in den nächsten 2 Tagen. Die sozioökonomischen Effekte der Pandemie bedrohen die Lebensgrundlage von Millionen von Menschen. Sie haben die weltweite Umsetzung der nachhaltigen Entwicklungsziele und ich hoffe, nur kurzfristig in den Hintergrund gerückt. die globalen Bemühungen zur Gleichberechtigung der Geschlechter als auch der Kampf gegen den Klimawandel wurden vernachlässigt. Das Abwägen individueller Grundrechte versus kollektiver Gesundheit hat das Vertrauen der Bürger mancherorts auf eine harte Probe gestellt. Viele Länder erfuhren während der Pandemie starke Proteste, die sich oftmals auch direkt gegen unsere Parlamente gerichtet haben. Es gilt daher, das Vertrauen in unsere Institutionen dort zu erneuern, wo es Schaden erlitten hat. Die Fragen, wie wir die Auswirkungen der Corona-Pandemie auf unsere Parlamente entschärfen und wie wir in einem Klima gesellschaftlicher Polarisierung das Gleichgewicht von Offenheit und Sicherheit unserer Parlamente, unserer Parlamentarierinnen und Parlamentarier am besten garantieren können, erachte ich als ganz zentral. Unser Ziel muss sein, Wege zur demokratischen Erneuerung, Widerstandsfähigkeit und Hörbarkeit unserer Parlamente zu konkretisieren. Franz Kafka, ein bedeutender deutschsprachiger Literat, hat einst gemeint: Wege entstehen dadurch, dass man sie geht. Lassen Sie uns daher den Weg zur Hörbarkeit unserer Parlamente gemeinsam gehen. Geschätzte Präsidentinnen und Präsidenten, dass grenzüberschreitende Probleme, grenzüberschreitende Lösungen bedürfen, ist uns allen bewusst. Dass Parlamente dabei aber eine große Verantwortung übernehmen, das ist nicht allen bewusst. Die dafür notwendigen bi- und multilateralen parlamentarische Diplomatie lebt vom Respekt, den wir einander entgegenbringen. Sie braucht aber auch, wie heute, die Öffentlichkeit. Dass wir in dieser Woche in Wien zusammenkommen, ist für mich daher ein starkes Zeichen, dass Parlamentarierinnen und Parlamentarier auf internationaler Ebene nach Antworten auf die drängenden globalen Fragen suchen. Ich wünsche Ihnen und uns eine konstruktive Debatte, aber auch einen schönen Aufenthalt in Österreich. Und ich freue mich, Sie heute am Abend beim Empfang des österreichischen Parlaments in der Wiener Hofburg herzlich willkommen heißen zu dürfen. Im Anschluss darf ich die Jugend zu Wort bitten. Auf die Bühne, Frau Bossek. The floor is yours.
Ich stehe heute vor Ihnen als Vertreterin von 1,2 Millionen Jugendlichen in Österreich. 1,2 Millionen Jugendliche, die in den letzten 2 Jahren die wohl für sie komplizierteste und herausforderndste Zeit ihres Lebens erlebt haben. Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, hohe Präsidentinnen und Präsidenten, mein Name ist Alexandra Bossek, ich bin 18 Jahre alt und darf dieses Jahr Bundesschulsprecherin für Österreich sein. Ich möchte mich recht herzlich bei unserem Nationalratspräsidenten Wolfgang Sobotka für die Einladung bedanken. Danke, dass Sie es wertschätzen, dass Sie die Stimme der Jugend wertschätzen. Sie fragen sich vielleicht, warum eine 18-Jährige hier vor Ihnen spricht und Ihnen in den nächsten 3 Minuten Forderungen präsentieren darf. Wir sind in Österreich in einer sehr privilegierten Situation. Unser Schülervertretungssystem ist nicht nur gesetzlich verankert und ist international einzigartig, sondern zieht sich von der kleinsten Klasse im kleinsten Dorf Österreich bis hin ins Bildungsministerium bundesweit. Wir übernehmen Verantwortung und das sehr früh. Und warum wir das tun, warum wir Stunden für Stunden opfern, an Wochenenden und in unseren Ferien durchs ganze Land reisen, nur um uns für unsere Mitschülerinnen und Mitschüler einzusetzen? Tja, warum sitzen Sie heute hier? Die Antwort ist wahrscheinlich die gleiche, weil wir gemeinsam unser Land und somit auch unsere internationale Gemeinschaft besser machen wollen. Das europäische Miteinander ist für uns als Jugend ganz klar das Fundament für Lebensqualität, Sicherheit und Zukunft. Zukunft. Wir sind davon überzeugt, dass man die Zukunft am besten voraussagen kann, wenn man sie selbst gestaltet. Und deshalb braucht es darin ein Umdenken, uns nicht nur erst als junge Generation, als die Zukunft von morgen zu sehen, sondern als das Hier und Jetzt, als die Gegenwart. Seien es jetzige Entscheidungen über ESG-Kriterien oder beispielsweise den CO2-Ausstoß in einem Jahr. Unsere Perspektive bringt nicht nur uns und unseren Kindern etwas, sondern auch, und da bin ich mir ganz, ganz sicher, auch Ihnen. Sie diskutieren heute über die großen und kleinen Probleme der Weltpolitik. Doch wenn ich Sie um eines bitten darf, dann vergessen Sie nicht auf uns Junge. Unsere Anliegen liegen in den Bereichen Umwelt, der Technologie und Digitalisierung sowie im Bereich des Umgangs der heutigen Medien. Hier wollen wir ansetzen, fordern und umsetzen. Die Etablierung dieser Themen in ein weit entwickeltes Bildungssystem sehen wir als den Schlüssel zum Erfolg. Die Jugend schreit nach Mitsprache. Sie müssen sie nur hören und ihnen die Chance geben, mitsprechen zu dürfen. Deswegen sehe ich mich heute nicht nur als die Vertreterin von den 1,2 Millionen Schülerinnen und Schülern in Österreich, sondern als Vertreterin aller, die nicht in der privilegierten Lage sind, sich vertreten oder gehört fühlen zu können. Ich reiche Ihnen heute die Hand, um gemeinsam ein Vertretungssystem aufzubauen, in denen Jugendliche Verantwortung übernehmen können und früh lernen, sich für andere einzusetzen. Und nun liegt der Ball bei Ihnen. Hören Sie uns zu. Now it's your turn. Dankeschön.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. I think that your message has gone down well. Speaker Sobotka, you talked about the need to regain trust with the young people. They want their voices heard as a means of rebuilding trust in governing institutions. We need to rejuvenate the institutions of governance, and we are so proud that young people are coming up. And let me draw attention to the IPO's campaign, I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament. And I'm calling on you parliamentary leaders, change makers here, to sign up to the pledge to make sure that there are increasing numbers of young people in Parliament so that their voices can be heard, so that their interests can be articulated into the parliamentary processes. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you will sign up to that campaign. And now it gives me great pleasure to invite the Honorable President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, my very good friend, Duarte Pacheco, to deliver his... Sorry? Oh, sorry. I was so much in a hurry to call on my good friend to come and open this conference, but I need to reach out to another constituency within the IPU, the Women Speakers of Parliament. As was said earlier, they did have their 13th summit yesterday in this very precincts, and we will now be calling on the Honourable Speaker of Norway, Speaker Trøen, to come and deliver the outcome of that summit of women speakers.
To see you later.
Mr. Speaker of the Austrian National Council, Mr. Speaker of the Austrian Federal Council, Mr. President-elect of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary-General of the IPU, dear Speakers of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be presenting the outcome of the 13th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. The theme of the summit, Women at the Centre, from confronting the pandemic to preserving the achievements of gender-responsive recovery, is closely linked to the main theme of today's World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. The summit was held yesterday here in Vienna. It brought together 26 women speakers of Parliament and heads of delegations of Parliament from around the world. During the event, speakers participated in interactive debates relating to two key themes. The first, tackled women in the pandemic, a tribute to everyday heroes who have been. We recognize and pay tribute to the women in all sectors who have been instrumental in confronting the pandemic. We found that women working on the front line providing care services have been an irreplaceable asset to the pandemic response. We also found that women's crucial role in domestic care is underappreciated and needs to be fairly compensated. While women have been risking their health and safety in our collective confrontation of the pandemic, they have largely gone unsupported. 60% of women are not covered by any type of social protection. We therefore call for universal, gender-responsive social protection systems to be available to everyone by 2030. Next, we focused our efforts on what we need to do moving forward. The second theme on women in the post-pandemic recovery, preserving achievements, furthering process, identified how we can preserve and consolidate women's achievements, and further progress in the gender-responsive recovery agenda to ensure that no woman and no girl is left behind. We agreed that gender-balanced parliaments translate to more gender-responsive policies that can help with a holistic recovery from the pandemic. But we also recognized that this can only be achieved through strong political will. We agreed that strong policies are required to empower women economically and ensure global economic recovery after the pandemic. Lastly, we agreed that violence against women and girls and harmful practices such as child marriage and female genital mutilation must be eradicated from our societies to make them stronger and more equal after COVID-19. As leaders of our parliaments, we must act now to recognize the unique role of women and strive to make our institutions gender sensitive by creating an enabling environment for all. We must legislate measures that level the playing field and open politics to women from diverse backgrounds. We must address the barriers that deter or limit gender equality, including gender-based discrimination, sexism, and harassment. Our role in addressing barriers to gender equality should also extend internationally. Our influence as Speakers of Parliament should not just remain within our national borders, but extend to the global community, especially to countries like Afghanistan, where women's liberties are in great danger of being taken away. The sustainable development of Afghanistan requires the meaningful participation of women in all fields, including in public life. We need to ensure that women's participation in the democratic processes remains a priority and that the number of women in Parliament does not fall from its current 27%. Women's voices must be represented, especially now, during this transitional period in which 80% of Afghanistan's refugees are women and children. As members of the international community, we have a responsibility to protect women and girls' rights, dignity and freedoms everywhere. We need to actively counter setbacks and eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls, especially in situations where peace and security are threatened. Dear colleagues, we must stand united in the fight for gender equality, even more so during crises like those we currently face. In times of pandemic and conflict, we must ensure that the least privileged among us are never left behind. I call on you now to show that we can and will make a difference. It is our responsibility as speakers to mobilize parliaments towards concrete policies for lasting change. Thank you, and I look forward to the fruitful deliberations of the Speakers' Conference.
Thank you very much, Speaker Troin. Women are our heroes. We have seen them on the front line of efforts to fight the pandemic. They have to be at the table, they have to be empowered so that they can continue to contribute to the progress of society. Thank you very much for your message. I now have the honor and privilege to introduce IPU President Duarte Pacheco to deliver his opening remarks at this conference. I'm sure he's the happiest person in this room today because at last we can meet in person and interact personally without having to go through technology. So, President Pacheco, you have the floor.
Speaker Sobotka, Speaker Hagi, Speaker Troen, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Madam Coffey, Secretary General of IPU, Excellencies, Speakers of Parliament. Yes, Mr. Secretary General, I am so glad to see you all face-to-face finally. This is our first in-person meeting after Belgrade 2 years ago. Finally, we are together again. And a special word we need to say to our hosts, especially to the Speaker Hagi, Speaker Hagi and Speaker Sobotka, because we are here because you didn't give up. You insist that it's possible to organize this meeting. Some weeks ago, some of us, we don't believe that will happen. But we are here, and the success of the meeting show that when we wish, when we work for something, when we fight for something, this will be a reality. Thank you so much for everything, Mr. Speaker. But, dear friends, we are living with a pandemic. In these 2 years, more than 4 million people died in our world. Poverty increased. The gap between rich and poor increased as well. Economical and social inequalities increased. And I think we learned a lot. And we understand how small is our world. Just working together is possible to win this battle against a small virus. And sometimes we forget it. We think that we can be proud, we can win our battles alone. No. This small virus gives us a lesson. Just if we work together, we will find solutions to global problems of humankind. And we are here as members of IPU to show that, yes, parliaments are ready to work together to fight against all the problems of humankind. But we never forget. We never forget the 4 million of human beings that died from COVID-19. And some of our colleagues as well, parliamentarians from Latin America, from Africa, from Europe, from Asia, pass away during these times, suffering from COVID. And I think that this is our duty in our first meeting to show some respect for all of them. And so I ask you 1 minute of silence to show our respect for our colleagues that pass away during these times. Thank you so much. But, dear colleagues, in these 2 years, in this year, 2020, other problems affect also the international community. A military coup in Myanmar destroyed years of hard work to establish effective and representative institutions in the country. We, as IPU, express our solidarity to our colleagues with the Parliament of Myanmar, and we said that we will be with them, respecting, and we will ask the militaries that took the power to respect our colleagues in Myanmar. In Venezuela, the political crisis has reached new levels. Just a week ago, the IPU undertook a mission to Venezuela. It was possible to talk with the authorities and with the opposition and to better understanding the situation on the country. We hope that the outcome of the Mexico talks will be reflected in the sound framework for dialogue, which can lead to progress in meeting the real needs of Venezuelan people. Over the past few weeks, we felt the tragic events that happened in Afghanistan, a country over that IPU over 20 years helped the parliamentarians, the institutions, to respect democracy and to build capacity to exercise a constitutional role. We are with you, dear colleagues, because we are with parliamentarians all over the world. And we wish that the new power in Afghanistan, we urge the new power of Afghanistan to respect all parliamentarians, the integrity of all our colleagues, because they have the right to do it. On Sunday, just this week, another military coup took place, this time in Guinea. We strongly condemned the dissolution of the National Assembly and the use of force to change the constitutional order. We are, IPU, is particularly concerned with the situation of parliamentarians in Guinea, and their human rights needs to be preserved. But we don't have just attacks to the parliaments. We witness a growing and very danger, the growing of terrorism and violent extremism that can attack all of us like a cancer that has no color, no country, no religion, can happen in North and South, in Africa or Europe, something that we should condemn every day. We saw what happened in Sahel, in the Middle East. in countries like Mozambique, in Cabo Delgado. We need to fight together the terrorism. It's something that is not possible to accept, never and never. Yes, this is in this context, dear colleagues, that we have this meeting, and we should understand that the world is calling for our leadership, solidarity, and transformative action. This is one moment to show that parliaments are not closed inside our walls, that we believe in multilateralism as the only way to resolve the problems of all of us. And so, here we are, to show to the world that, yes, we are ready to work together. We understand also that in these times of pandemic, there isn't the same suffering for all. Women suffer more. Years and years of progress to achieve gender equality may disappear. So, we need to be aware of that and to defend what we achieved and to build more equality and more inclusive society. The same if we talk about the youth participation. Mr. Speakers, Madam Speakers, our goal is to left a better world to our children, is to left a better world to the next generation. And so, we need to have their participation in building this future. That's why the youth participation in politics is so important. That's why we need to fight climate change. Because what happens every day shows that we are destroying our world. The recently released IPCC report on climate change is a code red for humanity. It shows that we need action. The pandemic shows us the resilience of Parliament. But, dear colleagues and friends, we are not just spectators of the crisis. We are actors. We as parliamentarians, and you especially, because we are speakers of parliaments, you have power, you have influence, you can help to change the situation, and you should use it. Because we don't need just nice speech. We don't need just to meet each other to say hello. We need to meet each other to say, yes, we are here to act. To act to have a better world, where human rights will be respected in general, but the individual human rights will be respected as well. And that's why I will say that, yes, I'm confident in our future. Because so many speakers of parliament in these times where we didn't end the pandemic were available to travel, to come to Vienna, to work together, to say that we are ready to act. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe that your visions are essential for eradicating the pandemic, to win the battle against the challenge of our world. Your determination is essential. I encourage the parliamentarian leaders of the world to call off a troubled world, ideas, visions, to pledge to action and to adopt our common high-level declaration. With all of you, we will have a better and a better future. Thank you so much, Madam and Mr. Speakers.
Thank you very much, Honourable President. Yours has been a call to action. The world has a lot of crises. You've mentioned them, but parliamentarians, and less so parliamentary leaders, cannot just be spectators. They should be actors. They should take action. Thank you very much for that call to action. It now gives me pleasure to go on to another youth voice, because we're engaged in an intergenerational dialogue here. Reference has been made to the climate crisis that the world is experiencing day in, day out. We have a young person who unfortunately cannot be with us today because she's just starting college in New York. She is Shia Bastida, born in Mexico, raised in the United States, coming from an indigenous group called Otomi Toltec Indigenous Peoples. And the philosophy is that our relationship with Mother Earth should be one of reciprocity and care. She would have loved to be here, but as I say, she is in school, but she has offered to send a video message, which I would like us to watch now. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speakers of Parliament, my name is Shia Bastida and I'm a 19-year-old climate justice activist. At this point in time, you have probably heard many speeches about the case for implementing climate solutions and stopping the emissions of CO2. There are very few things that I can say that you haven't already heard. The reason why I'm here is because for too long, there has been an emotional and ethical disconnect in international relations and policy. We have been taught that feelings and emotions should not be included in decision-making. In my opinion, that thinking is flawed because the world is made up of emotions and stories of people who are directly affected by the decisions that are made by politicians. What we need is to be more cognizant of the effects that policy actually has on people's lives. We will only get to that level of understanding by listening and sympathizing with each other. When I was 13 years old, I saw the effects of the climate crisis in my hometown in Mexico. First, the effects of pollution and mega projects, then in 2015, the effects of flooding. I was raised with an indigenous philosophy, which states that our relationship with Mother Earth must be one of reciprocity and care. But every single system around me was pointing the other way. As we speak, there are parts of the world suffering from heat waves, wildfires, flooding, hurricanes, and air pollution, all while the world aims to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. A year ago, you made a commitment to strengthen international cooperation, solidarity, and multilateral action, not only to lead the world out of the pandemic, but also to transform it for the better and to improve resilience in terms of the climate crisis. You underscored the critical importance of multilateralism and international solidarity in addressing the daunting socioeconomic challenges of our time. You noted that the recovery must be sustainable and green, as well as incorporating innovative solutions to the climate crisis. I am here to remind you, yet again, that we do this work as youth activists because every single degree of warming has enormous ramifications on our present and future stability, security, and prosperity. Our current infrastructure and policy shows we are not ready for the crisis that we are encountering, both the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis. I am here to remind you that we do this work to influence people who have influence, who have decision-making power like you. We are here to remind you that the climate crisis is generational injustice, and you have the power to create and implement smart, just, and holistic legislation. If parliamentarians are gathered here today to say, we can do this, we can shift current trends and ensure to the world population a just transition out of the pandemic in a context of sustainability, we, the youth, would say we would support that thinking and that legislation. I can't change the world, but you can. Imagine a world where we stop fossil fuel investments and subsidies, where we stop any new fossil fuel infrastructure and focus on renewable energy, where we implement intersectional climate education, including literacy on climate justice, environmental racism, ancestral wisdom, and indigenous wisdom, where we operate as a collective that doesn't put the global south in danger every time a decision is made, where we get to net zero emissions by 2030, where we protect the right of youth to grow up without climate trauma, where we uphold our Paris Agreement promises, where we stay below 1.5 degrees of warming. I call upon you, honorable speakers of parliament, to use all the might of your agency to have laws enforced and measures taken to ensure a future that is not only just and equitable, but also less ferocious and greedy, less individualistic and egotistic, less demanding of luxurious goods and services. On the other hand, more empathetic with the most vulnerable, as well as much more tuned in with nature and her own needs. We, the youth, will be counting on you every minute because there is no minute to lose. And as we face the pandemic crisis and the climate crisis, I believe that together we can definitely help not only regenerate the social fabric, but the fragile and beautiful mosaic of world's ecosystem that holds life systems together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me correct you. You can change the world. You can help the parliamentary leaders of this world to change the world. Thank you very much for that call to action. We need to act fast. We've heard the voice of the young generation who aspire to a safe, healthy, and green world. I would now like to turn on to the IPCC, the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We've heard that there is a climate crisis, and science doesn't lie. Science is telling us that there's a crisis, but that there is a solution. We need to act fast in order to avoid catastrophe. We would now like to listen to one of the co-authors of the most recent report of the UN IPCC, Valérie Masson-Delmotte, who is going to tell us what is happening with the climate crisis today. Valérie?
Honorable speakers and presidents, thank you for this opportunity to share with you the key findings from our latest climate report. Where are we now? It is unequivocal that human activities are causing climate change. Our best estimate is that all of the observed warming, now reaching 1.1 degrees Celsius in the last decade compared to the late 19th century, is caused by emissions from human activities, with greenhouse gas warming partly masked by cooling from pollution particles. Recent changes that we see in the climate are widespread, rapid and intensifying, and unprecedented in thousands of years or more. The rise of sea level is accelerating. Human-induced climate change is already affecting every region on Earth in multiple ways, strengthening the frequency and intensity of extreme events such as heat waves, heavy precipitation, droughts, or fire weather. What are our possible climate futures? The changes we experience will increase with further warming. Global surface temperature will continue to rise until at least the mid-century. Global warming of 1.5 by the next 20 years and 2 degrees by the mid-century will be exceeded unless deep reductions in carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions occur in the coming decades. Many changes in the climate system become larger in direct relation to increasing global warming. They include increases in the intensity and frequency of hot extremes, heavy precipitation, droughts in some regions like the Mediterranean, the proportion of intense tropical cyclones, reductions in Arctic sea ice, snow cover, and permafrost. A warmer climate will intensify the water cycle and its variability, including very wet and very dry weather events, seasons, with implications for flooding and drought. Many changes due to past and future greenhouse gas emissions are irreversible on timescales of centuries to millennia, especially changes in the deep ocean, ice sheets, and sea level. It is certain that global sea level will continue to rise, but the rate and magnitude of rise over this and the next centuries will increase with more emissions. Our report provides a wealth of knowledge in terms of climate information, for risk assessments and regional adaptation, for Europe and for all other world regions. With further global warming, every region will increasingly experience concurrent and multiple changes in what we call climatic impact drivers, physical changes, trends, extremes, values above known tolerance thresholds. And these changes will be more widespread and pronounced with every fraction of additional global warming. We cannot rule out low likelihood outcomes such as ice sheet collapse or abrupt ocean circulation changes. This is part of risk assessments, and the probability of such outcomes increases with higher levels of warming. From a physical science perspective, what is needed to limit future climate change? Future warming depends on future emissions, and every ton of CO2 adds to global warming. Limiting human warming to a specific level requires limiting cumulative emissions of CO2, reaching at least net zero CO2 emissions, along with strong reductions in emissions of other greenhouse gases. In particular, strong, rapid and sustained reductions in methane emissions would also limit the warming effect resulting from less aerosol pollution and would contribute to improve air quality. The good news are that reduced greenhouse gas emissions lead, within years, to discernible effects on atmospheric composition and air quality compared to high greenhouse gas emission scenarios. The effects for trends in global surface temperature would be seen within around 20 years. While there is no going back for some changes in the climate system, they can be slowed and others could be stopped by limiting global warming. The climate we experience in the future depends on your decisions now. Please read our report, use our interactive atlas, our regional fact sheets, and please use this knowledge to inform your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerie. The report is very clear. There is a crisis, and we need to act fast. It is possible to reverse the effects of climate change. Thank you very much. It now gives me great pleasure and privilege to introduce our next speaker, special guest, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your Excellency, we are very pleased that you have been able to come here in spite of the fact that the United Nations General Assembly session is just a week away. Please, over to you.
Honorable Duarte Pacheco, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Honorable Wolfgang Sabotok, President of National Council of Austria, Honorable Peter Ragul, President of the Federal Council of the Republic of Austria, the Honorable Torn Tron, President, Summit of Women Speakers and Speaker of Norway, my dear friend Martin Chungung, Secretary General of the IPU, Honorable Speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to join you for the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the government of Austria for convening this conference. I would also like to commend the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Secretary General Martin Chungung for their unwavering support to democracy and multilateralism. Honorable speakers, dear colleagues, I have the honor of having had a lengthy relationship with the IPU during my 5 terms in the Maldivian Parliament, and the pleasure of calling Mr. Chungung a friend. It was former IPU Secretary General Anders B. Johnson, along with Mr. Chungung, who supported the Maldives during our transition to democracy. As Speaker of Parliament of the Maldives, I relied upon their support during some of the most challenging periods. I have deep respect and appreciation for IPU and its team. Martin, my friend, I thank you, and it is a pleasure to be here with you today. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today not as a Speaker of a Parliament, but as the President-elect of the United Nations General Assembly, the Parliament of Humanity. As I take on this role, I have no doubt that the lessons that I have learned as Speaker of Parliament and as a parliamentarian will serve me well. Much like your own parliaments, the United Nations and multilateralism thrives on dialogue, on negotiation, and on nuance. These elements are needed now more than ever. Our world continues the slow but steady emergence from the global pandemic. We, however, struggle to bring climate change under control. There is growing inequality, which has only been exacerbated by the pandemic. While vaccines are available, the distribution has been uneven. The lockdowns in many countries have seen fall in revenues, job losses, school closures, rise in mental health and domestic violence cases, and proliferation of fake news. The pandemic has also not given respite to the security situation in fragile states. Clearly, there are many reasons to be cynical or pessimistic by the challenges surrounding us. But that is an option we cannot afford. Billions of people look to us for signs of hope, for indications that there exists a better future. They yearn for a world that is greener, bluer, and more resilient, free of conflict and hostilities, and more equal and just for all. They look to us for hope. I say, let us give it to them. For every challenge that we face, there are solutions. The obstacles, therefore, is not the lack of solutions, but our own capacity and will to do what is needed to pursue a multilateral approach. And let me be very clear. We have only one viable path forward, and that is a multilateral one. Whether discussing COVID-19, climate change, or economic recovery, we can only go forward together. Our world is too interconnected not to address our challenges or seize our opportunities as one. We must learn to embrace multilateralism. It is this need for togetherness and unity that has led me to choose hope as the theme for the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We must give people hope for a better future. This is also the reason why my presidency is the presidency of hope. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the 76th session will prioritize 5 rays of hope. First, our immediate priority will be continuing the recovery from COVID-19. Ensuring equitable access to vaccines is unparalleled in importance. Without this, we prolong the pandemic, threaten lives and livelihoods, and risk only further variants and outbreaks. It is for this reason that I plan to organize a high-level meeting on vaccines at the General Assembly before the end of the year or early next year. Second, we need to build back better, stronger, bluer, and greener. I will use the 76th session to emphasize the need for a sustainable, transformative recovery from COVID-19. This pandemic has been set back to the lives of billions, yet our recovery to this setback can be a turning point, allowing us to move faster and further. Let us embrace this opportunity for change and ignite progress on the decade of action on the Sustainable Development Goals. Third, we must respond to the needs of the planet. The recent report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which we just heard, was unequivocal in its assessment of where we are on this issue. We must act quickly if we are to limit the climate impacts. For my part, I will convene a high-level meeting on climate in October 2021. It is my hope that this effort will help inspire greater climate ambition from member states ahead of COP26 in Glasgow. Relatedly, we will have other significant events in the coming year on the environment, covering the ocean, desertification, land degradation and drought, and biodiversity. We must use each of these moments to push for even more action. To fully utilize the impetus generated by these events, it is my intention to hold a super session on nature during the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. My hope is that this super session will galvanize the required political momentum and advance climate goals. Fourth, we must continue to promote and protect human rights and address inequalities and injustices. The protection of human rights is one of the core values of the United Nations. We need to work together to counter the rising tide of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and all other forms of discrimination. As a lifelong supporter of gender equality, I will focus on the empowerment of women, ensuring their full, equal, and meaningful representation. My cabinet is gender balanced, and I have been vocal about my intention to only participate in panels or discussions that reflect gender parity. I hope you will join me in espousing these principles. And finally, we need to continue our efforts to empower and reform the United Nations. Building on the work of my predecessors, I will continue to make the United Nations more efficient, effective, and accountable, and even family-friendly. I will work with member states to ensure that our decisions, discussions, and actions are relevant and impactful to the people of the world. We need to bring the United Nations closer to the people. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, parliaments are necessary partners for each of these rays of hope. Whether it is in ensuring access to vaccines, recovering sustainably from the pandemic, or tackling the threat of climate change, the United Nations cannot act alone. We need to work with our partners, the parliaments. Parliaments represent the voice of the people. Parliaments help ensure that resolutions and decisions of the General Assembly are passed on to the national and local stage and translated into concrete deliverables that people can see and feel. This is how we can bring together the work of the United Nations to people everywhere. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a challenging period to say the least. We must look forward together. We must shape our joint future together. I look forward to working with you to make this a reality. Let the parliaments of the world unite in our joint endeavor for a better future, and I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Excellency Abdullah Shahid, PGA and good friend. Thank you for that inspiring statement. We welcome your emphasis on hope, hope being your guiding light during your presidency, and multilateralism being the tool to realize that hope. We wish you all the success in your term, and we're very delighted about your commitment to continue to engage with parliaments so that the deliberations of the United Nations General Assembly can be informed by the voices of the people. Let me now turn to another person, another former parliamentarian who is not able to be with us here today, and that is none other than the United Nations Secretary General, who has sent a video message to this conference. So can we have that message from His Excellency Antonio Guterres?
As a former parliamentarian, it is a privilege to take part in this 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament and Summit of Women Speakers. Parliaments connect people to power. Without this connection, governing is untenable, democracy unsinkable. And for a world reeling from COVID-19, climate change, inequality and conflicts, recovery is impossible. The common solution to all of these challenges is solidarity, people acting in the common interest. That is what the multilateral system does on the global stage, and it's what parliaments seek to do at the national level. Parliaments bridge the global and local. You ratify treaties, execute international commitments, and ensure critical support through national budgets. You are central to advancing human rights and the Sustainable Development Goals. We are counting on you to secure ambitious climate action. The recent IPCC report is a reminder that there is no time for delay and no room for excuses. The solutions are clear. A commitment to net zero emissions by mid-century, more ambitious 2030 climate plans, no new coal plants after 2021, phasing out fossil fuel subsidies, and delivering credible adaptation support to developing countries backed by adequate climate finance. That is the best way to inclusive and green economies, prosperity, clean air, and better health. We also support your efforts to put people first, with stronger social protections and safety nets, universal health coverage and basic income, education for all, and increased support for girls and women who have suffered disproportionately from the pandemic. They face increased violence online, in the streets, and at home. They're at heightened risk of child marriage and early pregnancy. And with job losses and increased poverty, we risk losing a generation's worth of hard-won gains for women. We need to put women at the center of the recovery and at the center of parliaments. Only 3 countries have 50% or more women in parliament. Many have no women at all. We urge countries and political parties to achieve true gender parity in the halls of power, including through gender quotas. When women are equally represented, when women lead, we see greater outcomes for everyone. And we build greater trust in the institutions upon which we all rely. Parliaments must reflect the will of the people, all people, and support their needs as they struggle through this perilous moment in history. The United Nations stands with parliamentarians everywhere in this great effort, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Guterres. Parliament as the bridge with the people, and we hope that the voices of parliaments will continue to be heard in the deliberations of the United Nations. It gives me pleasure now to welcome a very special person. We have had reference, the president of the IPU mentioned what is happening in Afghanistan today. We have insisted on bringing somebody here to address you, to let you see live what is happening in Afghanistan, including the challenges faced by women. We have none other than Fawzia Koofi, somebody we have known over the years within the IPU, former parliamentarian, peace activist, who literally jumped on the last flight out of Kabul to safety, and who is able to be here with us today. So please, Fawzia, you have the floor.
In the name of God, who has created all human beings equal and liberal. Speaker Sabotka, Speaker Troy, His Excellency IPU President, His Excellency the President of UN General Assembly, my dear friend, IPU Secretary General, Mr. Martin, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Austrian government for making it possible for us to come together again at these extraordinary new norms and challenges we all face. For me personally, it has been more challenging, and for my colleagues who come from Afghanistan. Only 7 days ago, except my faith and the belief that I had for what I do, there was no hope and expectation that I can re-emerge and be functional as a human being, let alone be in front of such a wonderful, distinguished people. My country, Afghanistan, and my fellow women and men are hurting. On the 15th of August, only 3 weeks ago, the Taliban took my country by force, injecting fears of a return to a past that I am so familiar with, a past in which women and girls were not only allowed to exist, but they were not even regarded as first-class citizens. A past that is defined by male dominance, a past which I had not hoped to revisit. The overall theme of this conference focuses on parliamentary leadership and multilateralism. The future of Afghanistan is the latest test for whether or not we can come together as a global community in the face of adversity. The Afghan people need your help, now more than ever. Afghans facing reprisal from those in power should be allowed to find a safe haven somewhere else until their own country is safe again. While numbers of people were airlifted out of Kabul, that possibility came to an end now. Afghans are now undertaking uncertain and dangerous journey over land to cross the border. I'm thankful to our neighbors and for those who receive these people at risk. Our neighbors and all of us must do more to facilitate the safe passage of Afghans across their borders. But of course, neighboring countries cannot shoulder this responsibility alone. What's happening in Afghanistan should be a concern to all of us. We have to act together in providing those under threat safe place. I therefore call on all of you to use your power back home to show solidarity with Afghan people, first and foremost with those who are at risk. I, along with my colleagues, got out of Afghanistan in the last minutes, thanks to IPU for their follow-up push. This was the first time I felt so proud to be associated with such an organization that worked for a human cause to save lives. They did not only push for my transfer to a safe place, thanks to Qatar government for making it happen, but are working hard to make sure that other female parliamentarians who are living under extraordinary challenge, and male parliamentarians back home, hiding, changing location on minute basis, on hour basis, keep their phones off so that they are not chased. Their houses have been searched, some of whom managed to flee, most of them are still in the country. The IPU made it possible for me to come out of Afghanistan with the support of other friends. But many people who are at risk did not make it happen. I came from a city and a country that looks like a graveyard of people alive. There are people breathing without any liberty. The country and the beauties of this country, the beautiful mountains that represent the dignity of a nation, the streets of Kabul that are witness of thousands of human being lives lost, and the people that every day call for a different life, a better life, desperate, disappointed, uncertain about what will happen to their future, they certainly deserve to live a better life. The international community has to make it clear that it will only work with the authorities in Kabul if they map out a clear path that guarantees the basic fundamental rights of all segments of society, in particular women and girls. This should also include a speedy return to the constitutional order through elections which everyone should be able to take part. One human being, one vote is how we'll define the future of the country in a prosperous way. To achieve this, we need unity of purpose. We need a clear break from the past. For too long, Afghanistan has fallen to the regional and international power politics, where allied interests have defined our fate. It's high time that Afghans can decide on their own future. We need you to speak and act with united voice to help make this possible. This is a normal imperative. We owe it to the Afghan people that they can live their lives in dignity, free of conflict. It's also a practical imperative. An unstable Afghanistan has the potential to jeopardize peace in the region and beyond, and to force Afghans to flee in big and great numbers to your own borders. Unfortunately, what's happening in Afghanistan is not isolated from other things that we see today. Conflicts in many parts of the world. Young Syrians are only familiar with the reality of the war. The people of Yemen continue to face hardship, catastrophic humanitarian crisis. Earlier this year, the military Myanmar forced itself into power, disregarding the outcome of a free and fair elections. All these situations show how power imbalances and abuses of power are the roots of so much conflict and inequality. Let me mention 3 specific areas where their power structure caused particular situation and where we need to take action together to address these harmful outcomes and values they produce and convey. The first is close to home, in the relationship between men and women. The playbook for running today's world was written primarily with men's interest in mind. We have to reinvent the system to break the barriers that prevent us from achieving gender equality. The Sustainable Development Goals, our common blueprint for building peaceful, prosperous, and inclusive society, clearly state that gender equality is a goal itself, and it's key to achieving the other 16 goals of development goals. In order to achieve this, we should make our political processes, structures, and methods of work more responsive to women's needs and accelerate our drive to achieve full parity in parliaments. We should take more forceful action to repeal laws that discriminate against women and girls and increase protection against violence. We should also do more to close the gaps in girls' education and gender pay gap. Only if women were allowed to lead politics in Afghanistan, only if women's voices were heard in the peace process, trust me, we would have not been in the same situation where we are now in that country. Another area where power imbalances can do much harm is when they are indirect, to better say misdirect, at minorities. All countries in the world include persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. Although their situations greatly vary, common to all is the fact that too often minorities face multiple forms of discrimination, resulting in marginalization and exclusion. Achieving effective participation of minorities and ending their exclusion requires that we embrace diversity through and promotion and implementation of international human rights standards. There can be no place for discrimination which scars our society. Finally, there is risk of power imbalance and abuses in relationship between the state and citizens at large. Human rights determine the state power and at the same time require states to take positive measures to enable all people to enjoy their human rights. Unfortunately, too often today we see that states pay lip service to human rights, showing little real willingness to interest to improve their human rights record. In some cases, the absence of any mechanism or accountability allows states to get away with committed to the most horrendous crimes. It's our collective responsibility to speak up when this happens and to demand accountability. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, the title of your conference is very timely indeed. Parliamentary leadership and multilateralism are crucial to tackling the three disrupting forms of power imbalances, which have caused us so much sorrow. Again, in the case of Afghanistan, if only more time was given and invested to pursue a political settlement with genuinity and certainty that was inclusive and representative to the demand of our people, things would have been different today. Abandonment is not the solution. By turning our face from the reality does not change. The image of Kabul airport shocked the world and brought us to this realization that by closing our borders, problem does not end. Let's open our hearts and unite our arms to work for a better world that is safer for all its citizens. May peace prevail and harmony. May peace and harmony prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fauzia. Thank you for those moving words. The Afghan people deserve to live in dignity. They're asking for the solidarity of the international community to make that happen. I am sure that we've heard that message. And let me personally use this opportunity to pay tribute to those countries that have been gracious enough to take in helpless Afghans as refugees in their countries. A host of European countries, Middle East, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, but also some small countries, Uruguay, Ecuador, Uganda. They are graciously accepting. Of course, we have Bahrain. How could I? They are taking on these refugees. And we do know that not all of them have the capacity to bear the burden of hosting these refugees. And so I would like to call solemnly on the solidarity of the international community to reach out to those countries that are resource-strapped, like Uganda, Ecuador, that are taking on refugees, to make sure that they have the capacity to ensure that Afghans who are on their territory live in dignity and enjoy their human rights to the fullest. Thank you very much. I think we've come. We have come to the end of this inaugural session, and it gives me great pleasure now to invite the Honorable President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union to formally declare this conference open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, Madam and Mr. Speakers. Just to say a special thank you to our colleague Kofi because you give us a very impressive statement about the situation of that happened in Afghanistan, and also the rights of parliamentarians and the rights of women in your country. We will be with you together. We will wish always the best. And I need to say, we are with you because we are with all parliamentarians that suffer. We don't care if it happens in North or South, in Africa or in Europe. We, as IPU, should defend the human rights of parliamentarians always. The right to speech, the freedom of movements, the freedom to have their own mandates completely full of activities. And so we will defend parliamentarians all over the world. And this is our duty, and we will do it always. So this is the moment. This is my first time. I declare open the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. It's open. Thank you so much for attending this inaugural session. We'll have 5 minutes break just to change the stage, and we will continue our work. Thank you so much for attending this moment. Same. I am.
Oh, I just come there. It's on this floor. Yes.
Yes, we will meet in New York, and please have a good time. Good luck for you, because we need always...
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please note we are not doing a full break at this time. We are simply going to change the stage, and then we will continue immediately with the general debate on motion 1. So please take your seats right away so that we can begin to move straight on to the general debate on motion 1. Thank you very much.
In my office.
And let me just take this opportunity to thank all of our presidents, speakers, and special guests for those very inspiring messages that we have just heard in the inaugural session. We will take your messages with us into the general debate.
Regarding to your debate on Afghanistan, I should say that we are hosting 3 million refugees from Iran. Yes, and just wanted to say to you,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Maybe we can take the conversation down here. Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, I'll remove them and you put them where you want, all right?
That might be the
On motion 1, so I'd like to request that you please take your seats. In the interest of time, we'd like to get started right away. Good morning, guten Tag, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and also from me, a very warm welcome to the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. On behalf of the co-organizers, the IPU and the Austrian Parliament, in cooperation with the United Nations, it is a very great honor to serve as your moderator today. I'm Melinda Crane. I'm political chief correspondent at Deutsche Welle, and I am very pleased indeed to be with you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning the general debate. Please take your seats now. We cannot begin until you are in your seats. I will wait for 1 minute, and then I will ask the 4 movers to please join me here on the stage.
Hi.
Hi. Hello. Yes, over here. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will now begin the general debate on motion 1. I would like to ask the movers of motion 1 to please join us here on stage. That's Her Excellency, Ms. Beatriz Aguimon, President of the Senate of Uruguay. I'm very happy to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Steingrímur Sigfússon, Speaker of the Alþingi of Iceland. He is already with us here on stage. I'd also like to ask Her Excellency, Ms. Puan Maharani, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Indonesia, to join us now on stage, and also would please request that His Excellency Mr. Abbas Cherno-Bundu, Speaker of Parliament of Sierra Leone, join us now on stage, please, if you would. And I would like to warmly greet our online viewers at this time. We are live streaming on ipu.org and on some parliamentary TV channels around the world. So a very warm welcome to all of you who are following us out there. As you know, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is the world's largest gathering of this, the highest level of parliamentary representation. Over 110 speakers of parliament from around the world are here today for what is the first large-scale, in-person inter-parliamentary meeting since the beginning of the pandemic. And that is, may I please ask for quiet in the room? May I please ask you to take your seats and kindly direct your attention to the stage? It is not only exciting that we meet here in person, as was mentioned by the speakers during the inaugural session, it is also essential. For in the 5 years since this body last met physically, the task has only become more urgent, and that was clearly apparent in the messages that we heard earlier. It is no exaggeration to say that international peace and development depend on effective international cooperation that truly delivers. And that is the overarching theme at this year's conference, which, as you know, is entitled Parliaments for People, Peace, and the Planet. And as we were reminded just now in the inaugural session, the aim of the World Conference of Speakers of Parliament is to reinforce the parliamentary dimension of global governance. The interactive general debate that is now getting underway goes to the very heart of that goal. It is an opportunity for all of you as speakers to share your view on motions addressing the crucial dimensions of the challenges that we face that were outlined earlier on. We have 5 motions to discuss, 3 today, 2 tomorrow. Before we begin, just a very quick word on communications and on rules of procedure. As you can see on the social wall behind me here, we are very active on social media today, and we invite you to join the conversation online by using hashtag 5WCSP and tagging the IPU and Parliament Österreich at hashtag OEParl in your Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn posts. Thank you so much. And now to the key matter of rules of procedure. Each motion will be introduced by 2 speakers of Parliament who will advance and explicate some arguments supporting it. And following their remarks, 2 further speakers will share juxtaposing views. And it's really important to note that although this is a debate, we are not looking for yes or no, up or down argument on the merits of the motions, but for open exchange of varying perspectives on what are invariably complex issues. The allotted time for remarks by the 4 initial movers of each motion is 3 minutes each. And dear speakers, because we have a dense schedule today and we are running late, I would be very grateful if you would stay within that allotted time. And I must warn you, I will be a bit strict as a timekeeper, and if you do go over, I will need to interrupt. And as timekeeping authorities yourselves, dear speakers, I know that you will understand. After a short window for response and reaction by the 4 movers, we'll open the floor to general debate. Other speakers of Parliament will each have 3 minutes maximum to share their own views. And we will begin in that general debate with pre-registered comments and then take spontaneous contributions from the floor if time allows it. And if you didn't pre-register but you think you would like to comment, please either raise your nameplate or otherwise signal that you do wish to speak, and we will try to get in as many spontaneous comments as we can. Finally, we'll close each debate with brief concluding remarks from the 4 movers. So we get started now, and I will take my place and introduce motion 1. And let me just say a very warm welcome here from the podium to the 4 movers. It's wonderful to have you with us. Motion 1 proposes achieving sustainable development requires more attention on human well-being and environmental preservation than on economic growth. And each of your countries, excellencies, are assuredly working to ensure sustainable development. Yet, as we all know, you face very different challenges and realities. The importance of economic growth in driving improved livelihoods for people is undeniable. And yet recent years have witnessed an increasingly strong call for societies to expand the vision of development by paying attention not only to economic growth, but also to environmental sustainability and to human well-being. And of course, that tripartite aim is recognized by the 2030 Agenda. Our motion raises the question of how to prioritize these three dimensions. And we will now get started with debate. And I would like to now go, first of all, to our movers of the motion, and I will begin here with Speaker Aguimon. Please.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenos días, queridos presidentes y queridas presidentas de los parlamentos del mundo. Uruguay es reconocido por cumplir con sus compromisos internacionales. Prueba de ello es que el país ha presentado informes nacionales voluntarios, dando cuenta del avance del cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible a nivel nacional. Durante el 2021, el país presentó su cuarto informe nacional voluntario, el primero del actual gobierno del que formo parte, que asumió el pasado 1 de marzo del 2020. Nuestro país otorga prioridad política a la preservación del medio ambiente y la acción climática, y prueba de ello es la conformación, la creación del Ministerio de Ambiente, elevando así la jerarquía institucional en este tema. Uruguay considera que la acción climática debe ser ambiciosa y tener un enfoque social basado en derechos humanos con equidad de género e intergeneracional. El mismo enfoque se presenta en la Política Nacional de Cambio Climático y la contribución determinada a nivel nacional, que procura reducir en un 50% la intensidad de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero al 2025. Asimismo, Uruguay incluyó en la Ley del Presupuesto Nacional la consideración de los objetivos nacionales de cambio climático en la política económica y finanzas públicas, de acuerdo a lo anunciado por el señor Presidente de la República en su intervención en la Cumbre de Acción Climática en diciembre del año 2020. El país está fuertemente comprometido con el objetivo de la Convención y el Acuerdo de París. No obstante, es importante destacar que el país es altamente vulnerable a los efectos adversos del cambio climático en virtud de que su economía está basada fuertemente en la producción agroindustrial y en los servicios, con un sector turístico concentrado especialmente en nuestra zona costera. Su población y principales infraestructuras están en áreas de riesgo, por ejemplo, ante el aumento del nivel del mar. El país persigue descarbonizar su economía de un modo que no amenace la producción de alimentos, según lo establece la Convención de Marco de Cambio Climático y el Acuerdo de París, considerado que Uruguay es un país en desarrollo, con una economía que deberá seguir creciendo para generar mayores oportunidades a sus habitantes, continuar luchando contra la pobreza e indigencia y seguir construyendo un mayor nivel de equidad en su sociedad. En síntesis, el país tiene el desarrollo sostenible como principal rector de sus políticas y, en virtud de ello, tanto la preservación del medio ambiente como el bienestar humano han sido prioritarios en las definiciones de las autoridades, sobre todo en el contexto de pandemia y crisis económica mundial, cuyos efectos han impactado en forma más severa en países de América Latina y el Caribe. En ese sentido, Uruguay entiende necesario prestar atención de forma equilibrada a todas las dimensiones del desarrollo sostenible, teniendo en cuenta que es un país en desarrollo, graduado recientemente de recibir ayuda oficial al desarrollo y con grandes desafíos aún por consolidar y otros que le restan por lograr. Es por ello que su economía deberá seguir creciendo para generar mayores oportunidades a nuestros habitantes, continuar luchando contra la pobreza, así como seguir construyendo un mayor nivel de equidad en una sociedad. Recordando el enorme desgaste económico que la pandemia de COVID-19 ha generado en todo el mundo, pero especialmente en los países de menor desarrollo relativo y en los sectores más vulnerables, por lo que se debe promover la urgente recuperación económica global sin generar nuevas amenazas o agresiones a la naturaleza. En última instancia, se trata de asegurarse que el crecimiento nos lleve a la recuperación que sea más verde, amigable con el ambiente e inclusivo.
Muchas gracias. And let us move straight on to the speaker from Iceland, Mr. Sigfusson, please.
Well, honorable gathering, dear colleagues, speakers of parliaments from all around the world. At the very outset, I would like to express my gratitude for so many speakers being able to meet in person to this very important event. I would also like to compliment our hosts, both houses of parliament in Austria and the IPU, for the extensive measures needed to make this conference possible. As a member of the PrepCom committee, I am fully aware of all the problems that had to be solved. The COVID-19 pandemic has had immense effects on our lives, putting strain on our economies and health systems. No wonder it has gotten much of the attention of politics and policymakers for the past 1.5 years. But the great challenge of global climate crisis still looms, with much graver consequences than the pandemic in the long run if we don't act united, firmly and right away. 6 years have now passed since the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030 were declared. Obviously, the COVID-19 has had a negative impact on our ambitions to reach those goals. Eliminating poverty and hunger, securing good health and well-being, and reducing inequalities has been and is a bigger challenge in the past few months under current circumstances. A current challenge in line with the SDG number 3 is securing vaccination for all for the benefit of all. The big challenge in the coming months is to adapting to the existence of the virus, the reality we are facing, and ultimately, of course, to have victory and be able to return to normal. But that normal situation must be a new normal. We must recover economically in a sustainable way, with respect for nature and with eyes on the ultimate target to reduce emission and fight rising temperatures, unstable weathers, and secure the health of the oceans. Currently, we therefore should rethink our focus on economic growth as the main parameter for measuring success. Much more attention should be on general welfare, such as access to education, health care, and other factors in line with the SDGs. Iceland has in recent years, along with and in cooperation with Scotland and New Zealand, increased its focus on the well-being economy and the harmonious relationship between society and nature. This, among other things, involves defining well-being parameters that should be reference points no less than the traditional GDP and the employment parameters. It is my firm belief that we need to focus much more on human well-being and environmental preservation to achieve sustainable development. Social stability, reached through equal and just rules and distribution, is an important factor in well-being and equal progress. After all, society is much like a chain, which is only as strong as its weakest link. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And for a different perspective, we go now to Her Excellency Speaker Maharani of the House of Representatives of Indonesia. Please, you have the floor.
Yang terhormat para ketua parlemen dan para panelis, pada kesempatan ini saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa untuk mencapai pembangunan berkelanjutan, maka perlu ada keseimbangan dan integrasi antara aspek kesejahteraan sosial dan perlindungan lingkungan hidup dengan pembangunan ekonomi, tanpa kita perlu menonjolkan salah satu bidang lebih penting dari yang lain. Kita memerlukan pendekatan yang komprehensif antara ketiganya untuk mencapai tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan atau SDGs. Dunia memerlukan pendekatan yang seimbang antara pembangunan ekonomi, sosial, dan lingkungan karena pertumbuhan ekonomi tinggi diperlukan untuk mengentaskan kemiskinan dan melakukan upaya perlindungan lingkungan. Pertumbuhan ekonomi tinggi diperlukan untuk meningkatkan akses kesehatan dan pendidikan serta mengembangkan energi terbarukan. Pandemi telah memunculkan gagasan pentingnya lebih memperhatikan keterkaitan antara berbagai aspek people, prosperity, and planet. Selain itu, saat pandemi merupakan momentum untuk memperbaiki arah pembangunan ekonomi agar menjadi lebih hijau dan inklusif. Sehingga dunia dapat lebih resilient dan siap dalam menghadapi kemungkinan terjadinya pandemi dan krisis lain di masa depan. Selanjutnya, pada masa pasca pandemi, pembangunan ekonomi yang diperlukan adalah untuk mencapai pertumbuhan ekonomi berkualitas yang tidak saja mengejar pertumbuhan tinggi, namun juga memperhatikan pemerataan, menciptakan lapangan kerja yang mengurangi ketimpangan, pembangunan berdimensi lingkungan, dan pembangunan yang rendah karbon. Kita tidak perlu mengkontradiksi antara pertumbuhan ekonomi tinggi dengan perlindungan lingkungan dan perubahan iklim. Hal ini dapat dilakukan dalam pengembangan energi terbarukan. Teknologi telah memungkinkan kita untuk mengganti energi berbasis fosil dengan energi surya, angin, air, atau panas bumi. Sektor baru ini dapat menciptakan lapangan kerja dan meningkatkan pertumbuhan ekonomi. Karenanya, kita tidak perlu memilih antara aspek pembangunan ekonomi, sosial, dan lingkungan hidup. Kita dapat melakukan ketiganya secara bersamaan dengan kebijakan yang tepat dan kepemimpinan Speakers Parliament. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we hear now an additional view from His Excellency Speaker Bundu of Sierra Leone. Welcome.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, I start with a simple observation that economic growth is very important, but it must always be seen as the sum total of good governance, how we develop our well-being, including human capital, and how we care for the environment. These key ingredients, good governance, economic growth, human well-being, and caring for the environment, demand a delicate balance at all times, which is best done through participatory and enlightened leadership, be it at national or international level. Human well-being is about how we guarantee an educated, healthy, just, inclusive, and cohesive society, and creating equal opportunity for all. It cannot be measured by individual income or GDP alone. It involves much more than that. It must be anchored in the expansion of people's capabilities to drive national and global economic, social, and environmental change. It must be people-centered and must increase their opportunities in good health, education, safety, and employment. It also demands removing major obstacles like poverty, oppression, and violence from their enjoyment of universal human rights, accountable governance, and fundamental freedoms. In short, it involves investment that is people-empowered, gender-inclusive, rights-based, and locally relevant. These elements are all encapsulated in the 17 SDGs, which have less than a decade to go for their attainment. We all owe the environment a duty of care. Now more than ever, we must all become fully engaged because we have only one world to share. We must all recognize that no nation, no organ of government, no matter how powerful, can singularly claim a monopoly of ideas. Because we live in an interdependent world, we must give value to the need to work together and act together. This is the only way we can strengthen one another's capability to contribute to the resolution of global and regional environmental threats, while also realizing our respective national aspirations. I thank you.
We thank you very much. Thank you to all four movers. And I'm going to suggest that in the interest of time, we do not do a response round now. I will briefly summarize what I've heard so far, and it certainly does reinforce that we're not talking about a yes or no, up or down debate here. All of you have emphasized the need for balance between these three different goals. We've heard also a very clear statement that that developing countries simply cannot afford to sacrifice economic growth, but are well aware of the need for balance. And we've also heard an interesting suggestion, and I would be very happy if now comments from the floor would pick up on this, that we may need better measures for human well-being than simply GDP in order to help us balance these three goals, something that was brought up by the Honourable Speaker from Iceland. So I encourage now all those who contribute from the floor to please give a little bit of thought to what you've heard here on those points and perhaps share your own views on that or other aspects of this motion. And we do, as I said, have pre-registered comments. Many thanks to all of you who have expressed interest in weighing in. Again, I will now call individually on those pre-registered. Excuse me,
No good.
I have somebody speaking out of turn. I'd ask you to please desist from speaking out of turn. We will now go to pre-registered comments from the floor. We do have a speaking order. I will call on speakers individually. Again, maximum of 3 minutes for your contribution, please. If you wish to make a spontaneous comment after that and you did not pre-register, please give us a sign. My colleague over here at the right of the podium, Alexandra, would you raise your hand just for a moment? She's keeping an eye on who might still want to contribute, and if we can work in spontaneous comments afterward, we will. I will now begin with the pre-registered comments. The first one comes from His Excellency Mr. Albert Frick, President of the Landtag of Liechtenstein. Please speak from the floor, Mr. Frick. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, Mrs. Chair, dear colleagues, sustained and inclusive economic growth is a prerequisite for sustainable development, which can contribute to improved livelihoods for people around the world. In recent years, however, there have been increased observations that the negative environmental and well-being effects of economic growth often override its positive impacts. As a result, there is a strong call for countries and societies to expand the vision of development by paying attention to economic growth and environmental sustainability and human well-being. Economic growth has increasingly been criticized due to the negative impacts it has had on our climate and environment. While economic growth can indeed be harmful, the positive sides must not be undermined. Since 1990, the number of people living on less than $1.90 a day, which is the World Bank's definition of extreme poverty, fell from nearly 2 billion to around 700 million. Also, the increase of GDP allows investments in healthcare, schools, infrastructure, and has been contributing immensely to the well-being of people around the world. Hence, a sustainable development is crucial to ensure a healthy planet and prosperity for all, demanding a transformation from a purely economic-driven system into one that adopts environmentally sound policies which ensure growth in a green and sustainable way. But how to do so? Liechtenstein has been demonstrating that the decoupling of the GDP growth from the CO2 emissions is possible. Our energy demand has been decreasing for a few years despite an increasing GDP. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, adopted by the United Nations, are a powerful tool to shape a sustainable future. While all SDGs are of high importance, not all are equally relevant in every country. The governments therefore need to prioritize the SDGs to maximize the impact according to their own specific situation. Dear colleagues, let's all enforce the implementation of the SDGs in a suitable manner to shape a new sustainable future. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And we go on now to Her Excellency Anita Demetriou, who is the President of the House of Representatives of Cyprus. Please, Madam, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that while pursuing to address the impacts of the dire effects of COVID-19 pandemic, we must focus on achieving a sustainable future. It has never been more urgent to preserve the environment than now. So preventing, halting and reversing the degradation of ecosystems can help to end poverty, combat climate change and reshape our economic models. Environmental protection, people's well-being and economic growth constitute all three essential components of sustainable development. I believe that climate change is one of the biggest challenges of our times. Stepping up efforts to address this emergency present us at the same time with a great opportunity that we must grab to rebuild a more sustainable and resilient economy and more solid foundations for human well-being. A fundamental transformation of our socio-economic systems is equally important in this respect. As legislators, dear colleagues, and as parliamentary leaders, we must undertake a joint commitment to support global efforts towards a sustainable and resilient post-COVID recovery and to develop a new narrative of economic growth. Also to proceed with the recovery and resilience plan and take bold actions to make them more equal. It is important to realize that a truly transformation post-COVID development agenda cannot be realized without the full employment of human rights, adherence to the rule of law, and good governance. These fundamental principles constitute essential preconditions in order for peace and stability to prevail within and among states and to achieve SDGs and well-being. It is true, and regrettably I need to say, that the international community has failed only too often to uphold international law and human rights. My country, Cyprus, constitutes yet another example. 47 years after the Turkish military invasion, the people of Cyprus are still suffering the consequences of gross violations by Turkey, and they are facing human rights. People, they cannot return to their houses, and they are forced to breathe next to 40,000 Turkish troops every day. Despite numerous UN resolutions in Cyprus and relevant decisions of the European Union and other international organizations, has not been held responsible Turkey until today for the crimes and the continuing occupation for over 1/3 of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus. Dear fellow speakers of Parliament, a robust environment is connected to a strong economy and to people's welfare. We need healthy economies to lift people out of poverty and achieve SDGs and radical measures. And this is where we must all come together, I agree, with solidarity, with our diverse roles and capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Our next speaker is His Excellency Vuong Dinh Huê, who is President of the National Assembly of Vietnam. Please.
Thưa các quý vị, tôi nhất trí với quan điểm cho rằng phát triển bền vững cần chú trọng vào việc chăm lo sức khỏe con người và bảo vệ môi trường hơn là chỉ tập trung cho tăng trưởng kinh tế bằng mọi giá. Điều này là phù hợp với mục tiêu phát triển bền vững SDG 2030 của Liên Hợp Quốc. Đó cũng là sự cân bằng, hài hòa của mục tiêu kinh tế, xã hội và môi trường. Đối với bất kỳ quốc gia nào, nguồn tài nguyên của cải đích thực và quý giá nhất cũng chính là con người. Hơn nữa, mục đích phát triển kinh tế xã hội xét đến cùng phải vì con người có cuộc sống ấm no, tự do, hạnh phúc, có điều kiện phát triển toàn diện, các dân tộc bình đẳng, đoàn kết, tôn trọng và giúp đỡ nhau cùng phát triển. Đây là yếu tố nền tảng bền vững mang tính quyết định đối với sự phát triển bền vững. Từ thực tế, chúng ta đã chứng kiến và rút ra rất nhiều bài học đắt giá về ô nhiễm môi trường đất, không khí, nguồn nước, thiên tai, biến đổi khí hậu ngày càng khắc nghiệt, dịch bệnh lan tràn. Đại dịch Covid-19 chính là một lời cảnh tỉnh sâu sắc nhất, nhắc nhở tất cả chúng ta phải quan tâm đến môi trường sống và sức khỏe của con người, phải quan tâm đầu tư hơn nữa cho hệ thống y tế cộng đồng, luôn sẵn sàng để đối phó với các dịch bệnh khó lường trong tương lai. Thưa quý vị, trong chiến lược và kế hoạch phát triển quốc gia, Việt Nam luôn xác định không đánh đổi môi trường cũng như sức khỏe của người dân để lấy tỷ lệ tăng trưởng kinh tế cao, mà luôn hướng tới mục tiêu phát triển bền vững, hài hòa với thiên nhiên để bảo đảm môi trường sống trong lành cho các thế hệ hiện tại và tương lai. Việt Nam xác định con người giữ vị trí trung tâm trong chiến lược phát triển, trong đó phát triển giáo dục đào tạo và khoa học công nghệ là quốc sách hàng đầu. Bảo vệ môi trường là một trong những tiêu chí để phát triển bền vững. Hướng tới mục tiêu đó, Quốc hội Việt Nam đã thúc đẩy và giám sát việc thực hiện các văn bản pháp luật về chuyển đổi mô hình kinh tế, hướng tới nền kinh tế xanh, kinh tế số, kinh tế tuần hoàn, tăng cường quản lý tài nguyên, bảo vệ môi trường, ứng phó với biến đổi khí hậu, tăng cường quản lý, tái chế, tái sử dụng. Trong bối cảnh thế giới đối mặt với những thách thức an ninh phi truyền thống ngày càng gay gắt, Việt Nam đang nỗ lực hoàn thiện hệ thống pháp luật về bảo vệ môi trường, tăng cường các nguồn lực và năng lực quản lý nhà nước, đẩy mạnh phát triển và ứng dụng khoa học công nghệ, nâng cao công tác tuyên truyền và giáo dục về môi trường và chất lượng cuộc sống của người dân. Trong những nỗ lực đó, Việt Nam rất mong muốn hợp tác, chia sẻ với các quốc gia, các tổ chức quốc tế để bảo đảm ưu tiên cho sức khỏe của người dân, bảo vệ môi trường và phát triển kinh tế. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
Thank you very much. We now go to His Excellency Goran Jandrokovic. He's Speaker of the Croatian Parliament. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Speakers of Parliament, Excellencies, dear colleagues. It is a pleasure to participate in this conference in person and to address the issues of sustainable development, environmental preservation, and well-being. We live in challenging times. The pandemic has put our societies, our healthcare system, social welfare, education, our working habits, everyday life in a demanding situation. We in Croatia, on top of that, were hit by 2 devastating earthquakes last year. The pandemic will leave a lasting mark on the world as we know it, causing changes and teaching lessons. It has changed the way we interact with each other, how our children grow up, and the life we knew before the pandemic. It has also influenced our work in the Parliament and inter-parliamentary cooperation. It has accelerated digitalization and challenged us to look into the use of video conferencing tools to ensure the continuity of inter-parliamentary cooperation. We had to adapt quickly to the new reality. However, the pandemic is not the only reason for the change. Global challenges have been set in motion much before the outbreak of the pandemic. We are witnessing climate change and environmental degradation, from a struggle with floods and fires to problems with droughts and extreme weather events. We must focus on green and digital transformation, but equally important on issues such as security, demography, poverty. The EU took this seriously. We in Croatia also joined these efforts by adopting a strategy anticipating emissions reduction of 80% by 2050. Croatia also adopted the National Development Strategy 2030, focusing on sustainable economy, green and digital transition, putting the well-being of its citizens at the center. This approach is something that we have embraced in Croatia, and we are passing it on to our younger generation. It is not only about economic growth, but more importantly about prosperity, well-being, work-life balance and quality of life. It is also about the accessibility of the healthcare system, social welfare, education. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has highlighted the great importance of multilateralism. We need to accelerate our efforts globally in combating climate change and boost the green transition and economic growth. Environmental preservation contributes to prosperity, especially in countries with a tourism-based economy, such as Croatia. How fast we come out of the crisis will depend on the joint efforts of governments, parliaments, businesses, and scientists. Dear colleagues, I would also like to emphasize our work within the IPU to bring all parliaments together in embedding the Sustainable Development Goals in our work. In conclusion, making progress in terms of sustainable development is likely to benefit both people and our planet. Working together, changing attitudes, and finding the balance between economic growth and quality of life is crucial for creating a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Our next speaker is His Excellency Emmanuel Sinzo Hagera, Speaker of the Senate of Burundi. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, honorable président, pour me donner la parole afin que je puisse me prononcer sur cette motion. Il est vrai que la croissance économique a eu des effets, d'une part, sur l'environnement et le bien-être de la population. Il nous faudrait, en tant que parlementaires, essayer de revoir les mesures des indicateurs ou des indicateurs de la croissance économique. Pour moi et pour le Burundi, on aimerait que l'être humain devrait être au centre du développement de la croissance, être au centre de la croissance économique. La croissance économique, souvent, a eu des impacts aussi sur l'environnement et sur le bien-être humain, et cela devrait être repensé. On devrait repenser cette stratégie parce que une croissance économique qui détruit ou qui a des effets négatifs sur l'environnement, mais aussi sur le bien-être humain, au finish, on se demande si c'est vraiment une croissance économique. Donc, sans toutefois parler trop sur ce sujet, il nous faudrait un équilibre entre l'environnement et l'être humain. Et les deux aspects devraient être au centre de la croissance économique. Ça devrait équilibrer, on devrait trouver un équilibre entre l'environnement, l'être humain et la croissance économique. Les trois sujets devraient à un certain moment être équilibrés et comme ça, on dira qu'effectivement, on a atteint la croissance économique durable. C'est pour cela qu'au Burundi, on proposerait à cette auguste assemblée de revoir peut-être les indicateurs de la croissance économique. Qu'aujourd'hui, on parle souvent de produits bruts, mais en oubliant l'être humain, en oubliant l'environnement qui doit garantir aussi cette croissance économique. Je vous remercie.
Merci bien. And I think an interesting response there to what we did hear earlier from the speaker from Iceland in terms of the need to look at whether a different approach to economic indicators could help to achieve the balance so many of you are talking about. So I welcome additional remarks from other speakers on that point as we continue to go on with the pre-registered comments and then come to a few spontaneous comments. Thank you very much for that. We move on now to Speaker Nurlan Nigmatulin, Chairman of the House of Representatives of Kazakhstan. The floor is yours.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, дамы и господа, прежде всего разрешите мне от имени всех депутатов парламента Республики Казахстан выразить слова искреннего приветствия и выразить глубокую признательность председателю Межпарламентского союза господину Дуарте Пашеко и председателю Национального совета Австрии Вольфгангу Саботко за высокий уровень организации конференции и гостеприимства. Уважаемые участники конференции, с первых дней независимости Казахстан привержен принципам устойчивого развития. Концептуальные основы построения эффективного общества были заложены первым президентом Казахстана Нурсултаном Назарбаевым. И сегодня действующий глава государства Касым-Жомарт Токаев обеспечивает преемственность политического курса. Ускоренными темпами реализуются масштабные системные реформы, затрагивающие все сферы нашего общества. Внедряются новые механизмы защиты прав человека, расширение гражданского участия и влияния общественного контроля. Парламент Казахстана активно вовлечен в этот процесс, обеспечивая своевременное законодательное сопровождение реформ. Принят целый пакет важных законов, совершенствующих выборное законодательство и судебную систему. Изменения также коснулись законодательных актов о политических партиях, мирных собраниях, местного самоуправления. Уважаемые коллеги, наша страна вносит значительный вклад в обеспечение мира и безопасности на глобальном и региональном уровнях. И в свете новых вызовов и угроз президент Казахстана Касым-Жомарт Токаев предложил создать Международное агентство по биологической безопасности, подотчетное Совбезу Организации Объединенных Наций. Эта новая специализированная структура могла бы непосредственно заниматься предотвращением биологических угроз. И мы рассчитываем на активную поддержку нашими коллегами этой важной казахстанской инициативы. Уважаемые коллеги, одним из самых актуальных вопросов международной повестки дня является восстановление мира и безопасности в Афганистане. Сегодня будущее этой страны находится в руках самого афганского народа, и мы надеемся, что новые власти будут уважать основополагающие права и свободы человека, в том числе права всех этнических групп и женщин. Но самое важное сегодня – не допустить гуманитарного и продовольственного кризиса в этой стране. Безусловно, ключевую роль здесь должна играть Организация Объединенных Наций. Со своей стороны, Казахстан продолжит вносить свой вклад в международные усилия по оказанию помощи Афганистану. В настоящее время по решению президента Касым-Жомарта Токаева в Казахстане временно размещена миссия ООН по содействию Афганистану. Дорогие друзья, в заключение хочу пожелать всем нам успехов в развитии доверительного межпарламентского диалога во благо наших стран. Благодарю за внимание. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we go on now to His Excellency Mark Daly, President of the Senate of Ireland.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to refer to a previous contribution by Alexandria Boric. She was the student from the United States of America, originally from Mexico, and she referred to the climate crisis is a generational injustice. The world economy is currently committing global terrorism against its own citizens and against future generations. There is a saying in business that if it's not being measured, it's not being done. And Madam Chairperson, you referred to the issue of how to measure progress. Gross domestic product, GDP, and other economic measures are not designed to and do not have the capacity to capture human well-being or environmental preservation. While a new measure would be welcome, we all know that many countries simply don't have the capacity to gather the information for new complex models that people are talking about. And we do not need to reinvent the wheel, however. We can reimagine the Human Development Index, which, as you all know, designed by the United Nations, measures health, education, and income. And from that, we should add democracy and environmental rankings and sustainability. They need to be added to the UN Human Development Index so we can measure our progress or our lack of progress for future generations as we strive to achieve sustainable economic growth. But we must stop the environmental terrorism that the global economy is perpetrating on future generations. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you very much for that contribution, and we will pick up on it a bit later on. We move on now to the Honorable Speaker of the Supreme Council of Kyrgyzstan, His Excellency Talant Mamitov.
Спасибо, уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые главы делегации, дамы и господа. Прежде всего, позвольте поблагодарить господина Дуарте Пачека и господина Вольфганга Саботка за приглашение и организацию важнейшего для всех нас мероприятия, позволяющего парламентариям мира наладить диалог и сотрудничество по глобальным имеющимся вопросам. Авторитетный статус площадок Межпарламентского союза способствует объединению в единый вектор наших ценностей, идей и стремлений, направленных на укрепление мира и представительной демократии. Пользуясь возможностью, мы заинтересованы открыто и прозрачно выразить свои позиции по глобальным проблемам, по отношению к которым никто из нас не может и не должен оставаться в стороне. 31 августа текущего года Кыргызстан отметил 30-летие своей независимости. За годы независимости Кыргызстан присоединился ко многим основополагающим международным договорам, тем самым подтвердив свою приверженность демократическим принципам. В общей сложности были приняты обязательства по 40 международным документам в сфере прав человека в рамках ООН. В рамках повестки дня в области устойчивого развития на период до 2030 года приняты на Парижском саммите по изменению климата. Подтверждением приверженности целям устойчивого развития ООН является их отражение в национальной стратегии развития Кыргызской Республики до 2040 года, где нами выработаны конкретные меры по их достижению. Уважаемые коллеги, как и во многих странах мира, население и экономика Кыргызстана неизбежно пострадало от пандемии COVID-19. Но благодаря поддержке мирового сообщества медленными темпами идет к восстановлению утраченного. Десятилетия работы были стерты мгновением ока, и для миллионов людей пандемия создала множество препятствий к осуществлению и развитию. В результате пандемии мы достигли точки, когда новый образ мышления, современные подходы и открытость к изменениям необходимы. Мы твердо верим, что это возможно только в устойчивых и равноправных обществах с эффективными парламентскими институтами. Дорогие коллеги, не менее важной угрозой стабильности во всем мире на сегодняшний день является проблема по изменению климата. Сегодня уже доказано, что люди однозначно являются причиной изменения климата, и, что еще хуже, оно происходит быстрее, чем предполагалось ранее. Изменение климата затрагивает и нашу страну, ввиду чего совместно с партнерами мы должны выработать способы к ее адаптации. Дорогие коллеги, парламентарии имеют уникальную возможность для принятия мер по смягчению последствий изменения климата с помощью законодательства, национальных бюджетов и контроля за деятельностью правительства. Согласно глобальному докладу, 36 стран в настоящее время сталкиваются с чрезвычайно высоким уровнем дефицита воды, возникшей в условиях ограниченности
Excellency, I will need to interrupt you. You have gone over the allotted time. Excuse me. So if you would finish your sentence. Thank you.
Потепление, повышение уровня моря, увеличение наводнений, засухи и таяние ледников влияют на качество и доступность воды, а также санитарных систем. Рост населения, увеличение потребления воды и повышение спроса на ее в значительной степени из-за индустриализации и урбанизации истощающих водные ресурсы по всему миру. В этой связи призываю всех вас, уважаемые коллеги, максимально плодотворно использовать возможности и представленную Межпарламентским союзом диалоговую площадку для взаимовыгодного сотрудничества и благополучия наших народов. Выражаю надежду на неизменную поддержку Межпарламентского союза и партнеров в данном направлении. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much. And we move on now to the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, His Excellency Mr. Gennaro Migliore.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, It's a truly pleasure for me to be in person and to address this very important conference on behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of Mediterranean. I would argue with the title motion because at PAM we are deeply convinced that the economic growth, human well-being and environmental preservation can and must be the inseparable elements needed to achieve and maintain lasting socio-economic and sustainable development. As clearly stated by the UN Brundtland Commission and indicated in the Rio Declaration, in order to meet the needs of both our present and future generations, we must always keep in mind and implement the economic, social and environmental dimension of development. As we recover from the COVID-induced recession, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reimagine the future economic prosperity for our people. We as parliamentarians have the responsibility to promote a recovery which is based on fair access to employment, respect of human rights, implementation of renewable energies, and the conservation of nature and biodiversity. All of us have seen a dramatic image of summer, often criminal, wildfire across the Mediterranean and the world. All we know how hardly the COVID-19 crisis is impacting women, children, refugees, and other marginalized groups. We cannot overlook this evidence that talking about development. In this perspective, PAM works side by side with the UN agencies, international financial institutions, the private sector, and the other parliamentary assemblies to pursue an integrated approach to growth, green transition, and sustainable development goals. Dear colleagues, please allow me to conclude with an important note. There can be no sustainable development without peace, security, and political stability. At present, we are faced with multiple crises: Afghanistan, Tunisia, Libya, Sahel, and of course, Middle East. We need to ensure stability and security by extending international support to overcome these threats, redoubling our security efforts and facilitating political dialogue and economic stability. In an interconnected and interdependent world, we cannot afford to see, as indicated by OECD a few days ago, some countries resuming exponential economic growth, while others drop back due to this acute crisis. PAM remains committed to support its member parliaments in their important responsibility to achieve prosperity, security, and sustainability that leave behind. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Migliore. And we move on now to the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Lithuania, Her Excellency Radvile Morkūnaitė-Mikulėnienė. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I'm really very happy being among you, and it's a great opportunity to hear different stories from all over the world as regards our discussing matter. I think that we all agree, and there is no contradiction on these three pillars that we are discussing now and how to combine them, and that is a real challenge to combine them. But I would like to point out one more challenge, which I would call trust, or lack of trust in general in the societies, whichever hot topic we would take. So I think we all experienced in our countries all kind of fake news and conspiracy theories as regards COVID pandemic and measures and vaccination and many more issues related to that. I think that this is a real headache, and maybe we are used that the politicians are not among those who have the biggest trust in the society. But it's obvious that the problem is that people tend not to trust scientists, experts, and other people who know the situation very well. And this is pretty much the same with the climate change matters. But we now feel the real impact in our daily lives. I'm coming from Northern Europe. We never had such hot summers in a row of a year, and we are sure that we will have to adapt to these kind of changes. Nevertheless, we will have to wait for fruits of our decisions made to how to cope with climate change for many years. And, you know, these extremes of weather, earthquakes, fires, this is one thing. The other thing is migration. Now we face economical migration. Now we face migration used by some totalitarian regimes, as, for example, in Belarus, that use migrations as a hybrid weapon. But we will face the migration because of the climate change. So how to cope with that? EU, I'm happy that EU is very ambitious on that matter, and that 37% of the resilience fund as regards to cope with the COVID pandemic is related to green growth. That is very important. The question is of these three pillars, social welfare, economic growth, and environment, which of them has the biggest demand in the society? I think that all of them are really important. And I would like to point out one more thing here, education. Most probably as the main pillar of all of these three issues. If we will have a common start for our young generation, the same positions for starting their lives, I think that we will manage to achieve much better results. So thank you very much, and let's hope we will cope with all the challenges.
Thank you, Madam. And we go now to His Excellency Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Pakistan, Mr. Muhammad Qasim Khan Suri.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम इज़्ज़त माब चेयरपर्सन्स काबिल एहतराम स्पीकर साहिबान व अरकान पार्लिमान ख्वातीन व हज़रात अस्सलाम वालेकुम। मैं आप सब के लिए नेक तमन्नाओं का ख्वाहिशमंद हूँ। सबसे पहले मैं ऑस्ट्रिया के पार्लिमान को मुबारकबाद देना चाहता हूँ, जिसने इस मुश्किल हालात के दौरान इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए बेहतरीन इंतज़ामात किए। कोविड-19 वबा के फैलाव के साथ वाबस्ता हालात के बावजूद ये तकरीब बैनुल-अक़वामी अमूर पर गौर करने और तरक्याती एजेंडे पर अमल दरामद में पार्लिमानी सफारतकारी के बढ़ते हुए किरदार की निशानदेही करती है। ख्वातीन व हज़रात, पायदार तरक्की हर लिहाज से लोगों और ख़ित्ते के मुफादात से मुंसलिक है, लेकिन इसके लिए इंसानी फलाह के मुतासिर किए बगैर मौलियात के लिहाज से पायदार और समाजी एतबार से मुसावी तरक्की के लिए मुश्तरका सिमतबंदी और मज़ीद मरदूब पॉलिसी काविशों की भी ज़रूरत है। तारीख़ी तौर पर माशी तरक्की मौलियात को नुकसान पहुँचा कर हुई है। सनती इनकलाब के बाद माशी तरक्की ने रफ्तार पकड़ी, लेकिन सनतों से जहरीली गैसों का इखराज हुआ, जिसने मौलियात को तबाह किया। समंदर तेज़ाबियत का शिकार हुए और इस आलूदगी ने आबी ज़ख़ायर को नुकसान पहुँचाया। जंगलात काट कर तेज़ी से बढ़ती हुई शहरी आबादी के नतीजे में दर्जा हरारत में इजाफ़ा हुआ, जिससे ग्लेशियर पिघल रहे हैं, सैलाबों में इजाफ़ा हो रहा है, जबकि मुसलसल गर्मी की लहर दुनिया के मुख्तलिफ़ हिस्सों में आग लगने के गैर मामूली वाक़यात का मौजद बनी है। मोअज़्ज़िज़ मेहमानान गिरामी, दुनिया भर से सरसब्ज़ मईशत का फ़रोग़ एक मुश्किल मरहला है, जो कि सिर्फ़ आलमी ताउन के ज़रिए ही हासिल किया जा सकता है। ऐसे तवानाई के वसाइल का इस्तेमाल जो कि माहौल को मुतासिर न करते हों, न सिर्फ इंसान की फलाह बहबूद में बेहतरी ला सकते हैं, बल्कि इक़्तिसादियात में भी बेहतरी लाते हैं। पानी के ज़ख़ायर, काबिल तजदीद तवानाई, जंगलात और दीगर इंसानी माहौलियात दोस्त मनसूबाजात में सरमायाकारी हमारी मईशतों में ज़बरदस्त तरक्की का बायस होंगे। बदकिस्मती से पाकिस्तान माहौलियाती तग़य्युरात के बायस सबसे ज़्यादा मुतासिर होने वाले ममालिक में से एक है, जबकि पाकिस्तान का कार्बन का अखराज दुनिया के कई ममालिक के मुकाबले में बहुत कम है। मोअज़्ज़िज़ मदुमीन, मुझे ये बताते हुए फ़ख्र महसूस हो रहा है कि पाकिस्तान ने वज़ीर-ए-आज़म इमरान ख़ान की क़यादत में बेहतरीन माहौल दोस्त पॉलिसियों के लिए अहदाफ़ मुकर्रर किए हैं, जो कि न सिर्फ पाकिस्तान बल्कि पूरे ख़ित्ते में माहौलियात में बेहतरी लाने में मौसर होंगे। कोविड-19 बहरान के तनाज़ुर में पाकिस्तान ने वबा के शदीद मुआशी असरात से साबित कदमी से निपटने के लिए ग्रीन इकोनॉमिक स्टिमुलस इनिशिएटिव के उन्वान के तहत एक इकदाम का आगाज़ किया है, जिसके नतीजे में तकरीबन 85,000 ग्रीन मुलाजमतें पैदा हो चुकी हैं। हमने आइंदा 10 सालों में 10 मिलियन दरख्त लगाकर नए जंगलात तैयार करने, काबिल तजदीद तवानाई के ज़राए और बरकी गाड़ियाँ मुतारिफ कराने के साथ साथ नए दरामदशुदा कोयला पर मबनी बिजली घरों पर पाबंदी लगाने के लिए पाकिस्तान को सरसब्ज बनाने के लिए पुरजोश प्रोग्राम का आगाज़ किया है। आबादी के नादिर तबकों की बेहतरी के लिए हुकूमत पाकिस्तान ने अपने एहसास कमीशन एमरजेंसी कैश प्रोग्राम के ज़रिए 1.5 करोड़ ख़ानदानों में 203 अरब रुपए तकसीम किए हैं। ख़वातीन व हज़रात, चूँकि कोविड-19 दुनिया की मईशत में गिरावट पैदा कर रहा है, लिहाजा ज़रूरत इस अमर की है कि इंसानियत के मुस्तकबिल के लिए पायदार राहों का अर्ज़ नौ तयन किया जाए। कोविड-19 के आलमी वबा की वजह से दरपेश चैलेंजेस को न सिर्फ बेहतर तामीर नौ के लिए बल्कि सरसब्ज मुस्तकबिल की तामीर के लिए बेहतरीन मौके के तौर पर इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। हमें इस मौके से फ़ायदा उठाकर आलमी मईशत को तरक्की और पायदार माहौलियात पर मबनी मईशत में डालना होगा। लिहाजा ये मुमकिन है कि हम आलमी वबा के बाद के अरसे में SDGs के आइंदा मरहले के हवाले से अपनी हिकमत अमली मज़कूरियत में मुनासिब तब्दीलियाँ लाएँ। आप सबका बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, for those remarks. We go on now to Mr. Azam Al-Ahmad. He's Palestinian National Council Head of Delegation of Palestine.
سيدة الرئيسة، السادة الحضور، إن التنمية المستدامة حاجة ضرورية لأي شعب في كل أنحاء العالم، ومترابطة بين كل البلدان، وفي ظل الأزمات المتلاحقة يزداد تحقيقها صعوبة في ظل التلوث البيئي وتغير المناخ والقيود التي فرضتها جائحة كوفيد-19 خلال السنتين الأخيرتين على النشاط الاقتصادي والاجتماعي والثقافي وصعوبة التنقل. وهذا قاسم مشترك بين شعوب كوكبنا بما فيها الشعب الفلسطيني الذي يعاني إضافة إلى ذلك من الاحتلال الإسرائيلي لأراضي دولة فلسطين العضو المراقب في الأمم المتحدة وفق قرار رقم 1967 لعام 2012. إن التنمية المستدامة تتعارض وتتناقض مع الاحتلال، فكيف إذا كانت السلطة القائمة بالاحتلال تتجاهل القوانين والمواثيق الدولية وقرارات الشرعية الدولية وتقوم بسرقة الثروات الطبيعية وخاصة المياه ومصادرة الأراضي وحرق وتدمير المزارع لصالح التوسع الاستيطاني، إضافة إلى محاولات التغيير الديموغرافي من خلال التطهير العرقي والقيود على الأنشطة الاقتصادية وحجز أموال الشعب الفلسطيني ومصادرة ما يحلو لها أن تصادره. كما أن بعض الدول المساندة للسلطة القائمة بالاحتلال تمنع الدول المانحة من تقديم الدعم المالي للشعب الفلسطيني، فكيف يمكنه بناء اقتصاد وطني مستقل قادر على توفير الحاجات الأساسية لنفسه مثل شعوب العالم رغم ما يمتلكه من الطاقات العلمية والكفاءات التي يشهد لها العالم؟ لذا نتطلع لكم وللمجتمع الدولي كافة لتحمل المسؤولية ومساعدة شعبنا في التحرر والاستقلال وإنهاء الاحتلال والبناء والتنمية التي توفر الحياة الكريمة لأطفالنا وأجيالنا القادمة وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة لنعيش بأمن وسلام جنبا إلى جنب مع شعوب العالم كافة متمنين لاجتماعنا النجاح وتحقيق كل ما نصبو إليه. شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة، شكرا لكم جميعا.
Shukran. Let us go now to our final pre-registered comment, which comes from Her Excellency Bojana Christo, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Bosnia-Herzegovina. The floor is yours, Madam.
Uvaženi predsjednici parlamenta, poštovane kolegice I kolege, dame I gospodo. Pozdravljam vas u ime Zastupničkog doma Parlamentarne skupštine Bosne i Hercegovine i u svoje osobno ime. Kada govorimo o održivom razvoju, govorimo zapravo o ostvarivanju 3 opća cilja koja se međusobno isprepleću, a to su stabilan gospodarski razvoj, pravedna socijalna raspodjela i zaštita okoliša. Ovi ciljevi ne moraju biti nužno nabrojani ovim redoslijedom, niti je jedan više bitniji od drugoga, upravo iz razloga što održivi razvoj zahtijeva ravnotežu između zahtjeva za unapređenjem kakvoće života, za ostvarivanjem socijalne dobrobiti i za očuvanjem sastavnica okoliša kao prirodnog dobra o kojem ovise i sadašnje i buduće generacije. Održivi razvoj s aspekta pojedine zemlje mora se staviti u kontekst geopolitičkog okruženja i postojećeg stanja, što uključuje procjenu svih raspoloživih resursa. Gospodarstvo i napredak društva danas u svijetu oslanjaju na znanje i upotrebu informacijsko-komunikacijske tehnologije, a gospodarstvo je također kontinuirano pod snažnim uticajem zbivanja na svjetskom tržištu koja stvaraju promjene bitnih ekonomskih odnosa. U posljednje vrijeme, nažalost, svjedoci smo sve češćih ekstremnih vremenskih uvjeta, poput šumskih požara, toplotnih valova i poplava ne samo u Europi, nego i diljem svijeta. Te aktuelne promjene koje utječu na klimu našeg planeta i preobražavaju svijet, uzrokuju nepovratne posljedice na ekosustav područja koje je pogođeno tim ekstremima, a koje su rezultat debalansa u ostvarivanju ekonomskog rasta i pribavljanju profita na uštrb zaštite okoliša i dobrobiti ljudi. Upravo takav gospodarski napredak koji se gradi na štetu zaštite okoliša i dobrobiti ljudi ima negativne posljedice i po sam gospodarski napredak, jer uslijed, na primjer, potresa ili požara gospodarski rast države koja je pogođena je bitno usporen. Stoga, održivi razvoj može biti samo onaj razvoj koji zadovoljava potrebe današnjice, a pritome ne ugrožava potrebe budućih generacija. S aspekta uloge nas zakonodavaca, to svakako znači intenziviranje aktivnosti na kreiranju odgovarajućih zakonskih propisa kako bi se na taj način doprinijelo održivom razvoju i očuvanju životne sredine kroz uključivanje institucija i tijela državne uprave odgovornih za provođenje strateških, razvojnih, programskih i drugih dokumenata iz njihova djelokruga rada, a koja proizlaze iz tih zakonskih propisa. Također, tijela lokalne uprave i samouprave igraju vitalnu ulogu u ostvarivanju glavnih ciljeva održivog razvoja na lokalnoj razini. Definirajući svoje lokalne ciljeve prema kojima se orijentiraju gospodarski i socijalni projekti, jača se održivost same lokalne zajednice, a što u konačnici pozitivno doprinosi i postizanju održivog razvoja u cjelini. Na kraju želim vam svima zahvaliti što sam imala priliku govoriti na jednom ovakvom skupu i o jednoj izuzetno značajnoj i važnoj temi. Hvala vam još jednom.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all speakers who pre-registered their comments. We will come now to 4 spontaneous comments, and I would like to ask the speakers to keep your remarks to under 90 seconds, because we are very tight on time, and we do want to come back to the 4 movers of motion 1 for some concluding thoughts. So I will ask the 4 speakers now to, as I say, keep your comments to under 90 seconds, and to please introduce yourselves when you speak. And we begin with the honorable speaker from Ecuador. Ecuador? Please go ahead, Ecuador, if you are still with us in the room. Then I will move on to Tunisia. The speaker from Tunisia. Please do introduce yourself, dear speaker, and you have 90 seconds. Tunisia? Okay, I'm moving on now to the next spontaneous comment that we were... Is that Tunisia back there? Go ahead,
Yes.
please, Tunisia.
Why 90 seconds?
because we're basically way over time, and we do need to keep the rest of our session short now in order that people can get to lunch. So if you would, please, 90 seconds. Thank you so much for your understanding.
Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد رئيس الاتحاد البرلمان الدولي، السيد رئيس برلمان النمسا، السيدات والسادة رؤساء البرلمانات المحترمين، السيدات والسادة رؤساء وأعضاء الوفد البرلماني، تحية طيبة. أبلغكم تحيات رئيس مجلس النواب التونسي ونائبته الذي تعذر عليهما حضور اجتماعكم هذا رغم أهميته لأسباب تتعلق بالوضع السياسي والديمقراطي في تونس. تونس كما تعلمون تعيش على وقع انحراف دستوري وقانوني خطير عطل أهم مؤسسة من مؤسساته الديمقراطية الشرعية باعتراف الجميع، وأولهم مؤسستكم العريقة، والدليل على ذلك وجود تونس كعضو فيها. وتم منع وتجميد صلاحيات البرلمان ومنعه من الانعقاد رغم ما ينصه الدستور في إطار الفصل 80 منه. كما تم التضييق على الحريات ومنع النواب من التنقل، وتم وضع العديد منهم تحت الإقامة الجبرية وجردوا من الحصانة. حُكم البعض الآخر أمام محاكم عسكرية. وكل هذه الممارسات وغيرها يعد تعديا على الديمقراطية البرلمانية، وهو ما يفرض على النادي الديمقراطي الدولي التحرك بسرعة لمساعدة تونس على العودة السريعة إلى مسارها الديمقراطي والدستوري. السيدات والسادة، يمر العالم بوضع حساس قابل لمزيد التأزم إذا لم تحدد خطة واضحة لبناء تضامن دولي لمواجهة المشكلات وتذليل الصعوبات. فالآثار العميقة التي خلفتها جائحة كورونا وعلى الأصعدة تجعل من العالم أكثر توجها إلى مزيد من تنسيق الجهود حتى لا نواجه وضعا يصعب التحكم في مآلاته. إن معالجة التحديات الاقتصادية وانعكاساتها الاجتماعية لا يكون مفيدا على كل الأصعدة إلا إذا تلازم مع منظومة القيم الكونية التي نتقاسمها. السيدات والسادة، إن فضاء الديكتاتورية هو التربة الخصبة لإنتاج الإرهاب، فإلغاء قيم المواطنة التي تمسكنا بها ولا زلنا هو ما يشجع أصحاب الأفكار المتطرفة والهدامة على إشاعة ثقافة الموت والتهديم. فمحاربة الإرهاب تقتضي تجفيف ينابيعه من ديكتاتورية واستبداد وفقر وجهل وأمية، وهي مسؤولية مشتركة. فكل من يساهم في دعم الديمقراطية الناشئة وكل من يعارض تقدم الشعوب نحو الحرية والعدالة هو بلا شك يحاصر الإرهاب ويضيق عليه الخناق. السيدات والسادة، إن الرسالة التي نحملها إليكم من تونس هي دعوة هذه المنظمة الدولية العتيدة للوقوف إلى جانب وحدة من أهم التجارب الديمقراطية حتى لا يذبل ياسمين بلدنا كما ذبل قرنفل الثورة الإسبانية ذات خريف. إننا ننتظر منكم موقفا مساند للبرلمان التونسي من خلال التعبير عن موقف مساند للديمقراطية وتشكيل وفد برلماني لزيارة تونس والتعرف على أوضاع المجلس المنتخب ونوابه، وذلك في أقرب الوقت. وتقبلوا تحياتنا وتقديرنا، وشكرا.
Thank you very much for your message. It has been heard and registered. Let us now go to Mali. Mali also expressed the wish to make a spontaneous comment. You have 90 seconds.
Oui. 90 secondes. Merci beaucoup. Madame, je suis un peu arrimé. Madame, je vais prendre simplement l'exemple de la COVID-19. Au jour d'aujourd'hui, les pays africains qui sont dans cette salle peuvent évaluer le nombre de citoyens qui ont été vaccinés dans leur pays. En tout cas, chez moi, au Mali, il n'y a pas plus de 300 000 personnes qui ont été vaccinées dans mon pays. Ça veut dire simplement, Madame la Présidente, pour lutter contre cette pandémie, il est impossible d'y arriver tant qu'il n'y a pas une solidarité internationale. Et cette solidarité internationale n'est pas là. Deuxièmement, le problème du terrorisme international. Notre jeune femme d'Afghanistan, elle a parlé ici. Les Américains sont partis de l'Afghanistan en plein jour, en plein midi, et devant tout le monde, et personne n'a rien dit. On a laissé les Afghans à leur propre sort. Il va y arriver de même dans tous les pays fragiles, comme mon pays, le Mali. Le terrorisme est chez moi. Ils sont là-bas. Ça sera comme en Afghanistan. Ça sera comme en Tunisie. Ça sera comme dans tous les autres pays qui sont faibles. Madame la Présidente, je pense qu'il faut prôner la solidarité entre les pays faibles et les pays riches. Il faudrait qu'il y ait une nouvelle coopération entre nous. Faisons en sorte que les pays industrialisés nous aident. Nous avons des problèmes, sinon nous allons disparaître. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup à vous. And in fact, we will address a number of the points you have just made when we discuss motion number 2 after lunch. So thank you very much for that contribution. We move on now to the Central African Republic, the last of the spontaneous comments. Please, sir, if you'd introduce yourself, and you have 90 seconds.
Merci, Monsieur le Président de l'Union interparlementaire. Mesdames, Messieurs les Présidents des parlements nationaux, c'est avec un pincement au cœur que j'ai suivi la déclaration de notre collègue de l'Afghanistan. Oui, on parle de l'Afghanistan parce que les médias en font leur chou gras, mais je tiens à vous dire que mon pays, la République centrafricaine, n'est pas mieux que l'Afghanistan aujourd'hui. Pourquoi? Il y a quelques années, quelques mois en arrière, mon pays, comme aujourd'hui, souffre des affres de la guerre. Les groupes armés qui écument tout le pays, la République centrafricaine, mettent en mal la vie des paisibles citoyens de nos populations, pour ne pas dire de leurs députés qui sont leurs représentants à l'Assemblée nationale. Ce que j'ai à vous dire, ce que j'ai à solliciter de vous, c'est d'aider le Parlement de la République centrafricaine à lutter véritablement pour le bien-être de la population centrafricaine. C'est pour ça qu'au nom du Parlement de la République centrafricaine, je sollicite solennellement le soutien de tous les partenaires et amis de la République centrafricaine pour la reconstruction des infrastructures détruites, la restauration de l'autorité de l'État, une diplomatie parlementaire efficace pour que ce pays soit véritablement mieux connu, mieux perçu, afin que véritablement ce qu'on appelle la guerre civile dans mon pays ne soit plus de mise. Je tiens aussi à rappeler que le Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies, à travers la résolution 2588-2021, a voté le 27 juillet 2021, l'embargo sur les armes en direction des forces de défense et de sécurité de mon pays. Alors que les groupes armés ont ce privilège-là de se doter allègrement en armes de guerre sophistiquées, empêchant ici les députés, empêchant ainsi la population à vaquer à ses occupations les plus régaliennes. Les paysans ne peuvent pas cultiver, les éleveurs ne peuvent pas élever leur cheptel, tout ça, les enfants ne peuvent pas aller à l'école, tout ça met véritablement en mal la vie en République centrafricaine. C'est pour ça que je vous invite très amicalement à porter un regard attentif sur la République centrafricaine pour que désormais les groupes armés n'aient plus droit de citer dans mon pays. Je vous remercie. Vous m'avez donné 1 minute et 30 secondes.
Excellency,
je pense que je les ai respectés. Merci infiniment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That brings to an end both our spontaneous and pre-registered questions in the general debate. We have gone a bit over time, but it's absolutely crucial that we hear again from the four movers, because we've got a number of baskets open in terms of motion 1. So I'd like to ask everybody to stay with us for just about 10 minutes more, and we still have a very adequate lunch break after that so that we can get your response. And I'll just very briefly briefly summarize what we've heard. We've heard a number of speakers, particularly now in the spontaneous comments, reminding us that peace and stability are absolutely crucial preconditions for sustainable development that addresses all three of the aspects raised in motion number 1, and that unsustainable development creates fragile states and is an absolute threat to peace and stability. So thank you very much for raising those points. We will return to some of the considerations around multilateralism, peace, and stability in motion 2 after lunch. Then we've also heard quite a bit of agreement on the need for balance between the three different aspects mentioned in motion number 1, for balance between human well-being, environmental preservation, and economic growth, with many of you emphasizing the fact that we can't sacrifice economic growth, particularly as we come out of the economic crisis caused by the pandemic, but also a very broad recognition that we need to decouple economic growth going forward from CO2, particularly in terms of industries and transport systems. Many speakers have acknowledged the complexity of trying to achieve that task of triangulating these three different aims, and also implicitly acknowledge that there can be trade-offs there. And we've heard a number of you talking about what it is that parliamentarians might be able to do to help find more effective ways of achieving balance, of triangulating human well-being, environmental preservation, and economic growth. Calls for a new narrative on growth, calls for rethinking growth strategies, for reviewing economic indicators, for possibly expanding and recalibrating the Human Development Index as an alternative indicator, what you might call an indicator of overall resilience. So I've also just noted that we have heard some speakers refer as well for the need to involve not only parliaments, but also local authorities and the public in order to regain public trust. So on the basis of that very brief summary, I'd like to go to the four movers and ask you to tell us what to you was most notable and what you want to see happen going forward, that what parliamentarians can do in order to move forward on this crucial question of how we triangulate those goals. I'll start with you, Speaker Aguiman.
Primeramente, brevemente, creo que hubieron muchísimos aportes desde todas las intervenciones y una de las palabras que más escuchamos fue la de equilibrio. Y me parece que el rol de nuestros parlamentos precisamente tiene que estar en ese sentido. ¿Por qué? Porque somos nosotros los parlamentarios los que debemos cuidar precisamente en el momento que se nos plantean los presupuestos, que exista ese efectivo equilibrio. Nosotros somos quienes precisamente a través de las normas podemos llevar adelante también algunos aspectos que precisan de ese equilibrio. Por lo tanto, el rol de los parlamentos es esencial precisamente porque somos quienes debemos estar pendientes del equilibrio que implique el cuidado del ambiente, pero por supuesto preservar ese desarrollo sostenido que implica una mejora de la calidad de vida y el terminar de las inequidades que existen en nuestras respectivas sociedades.
Muchas gracias. And Speaker Sigfusson speak as well to what we've heard, but I'm particularly interested in your thoughts on what some speakers have suggested in the way of revising economic indicators, because that, of course, was part of your own remarks.
Well, thank you. For time's sake, I will make it very brief. Obviously, peace and stability is a fundamental factor in developing in almost every respect. But let's then keep in mind that inequality, natural catastrophes can be a destabilizing factor. So this cannot be separated despite that. Now, I want to second what our honourable colleague from Ireland very correctly pointed out, that the traditional economic measures, the gross domestic production measures, are not designed and don't have the capacity to measure anything else than they measure. That's to say, the size of the economy, whether it's growing or contracting. Now, that, of course, does not mean that growth is not needed, and I think we all understand the desire and need for growth, let's say in the developing countries and the less well-off countries. But again, we cannot separate that from the question, what kind of growth? Is it sustainable? Is it green? Is it fairly distributed among everyone in society? And that leads me to what I mentioned in my introductory remarks, the attempt to try to identify and define parameters that we can use side by side with the traditional measures. And this is what the governments of Iceland, New Zealand and Scotland have been collaborating on. And in our case, we have identified around 40 parameters, measures. They are environmentally based, they are socially based, they are educationally based, they are health based, and so on, that we can call well-being parameters. And this is, I think, is an interesting attempt to reach the balance many have mentioned. And I'm certain that the governments of these countries are happy to share their work and their experience internationally. So that's, in my mind, how we need to move forward. The traditional old-style raw measurements of economic growth are no good anymore. They will not, as such, deliver stability, sustainability. We need to look at the overall broad picture and try to combine all things that need to be included if we are to reach a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker Sigfusson. And we will now go on to Speaker Maharani for your thoughts.
Pandangan tentang perlunya keseimbangan sektor ekonomi, sosial, dan lingkungan hidup sebenarnya sudah terrefleksi dalam tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan atau SDGs. Bagi negara maju, karena telah mencapai kesejahteraan masyarakat yang tinggi, tentu dapat berpaling mengalihkan perhatian kepada upaya perlindungan lingkungan hidup. Namun bagi negara berkembang, tetap diharapkan untuk melakukan pembangunan berimbang antara bidang ekonomi, sosial, dan lingkungan hidup. Dengan bantuan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, kita dapat melakukan ketiganya secara bersamaan. Negara berkembang memerlukan pertumbuhan ekonomi berkualitas karena masih harus mengentaskan kemiskinan, mengatasi ketimpangan ekonomi, dan memperbaiki akses pendidikan dan kesehatan. Ekonomi hijau dan inklusif menawarkan alternatif untuk mencapai kesejahteraan rakyat dan pada saat bersamaan melindungi lingkungan hidup dan mengatasi perubahan iklim. Dalam forum Ketua Parlemen Dunia ini, saya berharap kita dapat mengoptimalkan networking yang telah terbangun ini untuk terus mengupayakan pertumbuhan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan dan tidak meninggalkan seorang pun atau leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Speaker Bundu, your thoughts.
I think one thing that has emerged from the discussion is the interlocking of the three ingredients: economic growth, human well-being, and the environment, and how to balance those three. I think I agree that Parliament certainly has a critical role to play. But over and above that, I think the thrust and the overarching thrust should be on education, on human capital development, paying more and greater attention on education and health, especially of the young people. And certainly our government in Sierra Leone has approached this very delicate question by paying greater attention on the development of human capital. And we're beginning to see the results. And if there is one country that I would want to single out, which stands out above most of the developing countries, is Singapore, where human capital has brought about the transformation of a third world country to a first world country. I think there are useful lessons to be learned from that experiment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you to all the speakers who have contributed to this very far-ranging and interesting and hopefully productive debate. We will now take first of all, I close the debate on motion 1. And we will now take a break for lunch. We have about an hour and 35 minutes, and please do return punctually to this hall for our next debate on motion 2, which, as I said, addresses the question of how we get multilateralism that delivers on the global response to COVID-19, but also far beyond that to address many of the issues that all of you have raised here this morning. So thank you very much for the discussion so far. I wish everyone guten appetit, bon appetit, and see you in about an hour and 35 minutes from now. Thank you so much. Well, thank you. It was my pleasure. And thanks for your suggestion about the indicators. That was a very productive, concrete. Yeah. Thanks for the concerns that you raised. And let me just say again a warm welcome to our online audience. If you are joining us by online stream, we're very, very glad to have you with us.
Yeah, take me while I'm looking down. It's on.
Welcome back, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everybody had a refreshing break, and we will now move on, resume the general debate, and move on to motion 2, which addresses some of the perceived inequities that have come to light over the past 20 months and that have also been discussed this morning, both in the inaugural opening session and also in our debate on motion 1. And without further ado, I will read off motion 2, and we will then, as we did on motion 1, first hear from the 4 movers, from 2 speakers who will outline the arguments for the motion, and then from 2 speakers who will present different juxtaposing perspectives. And because this is the dreaded slot after lunch, I'm going to ask everybody not only to stick to the allotted speaking time of 3 minutes, but if you can, to really get right to the heart of your remarks. Because as wonderful as it is to hear your warm greetings to all of us, it does cut into your speaking time. And the motion we're about to address is a motion of enormous importance, I think, to all of us, and therefore it would be great if we can really get right to the heart of the matter. And as always, I do encourage you to depart from your prepared remarks and try to address what you're hearing from your colleagues so that we have some truly interactive exchange. Motion 2 asserts, the global response to the COVID-19 pandemic challenges multilateralism's ability to deliver for the people. And just a word of background on this motion. While the global community of governments and international organizations has, of course, come together around COVID-19 with strong expressions of solidarity, for example, as well as with some concrete initiatives to address the dual health and economic emergencies, many people feel that leading actors and institutions, be it the WHO or the WTO, be it the vaccine sharing platform COVAX or the IMF, that these actors and institutions have fallen short. Do these instances exemplify failure on the part of the multilateral system as a whole, or is that simply a matter of optics? Is the multilateral system, as it's currently constituted, fully equipped to respond to future pandemics? Those are a couple of the guiding questions under the roof of this motion. And it is my pleasure now to welcome the 4 movers, and I will introduce them one by one and then call for their remarks. And we begin with His Excellency, Mr. Manzoor Nadir. He is Speaker of the Parliament of Guyana. He's co-chair of the IPU Parliamentary Conference on the WTO, and he's a member of the preparatory committee for this 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. It's a pleasure to hand over the floor to you, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, my esteemed colleagues, Madam Chair, it's very hard not to compliment our hosts for the excellent preparations they have made for us and for making us feel so welcome here in Austria. Madam Chair, distinguished members of this 5th World Conference for Leaders, I assert that multilateralism has not failed us, but we have failed multilateralism. And the reason why I say this is the immediate response to the COVID pandemic was for borders to be closed, for people to become insular, and for all of us to look after ourselves. to become selfish, to think it's everybody else's problems because I can take care of myself. But the overwhelming population, over 6.6 billion people around the world, could not respond like this. And to their rescue was multilateralism. And I want to use some examples from my own region. In spite of the fact that we had placed orders for vaccines very early on, we did not get what we had ordered. And what came to our rescue was multilateralism. That the African Union could give to the Caribbean, CARICOM, the region I'm from, over 1.5 million doses of vaccines. That is multilateralism, with multilateralism serving people and responding positively to this pandemic which we have. And we have seen it working. What we have testimony here today with so many countries present is to strengthen multilateralism. And I'm confident that with more multilateral engagements, we are going to see an even better response to the pandemic. And so I strongly support this moot that multilateralism has not failed us, but we have failed multilateralism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Speaker Nadir. And we go now to Speaker Matvienko, Her Excellency Madame Valentina Matvienko, Provisional President of the Senate of the Russian Federation. You have the floor. 3 minutes, if you would, please.
Уважаемая госпожа модератор, коллеги, участники конференции, я хочу поддержать моего коллегу и также поблагодарить Межпарламентский союз, наших австрийских коллег за большую работу по подготовке конференции и, самое главное, за возможность очного общения, без которого, по моему убеждению, невозможно плодотворное парламентское сотрудничество. Развитие событий в мире показывает, что международные отношения сегодня остро нуждаются в открытом доверительном диалоге. Пандемия коронавирусной инфекции стала крупнейшим вызовом для мирового сообщества за последние десятилетия и обнажила целый ряд болевых точек как во внутренней политике государств, так и в международных делах. Стало еще более очевидным, что мир как никогда взаимосвязан, что невозможно государству в одиночку противостоять пандемии, победить терроризм. Нельзя на одном континенте добиться изменения климата и недопустимо пытаться обеспечить процветание и безопасность одних наций за счет других. Национальный блоковый эгоизм становится одним из главных препятствий для объединения усилий человечества. Так называемые санкции не остановили никаких конфликтов, не изменили внешнюю политику других государств, но жестко прежде всего бьют по населению. А в условиях пандемии лишают целые страны равного доступа к жизненно важным медикаментам, вакцинам, медтехнике. Выступая на саммите G20, президент России Владимир Владимирович Путин предложил на период пандемии создать так называемые «зеленые коридоры», свободные от торговых войн и санкций, для взаимопоставок медикаментов, продовольствия, оборудования и технологий. Россия первая в мире разработала вакцину от COVID-19, сегодня их уже 5, они все проверенные, надежные, безопасные. Мы предложили всем заинтересованным государствам не только поставку вакцин, но и передачу технологий для их производства в этих странах. Сегодня российская вакцина «Спутник Ви» одобрена 70 государствами с охватом населения 4 миллиарда человек, это более 50% населения Земли. При этом мы столкнулись с жестким сопротивлением и недопустимой политизацией даже такого, казалось бы, гуманитарного акта. Для западных фармкомпаний это бизнес, для нас это возможность спасти жизни людей. К чему приводят попытки силой навязать другим народам политические модели извне, без учета национальных традиций, культуры, истории, мы все наблюдаем сегодня в Афганистане, они оборачиваются настоящими трагедиями. Все это, безусловно, результат произвольного, безответственного обращения с нормами международного права, ведущего к подмене содержания принципа мультилатерализма. Мы считаем, что попытки навязать мировому сообществу концепцию нового миропорядка, основанного на кому-то выгодных правилах, не имеет ничего общего с подлинной многосторонностью. Я убеждена, что в основе истинного многостороннего сотрудничества должны лежать взаимоуважение и принятие разнообразия мира, взаимодействие на основе единых принципов, закрепленных в Уставе ООН. Напомню, что их коллективная разработка стала следствием тяжелейших испытаний, которые пережило человечество в XX веке, и действия, направленные на подрыв авторитета ООН, на ослабление доверия к выстраданным двумя мировыми войнами и устоявшимся нормам, создают риски повторения трагедий прошлого. Переломить этот тренд призвана инициатива Москвы о проведении саммита «Пятерки» постоянных членов Совета Безопасности ООН для обзора горизонта мирового развития и глобальной политики. One minute, please.
No, I'm very sorry. If we can't relax the time restrictions individually, actually you've been given about 40 extra seconds already, so we will have to leave it there. But thank you very much, and you'll of course come back in a moment with a response to what we're hearing. So many thanks to you, Madame Matvienko. Okay. We move on now for a juxtaposing view to His Excellency. Thank you very much. Excellency Anca Dragu, President of the Parliament of Romania. And you may speak from your seat, sir. You're welcome to speak here from the podium. Thank you very much. Please.
Did you already Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, ich habe mich für dieses Pendel entschieden, weil das Europaparlament das einzige direkt gewählte multilaterale Parlament der Welt mit Gesetzgebungsfunktion ist. Weil die Pandemie, der Klimawandel, der internationale Terrorismus, die Ursachen und Konsequenzen aller Krisen, auch die Schwächen wie die Stärken der internationalen Organisationen wie des Multilateralismus beinhart aufzeigen. Weil es ein Gebot der Stunde ist, Rücksicht zu nehmen aufeinander und zusammenzuarbeiten, um die gemeinsamen globalen Ziele erreichen zu können. Und weil wir gemeinsam Verantwortung übernehmen müssen für eine gerechtere, fairere, klimaneutrale, gesündere, entwickeltere Welt. Das ist unser Auftrag als Bürgerkammern der Welt. Wir vertreten die Bürger und wir tragen Verantwortung für unsere gemeinsame Zukunft. Und in dem Sinne müssen wir uns auch bewusst machen, die Schwächen unserer Nachbarn sind auch unsere Schwäche. Die Stärke unserer Nachbarn ist auch unsere Stärke. Wir sitzen alle im gleichen Boot. Wir werden voneinander immer abhängiger. Wir brauchen einander immer mehr. Wir müssen die internationalen Institutionen und den Multilateralismus parlamentarisieren. Wir müssen einer Welt der Regierungen ergänzend eine Welt der Bürgerinnen und Bürger und der Parlamente ergänzend dazugeben. Das ist eine Zukunftsherausforderung. Als Europäisches Parlament sage ich deutlich, wir sind der Auffassung, dass eine geopolitische Europäische Union dem Wiederaufbau dieser Ordnung dienen muss, dass die Weltordnung für den globalen Frieden, die Rechtsstaatlichkeit und die Demokratie, die Achtung der Grund- und Freiheitsrechte, von entscheidender Bedeutung ist. Wir sind der Ansicht, dass die Europäische Union, insbesondere wenn diese Spannungen multilaterale Maßnahmen behindern, eingreifen und handlungsfähig sein muss. Es stellt die multilaterale Zusammenarbeit ist gefordert, insbesondere im Bereich der globalen Gesundheitspolitik, als auch der Notwendigkeit einer Reform der internationalen Institutionen und eines Krisenmechanismus der Zusammenarbeit, der über den militärischen Bereich hinausgeht. Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much, Speaker Dragou. And we will go shortly to pre-registered comments from the floor, and if you have a spontaneous comment that you would also like to add, please indicate that to us and we will take your comment then later on after the pre-registered comments. But first, we have a fourth mover from whom we want to hear His Excellency, the Speaker of the Parliament of Zimbabwe and member of the Preparation Committee of the 5th WCSP, Mr. Jacob Francis Mudenda. Please, sir, you have the floor. And you can speak from the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think it goes without saying that the pandemic has been a strong vector of multilateralism. We have seen this from the African perspective, where the AU has come together under the chairmanship of President Ramaphosa to mobilize funds for the vaccine through some conversation between the African Union and international financial organizations. And in that way, multilateralism has been seen to be at play practically. We have seen also the efforts by the World Health Organization working together with the World Bank and other financial institutions to mobilize funds for research and distribution of vaccines, particularly to less developed countries. However, one thing that we need to draw our attention to is that there has been an element of vaccine nationalism, where those who have found the formula to manufacture the necessary vaccines have tended to do so from a nationalistic point of view, thereby destroying the spirit of multilateralism. At the same time, we see an emergence also of vaccine imperialism, where some vaccines sometimes are donated to less developed countries, hoping that in turn, those countries will benefit economically. Another issue that needs to be addressed in the context of multilateralism is the question of intellectual property laws, which our parliaments need to address. African parliaments need to come up with legislation that speak to intellectual property law so that our scientists from Africa can produce, manufacture vaccines that are required in Africa under copyright. At the moment, this is not possible. As a result, Africa is worried that you have only 2% of the vaccine circulation in Africa. If Africa is not properly vaccinated, then the rest of the world will not be protected from the attack of the pandemic. So we need to strengthen multilateralism accordingly in order to achieve global balance in our search for solutions to the crisis facing us. Thank you.
Speaker Mudenda, thank you very much for that. As it was in the case of our discussion on motion 1 this morning, clearly this is not about yes or no, black or white. Everybody on this stage is telling us, yes, multilateralism has a crucial role to play in connection with the COVID-19 crisis. But what I am hearing is some differences of opinion about whether the glass is half empty or half full, and also on what particular areas are most important if we want to make multilateralism more effective. So let me ask the four movers to give us the briefest possible response to what you're hearing from each other. And I'd like to try to get this a little bit more focused on what concretely, in your opinion, should be the priority for reform or change going forward. Some of you have mentioned trade, intellectual property. That, of course, would be an area where the WTO would be of importance. Others of you have mentioned vaccine access, health system support. That, of course, would be the WHO. So address whatever area you'd like, but if you can give us your sense, dear movers, of what are the particular areas where we could most effectively work on improving multilateralism, and most crucially, that would, I think, be very helpful for the ongoing discussion. And I'll start with you, Speaker Nadir, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, the response has to be a multilateral one at the onset. Initially, we have to come together so that we can find a solution that will be available for all humanity and not just American or Guyanese or Austrians.
How about naming one institution or one particular area where you think this is an area we could really work on improving?
The World Health Organization.
WHO.
They're too biased, in my view.
Can you say why?
I chose to be vaccinated with the Chinese vaccine, and I had to get the second one in order to travel to Europe. And it's the delay in the system from institutions that are influenced by unilateralism rather than multilateralism. And I cite the WTO as one.
Thank you. Very interesting. Let me now ask Madam Matvienko to weigh in, please.
Я полагаю, что сегодня все государства, наша планета сталкивается с новыми и новыми вызовами. И кто знает, что будет через год, какой новый вирус, какие новые болезни. И победить их только точно можно, наладив тесное сотрудничество. Ни одна страна не может изолироваться и локализовать у себя ту или иную инфекцию. Для этого, я полагаю, прежде всего нужно объединиться в выделении финансирования на научные разработки, чтобы не каждая страна отдельно, это не исключается, естественно. Но под эгидой ВОЗ у нас нет другой международной структуры, которая бы регулировала правила в сфере здравоохранения. Объединить финансовые ресурсы, собрать лучшие умы и создать хорошую научную базу для профилактики, для лечения, для разработки вакцин. Это обязательно. Второе, мне кажется, это то, на чем надо сосредоточиться. Второе, посмотрите, население каждой страны вакцинируется разными вакцинами, и это нормально. И вдруг, скажем, в Европе, в Евросоюзе вводятся сертификаты, и въезжать в Европу могут только те, кто привились вакцинами, признаны в Евросоюзе. Это абсолютно неправильный подход. Это нарушение прав человека в сфере ограничения свободы его передвижения. Это такая сегрегация людей и разделение людей на правильных, неправильных. Может быть, мы будем какие-то знаки вешать. Это нужно преодолеть, этот национальный эгоизм, и взаимно признать все вакцины, которые работают в мире, и не ограничивать движение людей по всему миру.
Thank you. Very interesting indeed. So, work on the diplomacy of vaccine recognition, so to speak. And very interesting also your point on research support for pandemic recognition and research and preparedness. You probably know the WHO is now setting up a new hub just for that purpose based in Berlin. So they'll be looking forward, I'm sure, to support from the Russian Federation. Let me now move to Mr. Dragu, Speaker Dragu, if I may, for your thoughts on what particular area you think most crucially should be reformed.
Ich möchte als ersten Punkt eindeutig nennen, dass alle internationalen Organisationen von ihren Mitgliedern die Möglichkeit erhalten müssen, dass sie das tun können, wofür sie gegründet wurden. Der zweite Punkt, dass alle Mitglieder der internationalen Organisationen die Beschlüsse der internationalen Organisationen auch tatsächlich implementieren und umsetzen. Ich denke daran, dass wir eine Genfer Flüchtlingskonvention haben, aber die Genfer Flüchtlingskonvention, die die Rechte und die Pflichten der Flüchtlinge regelt, nur in einem kleinen Teil der Mitgliedstaaten der Vereinten Nationen umgesetzt werden. Das schafft Ungleichheiten, das schafft Rechtsunsicherheit, das diskriminiert. Und ich sage drittens, wir haben eine universale Menschen-, Bürger-, Freiheits- und Grundrechte. Diese universalen Grundrechte sind die Grundlage der Charta der Vereinten Nationen. In der Charta der Vereinten Nationen, der haben sich alle hier anwesenden Staaten verpflichtet, aber sie werden nicht in allen Mitgliedstaaten auch umgesetzt. Das sind die Voraussetzungen dafür, dass wir eine gemeinsame Basis für die Zusammenarbeit haben. Der zweite Bereich ist wichtig, dass wir einen Krisen- und Solidaritätsmechanismus entwickeln, den wir in der Pandemie, beim Klimawandel, beim Terrorismus nicht haben. Wir haben Beschlüsse, aber wir haben keinen Krisenmechanismus. Und hier muss es zu einem System kommen, was muss jeder bei sich zu Hause machen, um die Solidarität der anderen in der Krise wie in der Pandemie auch tatsächlich ausüben zu können. Letzter Satz. Wir haben in Europa gesehen, die derzeitige Kompetenzlage entspricht den globalen Herausforderungen nicht. Gesundheit, Klima, Bildung sind Fragen, wo wir uns gemeinsame Ziele setzen müssen, um miteinander solidarisch handeln zu können.
Thank you very much. And finally, Mr. Mudenda.
Oh, it's me? Okay. Thank you, moderator. I think the first thing is that we need to accept the criticality of multilateralism, and that multilateralism is non-negotiable because we are one humanity that must stand together to fight together even beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. And it is important that we, as different nations, support each other in the research against this pandemic. More so because of the mutation of the virus. I think we now are at number 5 mutation, and this poses a serious threat in terms of managing the impact of the pandemic. And as such, it is important that sufficient funds be marshaled in order to enhance our research capabilities as the globe, so that we are able to harness even the new viruses that emerge after the first ones. The other issue that is important is that we need to encourage each other in the spirit of multilateralism through ensuring that we have stout national budgets which will arise from domestic resource mobilization, so that in the end we don't create the dependence syndrome, particularly from less developed countries, that we rely on aid from other developed countries. It is important that as we share in the spirit of multilateralism, there must be also an element of independence and not rely solely on donations from other nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of our movers for those initial remarks and also those responses. And we will now open the floor for debate. As I said a moment ago, we do have pre-registered comments. We're also looking forward to taking a few spontaneous comments, time permitting. So I will now call individually on those speakers who pre-registered their wish to make remarks. Once again, the allotted time slot is 3 minutes. Please do stay within that. Please also speak from your current position from the floor. And we start with the honorable speaker from Azerbaijan, Her Excellency Ms. Shiba Gafarova, Chairwoman of the National Assembly. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen. The subject we are discussing today is very important, and no doubt there is a great need and expansion of efforts by the international community in the fight against COVID-19. We are gravely concerned that the further impact of the crisis will reverse hard-won development achievements in many countries and impede progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Azerbaijan is the chair of the non-aligned movement with a view to contributing to the global efforts in addressing the impact of the pandemic, organized the online summit of the non-aligned movement contact group in response to COVID-19 in May 2020. During the summit, Mr. Ilham Aliyev, President of Azerbaijan, on behalf of the non-aligned movement, suggested convening the special meeting of the United Nations General Assembly in response to COVID-19 pandemic at the level of the heads of states and governments. The initiative was supported by more than 150 UN member states, and that session took place in December 2020 in New York. Our country has publicly criticized the fact that some countries stock up far more vaccines than their actual needs. With a view to addressing this problem, Azerbaijan, on behalf of the non-aligned movement, initiated a resolution in the United Nations Human Rights Council on having equitable universal access to vaccines for all countries, which was unanimously approved this March. Moreover, we use every occasion to urge development countries, including international donor organizations, to provide assistance to the countries which need it in tackling the pandemic. I'd like to mention that Azerbaijan has provided humanitarian and financial assistance to more than 30 countries. It's well known that COVID impacted global supply chain in unprecedented ways. Promoting connectivity through transport and trade facilitation, including by using digital technologies, development of multimodal transport corridors will strengthen the resilience of global supply chain and will help states in their post-COVID recovery efforts. Azerbaijan's trans-regional transportation project will contribute to this goal. I wish to point out that Azerbaijan has put forward a number of proposals on actions regarding the pandemic recovery. One of them is the initiative to hold a high-level meeting of the non-aligned movement member states to formulate its position concerning the recovery phase. Azerbaijan also considers it reasonable for the non-aligned movement to advocate for establishing a United Nations high-level panel on global recovery, which could produce recommendations on global measures to have the world recover better and faster from the pandemic. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for those contributions. We now go on to the Speaker of the National Assembly of Korea, Mr. Byung-Yang Seug Park. The floor is yours. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, moderator, and dear colleagues. We face an unprecedented challenge caused by COVID-19. Even in this difficult time, Korea is trying to contain the virus without a single nationwide lockdown, upholding the values of openness and transparency. However, there is something to be desired about the response of the global community. Countries have closed borders. The multilateral system has not been able to function effectively, combined with issues of narrow international interest and protectionism. We must learn from this crisis. We must turn this into an opportunity to rebuild the system of multilateral cooperation. This is because the threat posed by COVID-19 and its variants continues to remind us that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Today, I'd like to share with you 2 points that I think are the most important is our response to the crisis in multilateralism. First, countries, large and small, developed and developing, should understand that we are interdependent and should work together based on universally acceptable norms of international law and principles of multilateralism. The UN Conference on Trade and Development, the UNCTAD, has reclassified Korea from a developing to a developed economy. Korea built on its experience as a bridge connecting developed and developing countries to promote inclusive multilateral cooperation. Second, we must step up efforts to strengthen solidarity and cooperation for the development of vaccines and treatments for COVID-19 under the principle of multilateralism. The virus does not discriminate, but its social and economic fallout hits vulnerable groups the hardest. Therefore, we must bring together our infection control experiences, knowledge, and resources to address the shortage of vaccines and treatments. In responding to humanity's health crisis, Korea will increase research and investment in vaccine development to become a global vaccine hub and utilize our drug manufacturing capacity to expand the global vaccine supply. Fellow speakers, Korea rose from the ruins of war more than 70 years ago and managed to achieve both industrialization and democratization. Our history is a testament to the significance of cooperation and support of the international community and the expansion of multilateral trade. Going forward, Korea will continue to play a bridging role in promoting the values of solidarity and cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that contribution. And we go now to the Speaker of the National Parliament of Timor-Leste, Mr. Ancieto Guterres Lopez. Please, the floor is yours.
Obrigado, Senhora Presidente da Mesa. Excelências, senhoras e senhores. Nas últimas décadas, o mundo passou por grandes transformações política e economicamente, embora muitos desafios globais permaneçam e tenham crescido em complexidade. em particular a degradação do meio ambiente, as mudanças climáticas cada vez maior e o impacto inevitável da pandemia da Covid-19 sobre os ODS. Tal como em outros países, os confinamentos por causa da pandemia afetam enormemente o nosso setor social e econômico, causando uma contração de 7,8% em 2020 e apenas um pequeno aumento previsto de 1,8% para 2021. O custo mais alto dos produtos alimentares causou um aumento da inflação. Prevê-se que aumente de 0,5% em 2021 para 2,0% em 2022. Para enfrentar os desafios, Timor-Leste montou uma resposta robusta, implementou vários pacotes de estímulo econômico para reforçar as medidas de saúde pública e proteger as famílias vulneráveis e o setor empresarial através de subsídios e incentivos. Excelências, em abril deste ano, Timor-Leste foi atingido pelo ciclone Harold, que destruiu infraestruturas essenciais, causou perdas de vidas e inundou regiões agrícolas, causando danos de aproximadamente 200 milhões de dólares. Essas flutuações climáticas irregulares têm tido impacto negativo sobre o desenvolvimento sustentável e causando estragos como falta de água potável, escassez de alimentos, serviços de saúde sujeitos a demasiado esforço e acesso limitado à educação. A destruição chocou o país e deixou devastados os nossos cidadãos que já estavam a sofrer com a pandemia da Covid-19. Com o desastre, aprendemos que, enquanto um pequeno Estado insular em vias de desenvolvimento e, simultaneamente, um país pós-conflito e um país menos desenvolvido, a menos que os Estados possam contar com a assistência adequada, continuamos a ser os mais vulneráveis aos perigos naturais e desastres. Para concluir, gostaria de reafirmar a defesa de longa data de Timor-Leste da necessidade de criar resiliência a estas adversidades climáticas e de continuar a lutar pelo desenvolvimento sustentável como uma via para promover e proteger os direitos de todos. A este respeito, Timor-Leste apela à ação coletiva, à cooperação e aos esforços conjuntos, o que requer vontade política renovada e solidariedade para que possamos ser eficazes e possamos garantir que todos os nossos cidadãos, incluindo mulheres, crianças e idosos, possam beneficiar da promessa da Agenda 2030 e viver uma vida com dignidade e paz para o bem-estar da humanidade. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. And we go on now to the chairman of the state of Great Hural in Mongolia, Mr. Gombajov Zandanshatar. Please, the floor is yours, 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to congratulate IPU and the Austrian National Council for the organization of this event, overcoming every challenges of every complexity of the COVID-19 and promoting peace, democracy, and sustainable development around the world. In early 2020, when the novel coronavirus spread all around the world, no country was ready to this unprecedented challenge of the global outbreak. In spite of the government's individual and joint efforts to protect their people and the country, COVID-19 evolved into the pandemic. It was not easy for countries of the world to be united against the pandemic. It took time. In the beginning, COVID-19 fueled trends of protectionism and nationalism in certain places, as they were shocked by the failure of a public health system and dramatic loss of human life, economic loss, and strict lockdowns. Eventually, realization of relentless and deepening danger of COVID-19, all countries went in quest of collective approaches and multilateral cooperation to address these shared challenges and that cross every boundary. We consider that the establishment of COVAX, the vaccine's pillar of the access to COVID-19 tools, accelerator is a definite example of successful global collaboration or multilateralism. It accelerated the entire process of the development, production, and equitable access to COVID-19 tests, treatments, and vaccines. As of 19th August, COVAX has so far shipped over 209 million COVID-19 vaccines to 138 participants. So the multilateral approach, I think a coalition of epidemic and preparedness innovation, Gavi, Vaccine Alliance, WHO, UNICEF, especially UNICEF and WHO, have been technically, financially, and logistically supporting government of Mongolia to conduct mass COVID-19 immunization campaign. We are mindful that there were a number of obstacles to the COVAX mechanism, including funding, production side, supply chain, community-level confidence in vaccines, and so on. However, the COVAX facility has proven itself as the global initiative that is working with governments and manufacturers to ensure COVID-19 vaccines are available for the people, for countries, both higher income and lower income. So it's, I think, a case of the multilateralism. With the lingering difficulties caused by COVID-19, now we are convinced that these complex challenges cannot be tackled neatly in isolation. It comprehends the greater necessity to work together towards comprehensive solutions through multilateral channels or multilaterally. Shaping a post-COVID-19 new normal and achieving the SDGs require the closer partnership of governments, private sector,
Chairman,
civil society, and citizens.
I do need to cut you off.
In order to build a better planet for future generations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for sharing those words on COVAX. And as we go on with the general debate, let me also encourage other speakers to please pick up on specific examples, things that you think are working well in terms of the multilateral response, also things you think are working less well and what can be done about that, just as we did here in the response round with the four movers. It would be great if we can generate some concrete suggestions in that respect. I will now go on to our next pre-registered comment, which comes from the President of the House of Councillors of Japan, Madam Akiko Santo. Please, the floor is yours.
発言の機会をいただきありがとうございます。参議院議長の山東昭子でございます。パンデミックに見舞われて以来、初めて IPU が対面で主催する世界議長会議に出席し、皆様の前で発言できることを光栄に思います。パンデミックはさまざまな場面で人と人、国と国との分断を深め、経済格差を広げようとしています。今ほど多国間主義を通じて人と人、そして国と国との結束を強化することの重要性を強調すべきときはありません。例えば、パンデミック対策の大きな柱の一つであるワクチン接種へのアクセスについて、置かれた状況や経済力によって左右されるべきではないとの理念のもと、昨年、COVAXファシリティが立ち上げられ、120を超える国、地域に計7600万回分以上のワクチンが届けられています。これはまさに国際社会が団結して取り組んだ成果です。日本はパンデミック前からユニバーサルヘルスカバレッジの達成を目指し、国際機関と連携しつつ、主に開発途上国を対象とした支援を実施してまいりました。COVAX へも合計10億ドルの拠出を決定し、多国間主義に基づく取り組みを推進しています。 また、次世代を担う子どもたちの教育は、国づくりと成長の礎です。残念ながら、パンデミックは子どもの教育に深刻な影響を及ぼしました。とりわけ、経済的に困窮する家庭の子どもへの打撃は計り知れません。彼らにオンラインで授業をするので iPad を買っておいでと呼びかけることがいかに空虚なものかは自明なことです。パンデミックは我々に教育の重要性を改めて気づかせてくれました。日本は2015年には教育分野の国際協力のための戦略を策定しており、人間の安全保障の理念に基づき、すべての人に質の高い教育を提供することを目指し、国際的な教育協力ネットワークの構築と拡大に努めています。これらの取り組みを通じ、子どもたちが必要な教育を確実に受け、さまざまな個性を持つ一人一人がその力を最大限に発揮できる社会の構築を目指していきます。パンデミックの危機の中でも多国間主義が有する機能・能力は色あせていません。孤立より協調、対立より連帯こそが今こそ求められていることを訴え、私の主張といたしたいと存じます。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Madam. Our next speaker is the President of the National Assembly of Djibouti, Mr. Mohamed Ali Homed.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidents et chers collègues, en cette période de crise majeure de santé publique qui affecte conséquemment la planète dans son ensemble, je tiens à exprimer nos remerciements et nos sentiments amicaux à nos hôtes, le peuple et le Parlement autrichien, ainsi qu'à l'UP à l'origine de cette 5e conférence mondiale des présidents du Parlement. Ma prise de parole de la motion intitulée « La riposte mondiale à la Covid » remet en question la capacité du multilatéralisme à agir pour le bénéfice des peuples, s'articule autour de double axes suivants. La philosophie et principes des politiques et campagnes anti-Covid doivent être empreints de bon sens, de solidarité et de refus et rejet de toute initiative isolationniste. Nous nous devons d'insister sur l'importance de mutualiser les capacités, d'échanger la réflexion, les savoirs et de partager les produits et les procédés, vaccins, innovations et inventions permettant un combat aussi efficace que rapide de l'homme contre le virus. Les représentants du peuple doivent de garder en tête que la Covid-19 ne reconnaît ni frontières, ni mesures de contingence, ni restrictions de mouvement, ni fermeture de points d'accès tels que les aéroports, le port, etc. Cette situation nous incite à mener des campagnes de lobbying, à pousser nos exécutifs à rechercher l'approche commune, à imprégner les politiques nationales, régionales, internationales de plus de responsabilité, de plus de solidarité. Cet impératif de solidarité et de responsabilité partagée qui appréhende en son intérieur le sentiment de destinée commune nous a permis jusqu'à ce jour à ce que la Covid-19 soit combattue même par les pays ne disposant pas de technologies d'appoint, et c'est grâce au transfert des savoirs et aux échanges comme le vaccin ainsi que le fonds COVAX du Fonds mondial. À Djibouti, nous pouvons observer que la situation a été rapidement maîtrisée dès le départ en prenant des mesures strictes telles que la limitation de déplacement, le contrôle systématique aux frontières aériennes, terrestres ainsi que la sensibilisation pour la vaccination. Aujourd'hui, tous les espoirs pour lutter efficacement contre la Covid-19 se portent sur la vaccination. Cependant, nous devons être prudents et ne pas faire en sorte que l'aspect économique lié à cette lutte prenne la dessus sur l'aspect humain. Nous avons intérêt à accompagner les campagnes de vaccination par des sensibilisations et selon une approche participative. J'invite plus que jamais les parlementaires à accompagner davantage les dispositifs mis en place et à informer leurs mandants sur les mesures. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. And we move on now to the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Uruguay, His Excellency Alfredo Frati.
Gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Gracias también a este país por recibirnos tan cálidamente. Simplemente queremos decir que el sistema internacional atraviesa una etapa de transición en varias dimensiones. En lo económico productivo, en lo socioambiental y en los mecanismos de gobernanza y de protección de los derechos humanos. La pandemia de COVID-19 aceleró las tendencias globales de transición y cambio del sistema internacional. Hay una serie de acontecimientos recientes que plantean interrogantes sobre la estabilidad del entramado institucional y legal que se articuló con mucho trabajo a partir de la segunda mitad del siglo XX. La idea de un sistema internacional fundado en principios, normas y valores compartidos está siendo cuestionada e incluso combatida, no solo por aquellos que sienten que no han participado en su construcción o que consideran que se les ha impuesto, sino también por algunos actores centrales que lo establecieron. Se observa un creciente nacionalismo que rechaza la delegación de soberanía y la institucionalidad internacional. Es en ese marco los espacios regionales, como en nuestro caso el Mercosur, se encuentran en una doble encrucijada para reposicionarse y ganar autonomía en un mundo de disputa por el poder global entre China y Estados Unidos y para dar respuesta política a los cambios y a nuevas agendas y tendencias global venideras. Si lo opuesto a la integración es la fragmentación, debemos entender que el nacionalismo atenta contra el fenómeno multidimensional de la integración regional, facilitando el proceso de la restauración neoconservadora. Los debates sobre la integración regional han ido perdiendo relevancia en los diálogos regionales entre los gobiernos, los partidos y la sociedad. Esta situación catalizó un proceso de sostenido deterioro del Mercosur en su vocación de constituirse en una plataforma de integración profunda. Desde nuestra perspectiva es necesario, más que nunca, recuperar y renovar la discusión política regional sobre el presente y futuro de la integración regional. No hacerlo significará la renuncia a incentivos de constituir políticas regionales comunes en aspectos claves para el fortalecimiento de nuestra democracia. La pandemia de COVID-19 y la ausencia de una respuesta conjunta y articulada es un ejemplo de ello. Solo con más política y no menos, solo con más participación y no menos, solo con más democracia y no menos es que podremos encarar los enormes desafíos del presente y del futuro. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for that. And we move on now. Excuse me. We move on now to the President of the National Assembly of Burkina Faso, Madam Alassane Bala Sakande. Okay. Then let us, one moment, I may be taking people out of order anyway. Excuse me. We will go back to the planned order and hopefully she will return. I would now like to call on the President of the Senate of Rwanda, Mr. Augustin Yamour Emye. Please, the floor is yours.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Nous devons tous constater qu'au début de la pandémie, chaque pays réagissait pour soi sans se préoccuper des autres. Mais aujourd'hui, heureusement, une solidarité plus accrue entre les nations, notamment en ce qui concerne la disponibilité des vaccins, commence à être remarquée. Mesdames et messieurs, le virus ignore les frontières et n'a pas besoin de visa. Si chacun pour soi devient le principe, aucun pays ne peut se sentir protégé. C'est pour cela que dans mon pays, au Rwanda, nous avons mis notre objectif à nous protéger par des vaccins. Aujourd'hui, nous arrivons à peu près à 30% de la population, mais nous comptons déjà l'année prochaine avoir atteint 60% des Rwandais vaccinés. Nous avons signé des accords de partenariat avec certains laboratoires de renommée internationale pour installer des sites de production de vaccins dans notre pays. Ce partenariat est la preuve que le multipartisme peut fonctionner si nous acceptons d'abandonner l'attitude du chacun pour soi. En tant que parlementaires, nous devons encourager nos gouvernements à plus de générosité. Avant de terminer, je voudrais, mesdames et messieurs, profiter de cette occasion pour vous assurer de la tenue au Rwanda de la 145e Assemblée générale de notre organisation en octobre 2022 et en toute sécurité. Nous serons très heureux de vous accueillir tous dans notre beau pays. Nous ne pouvons qu'appeler à continuer à croire au multipartisme et à prouver qu'il est toujours plus efficace contre l'égoïsme et le pour soi. Je vous remercie tous.
Thank you very much for that. We go now to the President of the House of Elders of Afghanistan, His Excellency Fazal Hadi Muslimyar. Please, the floor is yours.
He is absent, but belong of him, the Deputy Speaker of the House is here.
Certainly.
But we certainly came after a long break. Sorry for that. So could you give the floor for the other countries, then we will take it later.
Okay, that's fine. Give us a sign, please, when your speaker is back in the room.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll try now again with Burkina Faso, whom I called on out of turn before. If Madam the President of the National Assembly is with us now. No, not yet? Okay.
Not here.
So we will try to come back to her perhaps as well. Then I will go to the Speaker of the Parliament of Montenegro, Mr. Aleksa Bečić. Please, the floor is yours. Montenegro, are you with us? Maybe not. Then let us move to the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Yemen, His Excellency Sultan Saeed Al-Bakani. Yemen?
شكرا لكم على إعطاء فرصة الانضمام إليكم، وأود أن أعرب عن امتناني على عقد هذا الحدث البالغ الأهمية في ظل الظروف الصعبة للغاية التي يمر بها العالم. لا يخفى على أحد حجم الاختلالات الاجتماعية التي فرضتها جائحة كوفيد كورونا والمسؤولية الجديدة الواجب النهوض بها تجاه ملايين الفقراء الذين يواجهون الوباء بظهور مكشوفة. أطلقت منظمة الصحة العالمية العام الماضي صندوق الاستجابة للتضامن من أجل مكافحة فيروس كورونا، ولكن التقارير تفيد أن الاستجابة لا زالت دون المستوى المطلوب، ولا زالت هناك دول أعطت مواطنها لقاحين، وهناك شعوب لم تحصل على لقاح واحد، وبلد اليمن مثالا على ذلك، إذ لم نجد الحد الأدنى من اللقاحات حتى الآن، وهي تعيش ظروف حرب مدمرة تحتاج لمساعدة العالم أجمع. إننا أمام لحظة تاريخية مفصلية تفترض أن تتشابك الجهود الإنسانية من أجل تحقيق العدالة في الحياة، فمن غير المنطقي أن يموت أناس لأنهم لا يملكون اللقاحات ويحيا آخرون لأنهم يملكونها، فيما تقف المؤسسات الدولية عاجزة عن تنظيم الطابور وحركة السير المضطربة فوق هذا الكوكب، وحتى لا تنتصر الفوارق الطبقية على قيم الحياة برمتها، فإنني أشدد عبر هذا المنبر البرلماني الدولي على عدالة توزيع اللقاحات وما يحقق مبادئ العدالة الإنسانية وقواعد العيش المشترك العالمي. يجب علينا أن نعمل كبرلمانيين جنبا إلى جنب في إطار هدف مشترك يتمثل في الحيلولة دون انتشار الأمراض على الصعيد الدولي والعمل على إمدادات المستلزمات الطبية والمواد الغذائية وغير ذلك من المواد والطواقم الضرورية، وتحديد الأولوية في حماية أشد السكان ضعفاً ونقصاً في الموارد. أشدد على أهمية أن يضع كل برلمان نصب عينيه الحفاظ على الحقوق الديمقراطية للمواطنين واحترام كرامة الأشخاص وحقوقهم الإنسانية وحريتهم الأساسية بالتوازي مع حقه في اللقاح، وألا تستغل إجراءات السلامة كوسيلة قمع للانتقاص من حقوق الشعوب في التعبير عن القضايا السياسية والثقافية والاقتصادية والحقوق المختلفة. وهذا يتحقق من خلال سن التشريعات وقوانين تستجيب لمعطيات اللحظة التاريخية وما تفرضه من تحولات، وأن يمارس البرلمان وسلطاتهم الرقابية في هذا السبيل ممارسة غير منقوصة. إن التاريخ سيحاسب كل قيادة العالم من موقع مسؤولياتهم وحجم بلدانهم إنهم قصروا أو تقاعسوا عن هزيمة هذه الجائحة، وسوف نجتازها حتما بالمزيد من المثابرة وحرق المراحل بالكثير من الجهد والعمل المشترك. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Shukran. And I'd like to go now to the Speaker of the House of the People in India, Madam Om Birla.
Yes.
Mr. Om Birla, excuse me.
माननीय सभापति तथा शिष्टमंडल के सदस्यगण, आज पूरा विश्व कोविड-19 की महामारी से संघर्ष कर रहा है। वर्तमान समय में इस महामारी से मुकाबला करना वैश्विक एजेंडा के सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। सभी देशों ने इसके प्रभाव को कम करने के लिए आवश्यक उपाय किए हैं, परंतु कोविड के अनुभव ने हमें सिखाया है कि कोई भी राष्ट्र चाहे कितना भी शक्तिशाली क्यों न हो, इस चुनौती का अकेला समाधान नहीं कर सकता। हमें एक दूसरे से सीखना होगा, अपनी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस के बारे में एक दूसरे को मार्गदर्शन भी करना होगा। इस समस्या ने वैश्विक अंतर्निर्भरता के प्रति जागरूक किया है तथा बहुपक्षवाद पर आधारित विकास नीति और परस्पर सहयोग का रास्ता दिखाया है। साथियों, भारत सदियों से वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना से पूरे विश्व को एक परिवार मानता है। बहुपक्षवाद हमारी संस्कृति, संस्कार और सोच का हिस्सा है। इसलिए इस महामारी की शुरुआत से ही भारत इस लड़ाई में अपने सभी अनुभवों, विशेषताओं और संसाधनों का वैश्विक समुदाय के साथ साझा करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध रहा है। भारत ने इस आपदा से निपटने के लिए टेस्ट, ट्रैक, आइसोलेटेड एवं ट्रीट की रणनीति के साथ सभी राज्य सरकारों, देश की सभी लोकतांत्रिक संस्थाओं, समाज के सभी लोगों के साथ मिलकर काम किया है। कोविड-19 महामारी के प्रसार को रोकने के लिए भारत सरकार ने दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा टीकाकरण अभियान शुरू किया है। भारत ने अब तक 700 मिलियन से अधिक कोविड टीके लगा दिए हैं। भारत ने एक दिन में 13 मिलियन वैक्सीन लगाने का वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। इसके अलावा अर्थव्यवस्था को पुनः व्यवस्थित करने तथा बेरोजगारी दूर करने के लिए आर्थिक राहत भी पैकेज भी दिया है। महामारी के अनुभव से पता चलता है कि सार्वजनिक स्वास्थ्य प्रणाली को अधिक व्यापक और मजबूत बनाने की आवश्यकता है। साथ ही रोजगार के अधिक अवसर सृजित करने तथा वैश्विक आर्थिक सुधार के लिए सभी देशों को साथ में मिलकर काम करने की आवश्यकता है। साथियों, हमें सभी को, लोकतांत्रिक संस्थाओं को, निर्वाचित प्रतिनिधियों को इसमें सामूहिक रूप से काम करने की आवश्यकता है। अतः आज मैं इस अवसर पर दुनिया के सभी संसदों के पीठासीन अधिकारियों को आह्वान करता हूं कि कोविड-19 महामारी का मुकाबला करने के लिए हमें सबको साथ मिलकर काम करना होगा। एक न्याय संगत और दूरगामी परिणाम प्राप्त करने के उद्देश्य से कार्यनीति बनानी होगी और उसका क्रियान्वयन सुनिश्चित करना होगा। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you very much for that. And we go now to the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Cuba, Madam Ana María Machado.
Sí, señora presidenta, excelencias. La pandemia de la COVID-19 ha dañado severamente la salud de millones de seres humanos y las economías de nuestros países. Los derechos humanos y la democracia están amenazados, especialmente cuando se ponen de manifiesto prácticas contrarias al multilateralismo. La superación de las secuelas de la actual pandemia requiere cuotas crecientes de democratización en las relaciones internacionales. Se ha hecho evidente la importancia de la unidad y la solidaridad entre los países, así como la utilidad de la cooperación internacional para hacer frente a una pandemia mundial. Señora presidenta, Cuba concibe la salud pública como un derecho humano fundamental y una responsabilidad del Estado. También entendemos la salud como un estado de bienestar físico, mental y social, y no solamente como la ausencia de afecciones o enfermedades. Trabajamos, como lo sugiere la OMS, para alcanzar el goce del grado máximo de salud que pueda lograrse, entendido como uno de los derechos fundamentales de todo ser humano. Ante la pandemia hemos adoptado medidas de prevención, enfrentamiento y control en las que han sido claves la cohesión social y la solidaridad. Lo hemos hecho bajo un sistema de salud que se basa en un modelo público y único de prestación de servicios gratuito y de cobertura universal. Cuba ha alcanzado resultados favorables con aproximadamente un 93% de personas recuperadas, con un enfoque médico propio que incluye el uso de medicamentos biotecnológicos innovadores, y la ciencia cubana y sus resultados biotecnológicos han logrado que nuestro pueblo disponga ya de las 3 primeras vacunas contra la COVID-19, las primeras de América Latina, y antes de que concluya el año, toda la población cubana estará vacunada, con la buena noticia de que está incluida también la población cubana pediátrica a partir de los 2 años de edad. Al mismo tiempo, profesionales cubanos de la salud han conformado 57 brigadas médicas para combatir el virus, y estas 57 brigadas lo han hecho en 40 países y territorios, incluyendo estados de la Unión Europea. A contracorriente de este espíritu solidario y humanista, el gobierno de los Estados Unidos ha recrudecido de forma oportunista y despiadada la política de bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero dirigida a estrangular a nuestro comercio e impedir el acceso a combustibles, divisas internacionales e incluso alimentos y medicamentos e insumos médicos imprescindibles para enfrentar la pandemia. Y aprovechamos para agradecer aquí el apoyo solidario que hemos recibido de varios países con nuestro pueblo. Señora presidenta, la pandemia ha evidenciado una vez más el carácter antidemocrático del unilateralismo en las relaciones internacionales. La salud de todos los pueblos es una condición fundamental para lograr el desarrollo, al tiempo que depende de la más amplia voluntad política y de la cooperación entre los Estados. La historia reciente demuestra la necesidad de la cooperación y la solidaridad para enfrentar la pandemia y los crecientes desafíos derivados de ella. Esa historia también confirma que solo el auténtico espíritu humanista y las posturas consecuentemente democráticas son capaces de ejercer la cooperación y la solidaridad desinteresadas. Cuba ratifica en esta Asamblea su voluntad de continuar contribuyendo al enfrentamiento a la pandemia por los caminos de la cooperación y la solidaridad. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. We go now to the Vice President of the National Assembly of Algeria, His Excellency Mr. Benla Kehal Feitas.
سيدتي الرئيسة، السيدات والسادة رؤساء الوفود، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، قبل الخوض في مسألة التصدي العالمي لجائحة كوفيد ومناقشة مدى قدرة النظام المتعدد الأطراف على تحقيق مصلحة الشعوب، ينبغي علينا في اعتقادي التذكير بدستور منظمة الصحة العالمية الذي جاء فيه التأكيد على أن التمتع بأعلى مستوى من الصحة يمكن بلوغه هو أحد الحقوق الأساسية لكل إنسان، وأن الحق في الصحة مكفول بموجب الميثاق الدولي للحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية، وكذا مختلف المعاهدات الدولية التي حظيت بمصادقة جل دول العالم، بالإضافة إلى إدراج الحكومات موضوع تحقيق التغطية الصحية الشاملة في قائمة مقاصد أهداف التنمية المستدامة، خاصة في المقصد الثامن من الهدف الثالث. إلا أن تفشي وباء كوفيد-19 في عالم تسامى بالتوتر أصلاً زاد الأمور سوءاً، وبرزت الحاجة الملحة لمقاربة متعددة الأطراف أثبتت نجاعتها في مجال الصحة منذ أزيد من 150 عاماً، تاريخ مؤتمر باريس 1851، كما كان له وقع كبير على منظمة الصحة العالمية في تأدية مهامها الرئيسية، فسرعان ما تحولت جائحة كورونا من مجرد أزمة صحية عابرة إلى وباء متفشي انقض على البشرية وتهاوت بسبب اقتصاديات الدول ومجتمعاتها، وهو ما يمنح لهذا الوباء صفة التفرد والخصوصية، لا سيما وأنه أدخل البشرية في حالة تكتنفها الشكوك. فالبشرية جمعاء تعاني جراء هذا الوباء من ضعف التضامن وانتهاج الدول لمسلك السياسة الحمائية بصورة لم يسبق لها مثيل، وهو ما يمثل خطراً على مستقبل التعاون الدولي. فلا شك أن المجتمع الدولي يواجه امتحاناً عسيراً، وما من سبيل للظفر به إلا من خلال الاستجابة السريعة وتجنيد كل الموارد الضرورية ووضع مخطط دولي منسق ودائم. علاوة على ذلك، كانت هذه الأزمة الصحية فرصة للعديد من المنظمات والهيئات غير الرسمية لتحرك من جديد واستكشاف آليات مبتكرة للتعاون، وما نجاح مؤتمرات تمويل مبادرة تسريع إتاحة أدوات مكافحة كوفيد-19 التي عرفها شهر جوان 2020 إلا دليلاً على الدور الحاسم لكل من النظام المتعدد الأطراف والتضامن الدولي، لا سيما عند حدوث الأزمات. إننا أمام وضع وبائي استثنائي يفرض علينا ضرورة تطوير الأمن الصحي العالمي وإعادة تفعيل آليات النظام المتعدد الأطراف، فالتاريخ أثبت أن الأزمات قد تتحول إلى حافز قوي لتعزيز التعاون وتوطيد العلاقات المتعددة الأطراف وضمان الأمن الصحي على الصعيد العالمي. ذلك أنه لا سبيل آخر لانحصار الوباء إلا عبر تعاون وتضامن دوليين حقيقيين وفعالين، كما أن الحكومات مدعوة إلى تجديد التزاماتها تجاه الأهداف التي سطرتها في تمويل برامج التنمية في إطار مخطط عمل أديس أبابا. إضافة إلى ذلك.
Thank you, sir. We're going to need to wind up your remarks, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I apologize for cutting you off, but time is short, and I want to be sure to get in a final round here with the movers of the motion. I've heard from the Afghanistan delegation that unfortunately their speaker is not with us at this time. If he should return to the room, perhaps we can work in a very short remark from him. But let us now go back to the podium, and I'm going to call on Madam Matvienko first because she does need to leave us very soon. But let me just briefly summarize what I've heard here. Again, the glass is half full. It's also half empty. A number of you have pointed out that in the area of multilateralism, we need more and better crisis management. Some praiseworthy words have been said in regard to COVAX, but a number of speakers have also pointed out what COVAX could do better, or what the nations of the world could do better in supporting COVAX. A lot of concern about unilateralism and nationalism on the rise and the degree to which they undermine multilateral efforts to deal with the COVID crisis. What I'm also hearing is that beyond crisis management, though, it's absolutely critical to pay attention to preparedness, to prevention, to resilience. And I'm hearing many of you telling us that you as parliamentarians are very well of your own responsibility for good governance within your countries. As I think it was Speaker Mudenda who talked about the fact that parliaments need to devote sufficient resources. They need to uphold basic rights. Several of you have talked about the importance of education. Vice President Karas reminded us of the importance of recognizing laws that are already in place on solidarity. And many of you have mentioned the importance of public health at home as well as in the international arena. So with all of that in mind, I'd like to come back to the podium to ask for your concluding thoughts in regard to our motion. And I'll begin again, as I said, with Madam Matvienko, since you do need to leave us soon. Please.
Спасибо, уважаемые дамы и господа. Мне кажется, что прошла очень интересная дискуссия. И прозвучали разные точки зрения, но вместе с тем мы все должны сделать выводы и извлечь уроки из пандемии, которая стала такой общепланетарной проблемой. Выводы как положительные, так и негативные. И не просто сделать выводы, но и извлечь уроки и вместе над ними поработать. Мы все-таки находимся в этом зале парламентарии практически всех стран мира. И наша роль очень велика. Роль парламентского сотрудничества всегда играла большую роль, но особенно она значима сегодня в условиях новых вызовов, пандемии, в том числе к которым относятся. Сегодня, когда мы видим воочию, перестают работать, казалось бы, испытанные инструменты, механизмы взаимодействия государств, подменяется сама суть мультилатерализма, и мы должны делать все для того, чтобы укреплять солидарность, укреплять многосторонность. И голос парламентариев, он должен звучать очень громко. На это, собственно, направлена и работа наша на Всемирном форуме спикеров парламентов. Благодарю вас.
Thank you very much, Madam. And I do encourage you to stay with us a little bit longer, if you would, because we do want to do a quick round with your fellow movers. So if you can, just please do stay with us. Let me go now to a gentleman to whom I owe a very sincere apology. I was calling him by the wrong name for the entire beginning of this session. He is, of course, the Vice President of the European Union Parliament, Mr. Othmar Karas. And I would like to now go to you, sir, with my very humble apology for that mistake, which clearly arose from legacy text in the rundown.
Ja, Frau Vorsitzende, das Wichtigste ist, dass wir nicht immer angerührt sind, wenn etwas falsch läuft. Und ich glaube, dass es auch wichtig ist, dass wir nicht bei allen Dingen, die nicht so laufen, wie wir wollen, jemandem anderen die Schuld geben. Ich bin nach dieser Diskussion sehr optimistisch und hoffentlich nicht naiv. Wenn ich Ihnen richtig zugehört habe, so gibt es keinen Unterschied im Zugang der Notwendigkeit des Multilateralismus und der Zusammenarbeit und keinen wirklichen Unterschied zwischen Kontinenten und Parteien in der Frage, was sind die Ursachen, warum was nicht funktioniert hat und was ist notwendig. Der Grundkonsens in diesem Saal ist größer als das, was uns unterscheidet. Und wir vertreten hier die Bürgerinnen und Bürger der einen Welt, auf der wir leben. Ich möchte daher den Vorschlag machen, dass wir versuchen, in jedem unserer Parlamente eine Analyse durchzuführen, wo die Ursachen der Probleme im Umgang mit Covid bestehen und welche multilateralen Antworten funktioniert haben und welche nicht. Wenn wir diese Analyse mit dieser Geisteshaltung in jedem Parlament durchführen, haben wir eine gemeinsame parlamentarische Forderung zur Stärkung des Multilateralismus auf dieser Welt und damit unserer Zusammenarbeit. Und dieser Antrag sollte von der IPU bei der nächsten UNO-Generalversammlung vorgestellt werden. Dann könnten wir unser gemeinsames System weiterentwickeln. Ich möchte auch noch sagen, natürlich geht es um die Frage zum Zugang des Impfstoffes. Aber der Zugang zum Impfstoff ist meistens auch eine Produktion des Impfstoffes. Und es ist auch eine Frage der Menge des Impfstoffes. Und daher benötigen wir Produktionsstätten auf der ganzen Welt, ein vernetztes Informationssystem über den letzten Stand der Forschung und gemeinsame Standards zur Genehmigung von Impfstoffen, weil es um den Schutz der Bürger geht, grenzüberschreitend. Und das ist der Ausgangspunkt, ob Freiheit gestärkt oder Freiheit geschwächt werden kann. Wir müssen die Digitalisierung nützen, um krisenfester zu werden, vor allem was die Bildung und die Produktion betrifft. Wir müssen Transparenz aufbauen. Transparenz setzt aber Vertrauen voraus und Vertrauen setzt Kontrolle voraus und gemeinsame Standards und Genehmigungsverfahren. Es muss der Informationsaustausch gestärkt werden. Um nur einige Punkte herzunehmen, das können wir alles bewirken. Nur im Moment, und damit schließt sich für mich der Kreis, wir lassen es aus nationalen, parteipolitischen, ideologischen und Systemfragen, aus Eitelkeits- und nationalistischen Fragen oft nicht zu, dass nur die Gemeinschaft erfolgreich ist und wir der Gemeinschaft zu dienen haben und nicht besser sind als unsere Nachbarn. Und daher ist diese Bescheidenheit vor den großen Herausforderungen so notwendig. Das setzt Aufrichtigkeit voraus. Und Covid-19 gibt es im Kleinen und Großen überall unter verschiedenen Titeln und es ist mit der Durchimpfungsrate nicht vorbei. Daher sollten wir gemeinsam die Schlussfolgerungen aus diesen Erfahrungen ziehen und den Multilateralismus mit konkreten Beispielen, wo er nicht funktioniert hat, reformieren. Herzlichen Dank.
Many thanks for that. Let us go now to Speaker Mudenda, please. Your thoughts.
My thoughts, they may be a bit radical. First, the interdependence of countries is the cornerstone of multilateralism. However, that practice of multilateralism must respect the sovereignty of every nation, big or small, so that in the end, the temptation of economic interests preponderating against our desired health delivery should not happen. In any case, some of these rich countries became rich after 500 years of slavery, of Africans giving free labor to those countries, I think it is time to pay back and ensure that Africa is also uplifted. I am worried that at the moment, Africa is receiving only 2% of the vaccines. As long as Africa remains behind, the rest of the world will not be safe from this pandemic. Because it will take only one person to go to that country which feels that it is safe to spread again the mutated virus in that country. So it is important that we leverage on the sovereignty of every state as we fight this pandemic. It is saddening, Madam Moderator, that when you see G7, G20 countries who are rich meeting together, they do not invite the poorer countries who are the most vulnerable in this fight against COVID-19. Therefore, the question of those at the top and those at the lower end should not happen. G7, G20 countries who are rich should come up with a global fund under the superintendence of the World Health Organization, similar to the global fund that is fighting HIV and malaria. In that way, we may achieve equity in the distribution of this vaccine, as well as ensuring that there is access of the vaccine to everyone. It is also important, Madam Chair, that our parliaments play a very important role in coming up with robust budgets that will ensure that we have sufficient resources to buy the vaccine, again through domestic resource mobilization. This is what Zimbabwe has done. We, as a parliament, approved $100 million US, and at the moment, we have bought up to 12 million doses of the vaccines, and we should be able to vaccinate not less than 60% of our adult population.
Speaker.
Let us ride on this realization that this world can only survive under the spirit of solidarity. Together we must succeed. Together we must conquer this disease. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker Mudenda. And finally, Speaker Nadia, you have the last word.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have heard a lot of optimism about multilateralism this afternoon. In one of our first engagements with the WTO, through the Parliamentary Committee of the IPU and the WTO, we heard some of the challenges. And at the WTO level, we were assured by the Secretary General that she is going to continue to fight for equity in terms of the vaccine production and distribution. But that, for me, is just a singular signal statement that when challenges face us, we are going to see even greater cooperation. And in this regard, all of us are dependent on each other. Pfizer said to produce one vaccine requires ingredients from 19 countries. Clearly, no one country can supply everything that is needed to deal with global issues, especially health issues. If we go to India, is the only country that produces serum. Interdependency is necessary, it is current, and so multilateralism is going to be the mechanism for us to overcome all such challenges. Let me commend Madam Chair for her chairing of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Speaker Nadir, for those kind words and also for that optimistic view to close the session. I'm very grateful to all of the movers of Motion 2 and also very grateful to all who have contributed from the floor, as well as to those who have simply given us their attention during this very intensive and very thought-provoking debate on multilateralism and how it can better deliver for the people in dealing with the COVID-19 and future pandemics. With that, I close this second session and we go to a short break. The key word there is short. Please meet us, let's meet back in this room in exactly 20 minutes at 4:30 for our last motion, Motion 3, on a topic I think of vital importance to all of you as parliamentarians, how to cope with misinformation and hate speech. And I ask you to be punctual because, in fact, we absolutely have to end on time in that debate on Motion 3. So see you back here in about 20 minutes. Thank you so much for your attention. Enjoy the break. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Can I also remind delegates to wear their
moment, so you can slowly be moving to your seats because, as I said, we do want to try to, and we must end this session punctually, but we are just doing a little bit of work on the sound technology here on stage, so we're going to need a couple, maybe 2-3 more minutes, and then we will begin. The break. We're just about to begin with the general debate on motion 3, and I would like to ask all of the movers of motion 3 to please join me on the podium. 3 of 4 are with us already, so if we could please also ask Speaker Ledesma Abdallah to join us, that would be great, and then we can begin.
Okay.
Lassen Sie es bitte. Dankeschön. Ja.
Small question. Is it Miss Green or Madam?
Either one. Fine.
You sure if I
No
don't make
worries.
any mistakes in this
No
one?
worries. Hello, welcome, please. So, our ranks are complete here on the stage. May I ask everyone to please take your seats? It has been a long and intensive day, but we want to begin with our general debate on motion 3 so that we can end punctually and the relaxing part of your day can begin. Motion number 3 is a motion on a topic central to the resilience of democracy. And I will now read out the text of motion 3. It is this. Could I ask everyone to take your seats, please? And could you direct your attention to the stage? Those in the middle of the room, if you would kindly take your seats, I'd be very grateful. It's a bit difficult to begin a debate with other people in the room talking. Thank you. Motion number 3 asserts, countering misinformation and hate speech on and offline requires stronger regulations. And as you know, Excellencies, hate speech and misinformation undermine the very fabric of our societies. They violate human rights, they instigate violence, they diminish trust. And yet we have seen a rise in both over the course of the past 20 months, over the course of the pandemic. Efforts to tackle abuses, efforts to tackle misinformation and hate speech can carry their own risk to democratic principles, potentially limiting freedom of expression and the flow of ideas. So this motion, number 3, asks how you as parliamentarians can and should use your powers and asks all of us to weigh the costs of stronger regulation as opposed to other approaches. And I will now invite the movers of the motion to express their views. Again, we're looking for juxtaposing points of view here. It's not a straight up or down, are you for or against regulation, but a multiplicity of perspectives on this very crucial issue. And again, the time slot, 3 minutes, please, maximum, if you would, so that we can then also have floor debate. And I will begin with Her Excellency, Madame Claudia Ledesma Abdallah, Provisional President of the Senate of Argentina. Welcome.
Señora moderadora, presidentas y presidentes de parlamentos, parlamentarios y parlamentarias de distintos países de nuestro mundo, muy buenas tardes a todos. Si hay un fenómeno cada vez más creciente en el mundo, son las fake news o falsas noticias o discursos o expresiones del odio, que son manifestaciones que no son casuales ni aisladas a la luz de los hechos y que si bien no son nuevas, en el pasado carecían de visibilidad y por ende perdían peso rápidamente, pero hoy con las herramientas tecnológicas tienen visibilidad y permanecen en un extenso espacio de propagación. Y además debemos agregar que la virtualidad se ha convertido en una faz real en la vida de todas las personas y el mundo se ha convertido en una especie de mar en donde algunas personas resguardadas en el anonimato y en la transnacionalidad pueden arrojar botellas en ese mar con contenido falso, expresiones de odio, de discriminación, y estas son utilizadas muchas veces para segregar, para perseguir o para justificar la violencia. Y a esta altura ya nadie puede poner en duda que la difusión de estos contenidos existe, que es frecuente y de difícil persecución, capaz de provocar tragedias que son irreparables. Y si tenemos en cuenta el creciente intercambio de opiniones, de pensamientos o de ideas que prácticamente se realizan en el momento, en vivo, podemos decir, se genera un efecto dominó, generado por los contenidos que se publican y se viralizan al poco tiempo de ser colgados en la red social, donde se intercambian opiniones de odio y de violencia, y generalmente teñidos de manifestaciones y escudados quienes los realizan en sus puestos perfiles o anónimos falsos, no identificados. A simple vista permiten a sus creadores agredir sin límite y en forma maliciosa a personas que no piensan de la misma manera, aun cuando las propias reglas de convivencia se lo prohíben. Y estas manifestaciones, que aclaro, exceden el principio de libertad de expresión, tales como las difamaciones que se realizan en redes sociales, estos insultos, estos descréditos motivados en razones de raza, religión, edad, sexo, estado civil. También podemos decir que incitan al odio y a la violencia, no pueden quedar exentas del derecho supremo que tenemos todas las personas, que es el honor, la honra, la intimidad, la privacidad, derecho que está consagrado en la mayoría de las constituciones del mundo y también en tratados internacionales. Entonces está más que claro que el sistema jurídico no puede ser ajeno a las empresas y a los titulares de estos servicios de redes sociales que operan en nuestros países, por lo que es necesario implementar rápidamente mecanismos que sean ágiles y que sean eficaces, porque este grave fenómeno en crecimiento no puede quedar ajeno a los responsables y propietarios de estas herramientas, porque es fundamental que cumplan con sus propias reglas de convivencia y eviten que a través de estas acciones se cometan delitos u otras acciones impropias. Y a esto debemos sumarle, lamentablemente, en estos casi 2 años de pandemia, que se han multiplicado estas fake news o discursos o expresiones del odio, a tal medida que se han puesto en tela de juicio y en peligro, podemos decir, al mundo cuando se ha cuestionado la veracidad del COVID y más adelante también la eficacia de las vacunas. Quiero destacar que si bien estas acciones dañan por igual a hombres y mujeres, no es tan así, porque la mayoría de las veces quienes resultamos dañadas somos las mujeres y por ende nos encontramos ante una situación de vulnerabilidad y por ende estamos ante un nuevo caso de violencia de género.
Thank you. We will need to wind up.
Simplemente, para terminar, quiero decirle que debemos actuar por este tipo de acciones que son de carácter transnacional, con verdaderos, no solo acuerdos y compromisos, sino con un verdadero compromiso con el objetivo de desnaturalizar estos prejuicios y estos estereotipos que son la base del discurso del odio. Actuemos todos con responsabilidad para generar normas que permitan una convivencia pacífica, armónica y civilizada para todos los ciudadanos del mundo. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. And thank you very much. Let us move on to His Excellency Mr. Riek Daems, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. The floor is yours.
Thank you. If COVID has done something, dear colleagues, it has put under the spotlight a new generation of rights. Just think about the environment. I mean, we all know that it becomes more and more important. So the environment is a new kind of a generation of rights. You have the artificial intelligence. Are we going to be ruled by it, or are we going to rule it? And on the topic, do we have the right to know the truth? Misinformation. Do we have the right to know the truth? And since Madam Crane told me to be a bit controversial, I'll do so. Does freedom of speech mean that you have the right to lie? It's a very simple question, but it's a very basic question. I'm not talking about my daughter going to her mother saying, Dad agrees, if you agree, for me to go to a party, and then she goes, yeah, and then she comes to me. I'm not talking about that, but I talk about freedom of speech. Where is the limit? And I would like to refer, dear colleagues, to a very recent judgment of the Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. You know, I'm the president of the Assembly of the Council of Europe, so I'm referring to that. Just a week ago, they ruled, finally, on a case where a member of parliament did not get rid of hate speech on his Facebook. He was ruled by the judges in France and he was sentenced. He went to the court on the basis of freedom of speech. And the court said, when you do not react accordingly in order to avoid the effects of hate speech, you are accountable to the results. This is an enormous important judgment by the Court of Strasbourg. It basically means that your own action makes you accountable in terms of hate speech, in terms of misinformation, when the result of it is sizable. And so what I would like to do in this small introduction is to introduce the concept of accountability and responsibility. Who is going to decide how far you can go by bending the truth? I think that we should think altogether about the effect, maybe you could call it collateral damage, or the damage just full-fledged. I think that the damage done to any individual person or organization, which is the effect of your action or non-action, that is what is called accountability, that is what is called responsibility. I think these are the lines that we should explore all together, because it is in our parliaments that we are going to be setting the rules, that we are going to be setting these red lines. When you go over it, you're accountable and you will be held responsible and you will pay at the end of the day for your acts. Thank you very much, Madam Craig.
Thank you very much. Interesting indeed. Let us now go to Her Excellency Madam Shireen Sharmin Chaudhuri, Speaker of the Parliament of Bangladesh. 3 minutes, please.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. Warm greetings from Bangladesh Parliament. It gives me immense pleasure to join the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament and take part in the debate on Motion 3, quote, countering misinformation and hate speech on and offline requires stronger regulations, unquote. I will oppose the motion. I want to begin by examining the very premise, requires stronger regulation, wherein the very word stronger clearly manifests that existing regulations are not delivering the desired result. Hence, going for stronger regulation is perhaps not the best idea or measure. On the other hand, and most importantly, stronger regulations are likely to create a tendency or opportunity for the government and other entities to misuse them for other purposes like quelling protests or any opinion against them, and can use them as mode or tool of oppression against fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. Hence, it is more effective to find alternative ways to explore innovative solutions like focus on education. Education is a powerful vehicle. This education must begin at home, within family, then in educational institutions. We need to raise awareness of older generations while continue educating the youth. Teachers, media can play an important role in bringing about change in stereotype thinking, deep-seated and long-standing notions and mindsets. Community engagement, tapping into local institutions will deliver effective change. We must take account that hate speech is a symptom of a larger problem, and therefore it is important to identify the causes for such behavior that is bubbling them up to the surface. Poverty, disparity, inequity, and persisting intergenerational inequality issues must be addressed. Misinformation can be tackled by educating people on how to distinguish between facts and fake news or misinformation. Facilitating free access to more information allows people to form their own opinion and not rely to get carried on by misinformation. I want to conclude by sharing the doctrine of counter-speech by Justice Louis D. Brandeis in a landmark case in 1927. I quote, "If there be time to expose through discussion the falsehoods and fallacies to avert the evil by the processes of education, the remedy is to apply more speech, not enforced silence," unquote. Doctrine posits that proper response to negative speech is to counter it with positive expression. It relies on the proposition that audiences or recipients of expression can weigh for themselves the values of competing ideas and follow the better approach. Let us all commit to work together in building an inclusive world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A juxtaposing position indeed. And we go now as our fourth mover on this motion, number 3, to the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Nigeria, His Excellency Femi Gbajabiamila. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me go straight to the point. The topic is a very topical one world over. Technology and new media have led to a democratization of public debate in a way that, if appropriately managed, can be to the benefit of citizens and nations worldwide. However, at the same time, it has created the ideal circumstance for bad actors to spread misinformation and to manipulate people in ways that threaten our societies. In a country such as Nigeria, with our diverse cultures and religions that are still working towards achieving a more perfect union, hate speech, off and online, can have a devastating real-world effect. Therefore, for us, countering misinformation through proper and legal means is not a theoretical question, but a moral and constitutional responsibility. It is a matter that goes to the heart of our ability to continue to exist as one nation in peace, unity, and prosperity. However, we must be aware of the danger that lies in trying to prevent the worst consequences of misinformation and hate speech, as some state interventions can also go too far in ways that smother the marketplace of ideas and impinge on human rights and fundamental freedoms. Our course, therefore, is the creation of legal systems, processes, and protocols that allow for free expression and robust debate in society, yet remain capable of identifying and hold into account those who seek to abuse the rights we hold dear and subvert our societies for their narrow interests through the scourge of choreographed and mischievously curated misinformation off and online. I'll give a couple of anecdotal examples. In Nigeria, we had the Control of Infectious Disease Bill. In 2020, just as the COVID-19 pandemic arrived on the shores of Nigeria, the House of Representatives accelerated the process of reforming our public health emergency laws so that we could ensure that our country was better prepared to manage the situation. For political purposes, that draft bill, still subject to consideration, amended and improvement, was assailed as a sinister attempt to turn Nigerians into guinea pigs for medical research and the product of an unholy alliance between Parliament and unseen dark forces. The evident fact that the existing framework for preventing and managing infectious diseases in our country was obsolete and no longer fit for purpose was lost in the conversation. Misinformation colored the truth and delayed legislative interventions that could have saved many lives. Public policy driven by such hysteria will only ever result in bad outcomes and a heavy price for all. In this era of fake news, we have a duty to avoid this by all legal means necessary while still protecting rights of citizens. This links to the second example. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the world mobilized medical research resources in an unprecedented and successful effort to find a vaccine that will end this scourge. That vaccine is now available. However, as we still struggle against this devastating pandemic, we now must also contend with a vast global resistance to vaccination seeded and enabled by misinformation on social and traditional media. As it is now, misinformation relating to the COVID-19 vaccine has become as much a global health challenge as COVID-19 ever was. That is a tragedy that is costing lives and will continue to do so. Countering misinformation and hate speech is not just about controlling the media. No, it's about saving lives. This is also an ethical responsibility of the off and online media. What we must, however, find in all regulatory or legislative interventions is balance. Balance between protecting the right to free speech and the right to life, peace, and dignity. In the United Kingdom, the government of the UK has recently had cause to intervene with some of the major social media platforms, and the UK minister has proposed the Online Harm Bill to tackle the odious problem of racial abuse against football players.
Speaker, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to come to an end of your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. The right to free speech is not absolute without limits. It does not include the freedom to plant willful misinformation. Those who abuse the right of freedom of expression ought to be appropriately held accountable for their actions. And I'll just round up by, again, saying that parliaments must lead from the front in tackling this scourge. Nigerian experience, legislators recalled where we tried to do this, but we must be bold and audacious this time around to act to save many lives. We have seen children, unfortunately, hang themselves. We've seen marriages break. We've seen businesses crumble, all in the name of fake news. And this is the time for us as parliamentarians to act for the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So indeed, for juxtaposing positions in this case. Before we go to general debate, let me just tease out a couple of the juxtapositions that I am hearing here. We have two speakers concerned that regulation can chill speech, as we would say in the US. I myself am a lawyer, and I'm very well acquainted with that quote that you read off by Brandeis. And of course, the idea behind that is that through the clash of different opinions, we get to something that approximates truth, and that if we try to suppress hate speech, we could chill all speech in general. So, Mr. Dames, because you were very clear on this point, saying we do need regulation because we're seeing abuses and there has to be accountability, do you worry about the chilling effect?
Well, I don't worry if we all agree on what is over the red line. And I think that in a decent world, if you have a parliamentary debate, you can easily define when you go really too far, too far. And so it's a matter of decency that you do not accept people inciting hate speech with effects. And that's the point I wanted to make. The point is not that we want to limit freedom of speech, but when your freedom of speech has as a result effects to the lives of people for the worse, then you have to be held accountable. It's as simple as that. That is what I mean. And so, can you capture that in terms of rules? I think so, that you can do it to a certain extent. It's a very difficult exercise, because if you don't, this is why I mentioned the ruling of the Court of Strasbourg, it is the judges who will make the rules. And then you get into a government of judges. And that's exactly what we parliamentarians should avoid. And so that's why I mentioned this ruling in Strasbourg, because now you got a judge who said, listen, you did not erase messages on your Facebook that you did not put on yourself, but the mere fact that you did not erase it made you complicit and so accountable. I think that goes far, not saying too far, but if you see this, then I think that the parliament should react. If judges go make the rules, then we are not in a democratic society, so we should do so.
Speaker Ledesma Abdallah, we heard from Speaker Chowdhury about her concern that politicians themselves could exploit rules trying to limit or prohibit misinformation and hate speech to go after their own enemies. Is that something that concerns you? Do you see the potential risk there?
Me preocupa sobremanera, razón por la cual tengo eco. Expresaba que no podemos, quienes ejercemos la política, y en este caso nosotros quienes somos parlamentarios, no puede quedar exento todas estas acciones que pueden traer aparejados delitos o acciones impropias, no puede quedar exento, además del derecho supremo que tenemos todas las personas, que es justamente defender la honra, el honor, la privacidad, y por ende tenemos que actuar en manera conjunta, pero no simplemente con simples acuerdos o simple cooperación. Debemos actuar concretamente con compromisos concretos. Todos quienes somos partes de este gran, diríamos, parlamento, parlamentarias y parlamentarios, debemos actuar en cosas concretas, con el objeto justamente de desnaturalizar lo que es la esencia del discurso del odio o las fake news, que son nada más ni nada menos que son los estereotipos o prejuicios. Entonces, repito, debemos actuar inmediatamente y dictando normas claras que permitan una convivencia armónica, pacífica, entre todos los ciudadanos del mundo.
That, of course, would put you in line with Madame Chowdhury, who talked about the importance of education. But let me ask you this, Madam. You talk about the potential for politicians to abuse hate speech rules, but we're also seeing politicians themselves who are the source of misinformation and hate speech. And Mr. Dames, of course, in that context, called for accountability. How do we find the right path between those two very bad alternatives?
Let me explain a little, in the sense that we all know that everyone has the fundamental human right to have freedom of speech and expression. But at the same time, all the fundamental human rights are subjected to reasonable restrictions. So if it goes beyond, like if my freedom of speech is hindering your privacy, right to privacy, or any other right for that matter, then of course there can be limitations put on my freedom of expression and my freedom of right. It is not unlimited that it can go beyond and hurt somebody else. So in the same category, we cannot justify hate speech on the ground of freedom of expression. It is not justifying that I have a right to freedom of expression, so I can say anything, even if it means hate speech. That is not the case. But what we are arguing here is whether stronger regulation is the only mode or one of the best possible ways to prevent or curtail hate speech. So my proposition is regulations never have any downside. They will always do their job. But we need to be also careful in promulgating stronger regulations that we do not, in that process, allow that piece of regulation to be misused or abused in a way to stop justified protests or to use it in my benefit. Because Dr. Chaudhry, I don't like this. So they said this against the Speaker of Bangladesh, so go and get hold of them, because I'm trying to use that piece of law in that purpose. So one always needs to be careful in applying those kind of legal restrictions.
Thank you very much. And then a quick word also from you, if you would, Mr. Speaker, your response to what we've heard here so far. You called for balance. Do you see the elements of the kind of balance you're looking for?
Well, yes, I'm glad listening again to Madame Chaudhry. We all are on the same page at this point. The first presentation, I wasn't quite sure if we were, but I'm glad that we are now. It's about a delicate balance that needs to be struck. And again, you talk about balancing the equities. There's good and there's bad. It's just that striking that middle ground for the greater good, and I keep saying the greater good, which should be the key phrase here. You can't just, like the Americans say, walk into a crowded theater and shout fire, fire, fire in the name of free speech. You're going to end up in jail, and that's exactly what we're talking about. And again, where your right ends, mine begins. And so I think in all, I think we're all on the same page here in terms of regulating free speech. You cannot, it's impossible in jurisprudence to talk about a law or to talk about efficacy of a law without regulations. So regulations, and if need be, stronger regulations. If the regulation that is in place is not working, clearly you need stronger regulations, because clearly what's in place is not working. We hear, and almost even see, if there's any such thing, hate speech every day. And I used this, an example earlier on when I was closing, that we've seen lives destroyed, or we've seen even elections more or less manipulated on the basis of fake news. And if the basis of our democracy can be affected just by speech, then clearly we need to do something about that.
Thank you very much for that, to our four movers, for that response round. I could go on, but I'm very eager to get input now from the floor. So let us open the floor to debate. Once again, we have pre-registered comments. I will call on the speakers individually, beginning with His Excellency Mr. Sobotka, President of the National Council of Austria and our host. Please, the floor is yours. 3 minutes, if you would.
Thank you so much. Sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen, Cyberattacken, Hassreden und Desinformation sind ernstzunehmende hybride Bedrohungen, die demokratische Prozesse, Parlamente und vor allem die Menschen in unseren Ländern beeinflussen und gefährden. Cyberkriminalität, die Nutzung des Internets zur Verbreitung extremistischer, radikaler Propaganda, Rekrutierungen sowie Hassreden und Aufrufe zu Angriffen auf Repräsentanten der Demokratie sind zur traurigen täglichen Realität geworden. Hinzu kommen die technologischen Entwicklungen wie Bots, Deepfakes und andere Systeme basierend auf künstlicher Intelligenz, die eine Verbreitung von Desinformation fördern und beschleunigen. Die Akteure hinter diesen hybriden Angriffen haben das Ziel, demokratische Prozesse und das öffentliche Vertrauen zu schwächen. Besonders verwerflich finden wir Hassreden, Hetze, Rassismus, Antisemitismus, so extremistische und misogyne Inhalte, die stigmatisieren, an den Rand drängen und gefährden. Aus der Verantwortung für unsere Bürger heraus befürworte ich alle Maßnahmen, die zu einer Regulierung dieses Phänomens beitragen. Besonders wichtig erscheint mir aus Sicht eine Art Redaktionsprinzip für Kommunikationsplattformen ab einer gewissen Anzahl von Usern einzuführen. Das Internet darf kein Freibrief sein für strafrechtlich relevante Kommunikation und Menschen in Gefahr zu bringen. In Österreich versuchen wir dies mit verschiedenen Maßnahmen sicherzustellen. Dazu zählen wir ein wirksames Beschwerdeverfahren, die Pflicht von Plattformbetreibern, umgehend zu Löschungen rechtswidriger Inhalte zu greifen, die Beschleunigung von Unterlassungsklagen und Maßnahmen zur Ausforschung von Personen, die solche Nachrichten ins Netz stellen. Aber nichtsdestotrotz hinken wir immer hinter den Entwicklungen im Netz hinterher, weil wir eben nur reagieren können, wenn eine bestimmte Handlung bereits gesetzt wird. Mit Hilfe dieses Redaktionsprinzips wird die Möglichkeit schaffen, dass Kommunikationsplattformen ihrer medienöffentlichen Verantwortung, wie sie Zeitungen, Fernsehen- oder Rundfunkkanäle haben, nachkommen müssen und auch rechtlich belangt werden können. Dies, denke ich, wäre ein massiver Fortschritt in der Bekämpfung von Extremismus und Hass im Netz. Bei all diesen Maßnahmen ist natürlich gleichmäßig auch unsere Verantwortung wahrzunehmen, dass sie verhältnismäßig ausgestaltet sind, die Meinungsfreiheit der Bürger nicht eingeschränkt wird. In diesem Sinne freue ich mich auf einen anregenden Austausch zu dieser äußerst wichtigen Themenstellung und die Thematik sowie auf die Erfahrungswerte unserer geschätzten Kolleginnen und Kollegen aus aller Welt.
Thank you very much. So a call there for stronger regulation in regard to social media and online platforms. Let me encourage all of our speakers during this open debate to please, in fact, weigh in on some of the points that we're hearing. Do you think we need better and stronger regulation in this area? Do you prefer other approaches, whether moral and ethical or educational? Please let us know your point of view and how you see your role as parliamentarians in this very complex area. So we go now to Her Excellency, Madame de Hoos, who is Speaker of the Senate of Belgium.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I will go straight to the heart of the matter. Do we need stronger regulation? Well, as an European politician, I can only refer to the European Convention on Human Rights. And according to Article 10, everybody has the freedom of expression. And even after 71 years of the Convention, it still remains a quite comprehensive and relevant legal document. Unfortunately, the Internet has come, and the Internet has been creating decades after the Convention without any rules. And despite the fact that certain measures have been taken since then, we have to admit that the public authorities are being overwhelmed. They are being overwhelmed by the strength of the Internet. And some European countries have imposed measures on the Internet companies, and others are considering criminal and civil law provisions while stimulating self-regulation of these companies. Misinformation is a very complex phenomenon, not at least because of the various ideological interpretations. And if we unleash some basic semiotics of misinformation, we can distinguish three aspects: the production, the distribution, and the reception. Let us see at the production. Tackling the production side is, in my opinion, a risky business, and I hope we can all agree on that. That is not a good idea to grant censorship and power to governments. Moreover, evidence shows that it barely has any effects. Investing in quality journalism and injecting reliable information in the ecosystem of media and social media is, in my opinion, a better option. Second, dealing with the distribution side would mean that we leave the decision on what is true or acceptable to the private companies. Needless to say that it is also problematic. At some point, Facebook has launched various fact-checks initiatives that were praiseworthy. We have to say that. Articles with a fake label, they were being shared slightly less. However, these initiatives command lots of energy and they have a very small return. And personally, I'm most in favor of addressing the reception side, which means that we have to invest in media wisdom. We have to invest in media literacy of those who are on the receiving end. And most experts recommend to invest in raising awareness and stimulating media wisdom, fact-checking tools, quality journalism, and high standards for self-regulations on the media. And I would like to conclude, dear colleagues, with the words matter. I would like to add a personal note that we parliamentarians are key users of social media, and we would start by constantly regulating ourselves. Social media are excellent tools to reach out to our citizens, to reach out to our public, but we are not doing any favors to democracy if we don't respect our colleagues from other parties or we are polarizing for the sake of polarizing. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And let us go on now to the Speaker of the Federal National Council of the United Arab Emirates, His Excellency Mr. Gobash. Please, the floor is yours, 3 minutes.
Thank you. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، رؤساء وأعضاء البرلمانات، تحياتي إليكم جميعاً. وبداية أثمن الطروحات التي تم إبداؤها في هذا الموضوع، وفي سياق هذا الموضوع أرى أن الإشكالية الأساسية التي تواجه عمل البرلمانات في هذا الشأن هي التوفيق بين الالتزام بالأحكام الدستورية المقررة للحقوق والحريات بما يضمن حرية التعبير والتدفق الحر للمعلومات، وبين منع المعلومات المضللة وخطابات الكراهية للحفاظ على السلم الاجتماعي والاستقرار السياسي، وهو ما تحدث عنه المتحدثين قبلي. نحن في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة نقدم نموذجاً يمكن الاستفادة منه في هذا الشأن، خاصة أنه يعيش على أرض دولتنا أكثر من 200 جنسية، وفي هذا النموذج يتعلق بإصدار قانون مكافحة التمييز والكراهية الذي جرم الأفعال المرتبطة بازدراء الأديان ومقدساتها ومنع خطاب الكراهية، كما تضمن مكافحة كافة أشكال التمييز العنصري، وكذلك قانون الجرائم الإلكترونية، حيث جرم هذا القانون نشر وتداول المعلومات المضللة، كما جرم الإساءة إلى أي من المقدسات، كما منع إظهار أي شكل من أشكال العنصرية على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي. ومن الجدير بالذكر أنه من المهم أن نشير في هذا السياق إلى أنه بجانب سياسة دولة الإمارات في إصدار تشريعات تكافح خطاب الكراهية من جانب، وتحافظ أيضاً من جانب آخر على الحريات والحقوق الدستورية، فإن نطاق الحماية امتد أيضاً إلى التأكيد على نبذ كافة أوجه خطاب الكراهية من خلال استراتيجيات عمل واقعية وسياسات تعزز التسامح والحوار والتعايش بين الأديان والثقافات والمعتقدات. ولعل وثيقة الأخوة الإنسانية التي تم توقيعها في الإمارات سنة 2019 بين شيخ الأزهر الشريف وبابا الكنيسة الكاثوليكية من أجل السلام العالمي والعيش المشترك تعد دليلاً مرجعياً عالمياً ونموذجاً ملهماً في مكافحة خطاب الكراهية من خلال احترام الاختلاف وتعزيز العلاقات الإنسانية بقيم السلام والعيش المشترك. وامتداداً لكل ذلك فقد عززت الدولة سياساتها الداخلية في هذا المجال، حيث عينت وزيراً للتسامح والتعايش، كما أطلقت البرنامج الوطني للتسامح لترسيخ وتأكيد مفهوم التسامح ونبذ الكراهية قولاً وفعلاً في شتى مناحي الحياة. والخلاصة أننا نؤكد أهمية أن تكون هناك ضوابط تشريعية تمنع نشر المعلومات المضللة وخطاب الكراهية، في نفس الوقت الذي يجب أن تكون هناك سياسات حكومية تساهم فيها البرلمانات بشكل أو بآخر لضمان التطبيق الفعال لهذه التشريعات وترسيخها في ثقافة المجتمع. في الختام أشكركم على حسن الاستماع.
Thank you very much. Let us go on now, please, to the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Bosnia and Herzegovina, His Excellency Mr. Svidzic.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, we live in time of the fourth industrial revolution that marked the end of the 20th and the beginning of the 21st century. At the same time, we are on the threshold of the fifth industrial revolution, which clearly brings some challenges, such as growing automation, artificial intelligence, and Internet of the Things. This makes the issue of Internet regulation even more important. We can use it for the most righteous purposes, such as education, social networking, or spreading ideas of humanism and liberal democracy. But unfortunately, Internet can also be used for negative information, such as spreading fake news, spreading hate speech, spreading conspiracy theory, or any other idea. They may have negative consequences for the global community. As the Speaker and a member of the House of Representatives of the Parliamentary Assembly of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I am actively engaged with this topic. First, I submitted an initiative asking the Bosnia and Herzegovina government to draft a law on the prevention of illegal hate speech on the Internet, which will be harmonized with the legal practice of European Charter of Human Rights, Council of Europe, European Recommendation, and EU Acquis. Meanwhile, I decided personally, in capacity of Parliament member, to propose an amendment to the Criminal Code of the Bosnia and Herzegovina, requesting several forfeits and imprisonment for anyone who online or otherwise call for violence or hatred towards other people because of their nationality, religion, ethnicity, language, skin color, gender, sexual orientation, disability, gender identity, origin, or any other characteristic. I strongly believe that in a transitional society such as the one in Bosnia and Herzegovina, this law is extremely necessary. Hate speech in media and hate speech in public space creates tensions and conflicts, and in my opinion, that is for sure one of the key reasons why young people are living not only in my country but whole Western Balkans region. I am convinced that legal regulation of hate speech, online or offline, in my country would significantly improve this situation. Because you cannot use unrestricted freedom of speech to insult other people because of their religion, nationality, race, gender, sexual orientation, etc., and use Internet to spread those ideas as positive. Today, there are many Internet portals, sites, and profiles on social networks that spread neo-Nazi, racist, xenophobic, Islamophobic, and similar ideas, or glorify war criminals, or which is in harsh conflict with civilized norms and verdict of international courts. They denied the genocide in Srebrenica. In this sense, regulation should certainly be stronger. The European Convention on Human Rights is the best legal framework for better and more efficient legislation at national level, especially Article 10 of this convention, which states that everyone has the right to freedom of expression. But the same article of convention in paragraph 2 also provides certain restriction on freedom of expression.
Speaker, I'll have to ask you to come to an end, please.
Because of that, I would like to call all delegation present here to improve legal system to combat hate speech and misinformation online or offline as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go now to the Speaker of Parliament of Bahrain, Madame Zainal.
شكرا سيدتي، والشكر موصول للأخوة والأخوات المتحدثين بهذا الموضوع الهام الذي لم يكن وباء فيروس كورونا كوفيد-19 أكثر فتكا وإضرارا بالشعوب والمجتمعات من أوبئة الكراهية والتضليل التي تنتشر بصورة ملحوظة على شبكة الإنترنت وفي وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي وعلى بعض القنوات الفضائية التي وضعت من الأضرار بالمجتمعات ودق أسفين الخلافات ونشر الشائعات وإشاعة لغة الخطاب الإعلامي المؤزم وغير المسؤول مادة دسمة لها. ولا شك أن استفحال المعلومات المضللة التي أثرها على التماسك الاجتماعي على المدى الطويل تسهم في إرباك مسارات التقدم الديمقراطي، لذا يتعين اتخاذ التدابير اللازمة من أجل دحض المعلومات المضللة والخاطئة والتصدي لها في الفضاء الرقمي، ودعم إتاحة البيانات العلمية الدقيقة للجمهور، واعتماد نهج منسق للتصدي لتلك الظواهر بين الدول والمنظمات المتعددة الأطراف والمجتمع الدولي وجميع الجهات الأخرى الفاعلة. وفي الوقت الذي ينبغي أن تمارس وسائل الإعلام ومنصات التواصل الاجتماعي دورها المعزز لنشر المعلومات الدقيقة، يقع على عاتق البرلمانات المبادرة لوضع قوانين تحد من انتشار المعلومات الخاطئة والمضللة وخطابات الكراهية مع ضمانة الحق في حرية التعبير، بحيث تظل البرلمانات أمينة على هذا الحق ومدافعة عنه. وقد تأكدت أهمية هذا التوجه مما أطلقه الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة العام الماضي من مبادرة لمكافحة تفشي المعلومات الخاطئة والتصدي لوباء المعلومات المضللة الخطير، إضافة لما صدر عن الأمم المتحدة من مذكرة إرشادات للتصدي لخطاب الكراهية ومواجهته في سياق مكافحة كوفيد-19، فضلاً عما سجلته اليونسكو من تحذيرات بشأن تأثير التحولات السياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية على تبادل المعلومات في الأعوام الأخيرة. وللتصدي لهذه الظواهر الخطيرة نحن بحاجة لتعميم التجارب العالمية الناجحة في هذا الإطار، كالاسترشاد بمدونة قواعد وضعها الاتحاد الأوروبي استناداً لنتائج فريق عمل رفيع المستوى، أو مبادرة نداء باريس للثقة والأمن في القضاء الإلكتروني والصادر عن منتدى حوكمة الإنترنت في اجتماعه عام 2018. ولدينا في مملكة البحرين مبادرات متقدمة في هذا الإطار انطلقت من توجيهات لصاحب الجلالة ملك مملكة البحرين حفظه الله ورعاه بإعداد مشروع قانون جديد وشامل لمكافحة خطاب الكراهية والتطرف وازدراء الأديان في وسائل التعبير عن الرأي بجميع صورها وأشكالها التقليدية والمستحدثة. كما بادر جلالته بتأسيس مركز الملك حمد العالمي للتعايش السلمي الذي أطلق مؤخراً وسام الملك حمد للتعايش السلمي لتكريم الشخصيات والمنظمات العالمية الداعمة للقيم الإنسانية النبيلة التي تتبناها البحرين منذ مئات السنين، إلى جانب تدشين كرسي الملك حمد للحوار بين الأديان والتعايش السلمي في جامعة سبنسيا الإيطالية بعاصمة روما، وإطلاق أكاديمية الملك حمد للسلام السبراني مما يساعد على بناء جيل من القادة الشباب ينشرون السلام والمحبة بين كافة الشعوب ويحاربون خطاب الكراهية أينما وجد. شكرا لجميل إصغائكم.
Thank you very much. And we go now to the chairman of the Shura Council of Oman, Sheikh Khalid bin Hilal al-Ma'awi. Please, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شهدت الساحة الدولية لواقعنا المعاصر أحداثاً إعلامية غير مسبوقة أدت إلى تغيير مستويات الإحاطة بمصادر المعلومات الواردة وزيادة مستويات التحقق من مصداقيتها. ولأننا جزء حيوي من هذه المنظومة المترامية الأبعاد، فقد تطورت الأهداف الإعلامية بدءاً بنشر التوعية والمعرفة للناس عامة إلى أن أصبحت في الآونة الأخيرة سلاحاً يشكل تهديداً ومخاوفاً عن طريق قنواته المتاحة وباستخدام أقنعة زائفة ومضللة، وهو ما يسمى اليوم على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي بخطاب الكراهية. وحيث أن هذا النوع الخطابي الذي يحوي في أعماقه على مصادر مقلقة وأهداف سوداوية عميقة المعنى قد لا تكون واضحة للمتلقي البسيط، وإنما تتضمن في طياتها أبعاداً أخرى. لذلك أصبح خطاب الكراهية المؤدي إلى ازدراء الأديان السماوية ومحاولة التقليل والمفاضلة بين المعتقدات الدينية الأمر الذي قد يؤدي إلى تحفيز العاطفة لدى بعض المجتمعات التي بها اشتراك في عقيدة محددة، وبالتالي ينعكس سلباً على حساب حرية المجتمعات السلمية، ويشكل خطورة على حرية التعبير لأفرادها، منتهكاً القيم الإنسانية الرفيعة والحقوق العامة، وصولاً إلى حالات من التشنج المجتمعي والتعصبات الأهلية، وهو ما يؤدي فعلاً إلى ظهور العنف ومسببات الدمار لهذه المجتمعات الإنسانية. أيها الحضور الكريم، كفل النظام الأساسي للدولة حرية التعبير عنه بالقول والكتابة في وسائل التعبير مكفولة في حدود القانون، وهو ما أكد عليه سلطان البلاد المفدى. إن مما نفخر به نحن كمواطنين ومقيمين على أرض عمان العزيزة يعيشون بفضل الله في ظل دولة القانون والمؤسسات، دولة تقوم على المبادئ الحرية والمساواة وتكافؤ الفرص، قوامها العدل والكرامة وكرامة الأفراد وحقوقهم وحرياتهم، فيها مصانة بما في ذلك حرية التعبير التي كفلها النظام الأساسي للدولة. أيها الحضور الكريم، لا يسعني في هذا المقام إلا أن نأمل للجميع كل التوفيق والسداد بما يتوجب علينا لحماية بلداننا، وأن نقف وقفة واحدة إزاء هذا الخطر المبطن بين طيات الكلام والعمل يداً بيد لمكافحة خطاب الكراهية الذي يساعد على بث بذور الفتن والفوضى بين الأمم والمجتمعات الإنسانية. في ختام حديثي وبالأهمية نحن لنا كممثلين للشعوب والبرلمانات أن يتم الاتفاق على وضع أطر قانونية سليمة لمواجهة الخطاب الداعي للكراهية ومساءلة مرتكبيه، وأؤكد على ما ذكره من ذكر قبلي حول ضرورة مساءلة كل من يدلي بأقوال تؤدي إلى عدم المصداقية في حديثه، مع احترام الجماعات والأقليات وحماية كرامتهم الإنسانية.
Chairman, thank you. I will have to interrupt you. Thank you so much. I'm being very strict about the timekeeping this time around because, in fact, we have a number of people who still do want to speak and very limited time. So that's why I keep interrupting. I apologize for that, and thank you for your understanding. Let us now go to the President of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, His Excellency, Mr. Şentop. Please, the floor is yours.
Değerli meclis başkanları, sayın milletvekilleri, 5. Dünya Parlamento Başkanları Konferansı çerçevesinde 3. önerge üzerine söz aldım. Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Bugün dezenformasyon yoluyla inşa edilen sahte gerçekliklerle toplumlarımız ve demokrasilerimiz üzerinde adeta algı operasyonları yürütülmektedir. Burada hedeflenen toplum psikolojisini olumsuz etkileyecek, insanlar arasındaki güven duygusunu yok etmek ve neticede demokratik toplum düzenine zarar vermektir. Günümüzde bazı sosyal medya platformları, yalan haber, iftira, terör propagandası, darbe çağrısı, itibar suikastı, hedef gösterme, nefret söylemi ve ırkçılığın beşiği olmuş vaziyettedir. Bu bağlamda karşı karşıya bulunduğumuz en büyük tehditlerden biri dijital faşizmdir. Bir grup özel şirket, neredeyse bütün insanlığın bilgiye erişimini şekillendiren bir otorite haline dönüşmüştür. Bu konuda özellikle Cambridge Analytica'nın ve Facebook'un Brexit seçimlerine etkisinin değerlendirilmesi gerektiği kanaatindeyim. Terör örgütleri de söz konusu platformlar kanalıyla dezenformasyon ve nefret söylemini özgürce ve korunaklı bir şekilde yayabilmektedirler. Amerika Birleşik Devletleri ve Avrupa Birliği'nin terör listesindeki PKK ve Türkiye'de kanlı bir darbe teşebbüsünde bulunan Fethullahçı terör örgütü FETÖ mensuplarının bahse konu platformlardaki propaganda faaliyetleri bu olgunun bariz örnekleridir. Nefret söylemi, küresel ölçekte yükselişte olan İslam düşmanlığı, popülizm, ırkçılık ve yabancı karşıtlığının da en yaygın aracı haline gelmiştir. Uluslararası toplum pek çok gelişmiş hukuk sisteminde özel olarak düzenlense de nefret sahikiyle işlenmiş kara lekelerden gerekli dersi maalesef çıkaramamaktadır. Bu bağlamda son dönemde savaş coğrafyalarından göç etmek zorunda kalan sığınmacıları hedef alan saldırıların bilhassa Avrupa'da artış gösterdiğinde endişeyle müşahede etmekteyiz. Nefret söylemiyle karşı karşıya kalan sığınmacıların, göçmen ve yurtsuz kişilerin maddi ve manevi kişiliklerinin zarar görmesinin en temel insan hakkı olan yaşam hakkının ihlali anlamına geldiğini düşünüyoruz. Değerli parlamento başkanları, sayın milletvekilleri, ön yargının ve ayrımcılığın en zehirli biçimi olarak ortaya çıkan nefret söylemi esasen toplumu oluşturan gruplar arasında bir dışlama, değersizleştirme ve bir düşmanlaştırma ideolojisidir. Popülist siyasetçiler ve medya tarafından normalleştirilmeye çalışılan dezenformasyon ve nefret söylemi, tıpkı Covid-19 gibi 21. yüzyılın bir başka salgını olarak tanımlanabilir. Bu noktada demokratik devletlerin ve parlamentoların salgını ortadan kaldıracak aşıyı geliştirmesi gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Bunun tek çözüm yolu da söz konusu zehirli söyleme karşı hukuk çerçevesinde mücadele etmek için en isabetli hukuki düzenlemeleri yapmak, uluslararası sözleşmeleri geliştirmektir. Nefret söyleminin ve dezenformasyonun yol açtığı zarar ile orantılı yaptırımların kararlılıkla uygulanması da sürecin bütünleyici ve olmazsa olmaz şartıdır. Burada hukuki düzenlemeler konusunda bilhassa uluslararası hukuk alanında eksiklikler olduğu kanaatindeyim. Uluslararası şirketler, çok uluslu şirketler, ulusal kanunları ve hukuk düzenlerini tanımamak, ayrı bir hukuk düzeni geliştirmek arzusundadır. Burada parlamentoların birlikte hareket etmesi gerektiği kanaatindeyim. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we go now to the Speaker of the National Assembly of São Tomé and Príncipe, Mr. Neves.
Muito obrigado, Sra. Presidente. Caros parlamentares, ao abordarmos a temática sobre a desinformação e discurso de ódio irresponsavelmente transmitidos online e offline, implica que reportemos como inadiável e urgente a aplicação de regulamentos mais rígidos, tendentes ao seu controlo e combate no contexto do regime democrático. A tal respeito, julgo que 2 aspectos merecem destaque, sendo o primeiro o papel desempenhado pelas plataformas digitais, o principal veículo para a disseminação massiva desse tipo de conteúdo, e o segundo, a natureza internacional das cadeias de produção e distribuição de conteúdos falsos e enganosos. É certo que a integridade da internet constitui uma condição primordial para que ela possa prosseguir como uma rede de comunicação livre e aberta, elemento essencial de valorização da liberdade de expressão e de opinião, fatores fundamentais, por sua vez, dos direitos inerentes a todos os seres humanos enquanto condição e que subjaz à democracia. Sendo o direito à liberdade de expressão extensivo aos parlamentares enquanto classe política e na qualidade de candidatos, estes fazem igualmente uso do direito para expressarem aos eleitores as suas ideias e propostas, usando algumas vezes como argumento e desinformação e o discurso de ódio para alcançarem os seus principais objetivos. Na sua essência, São Tomé e Príncipe não escapa à saliência dos fenômenos acima assinalados, cujos efeitos se repercutiram, ainda com maior renúncia, dada a diminuta dimensão do país e do baixo grau de compreensão de uma população de toda aberta aos ecos penetrantes advindos das redes sociais. Como facilmente se depreende de tais constatações, reconhece-se agora como nunca o clima de ódio e rancor que graça a nossa sociedade, incluindo a sua diáspora. Porque a disseminação e desinformação do discurso de ódio constitui a flagrante violação dos direitos humanos e a sua dimensão, tanto a nível online como offline, é bem assim os danos potenciais que podem provocar em processos democráticos, impõem que nós, os parlamentares, adotemos medidas legislativas específicas, como no Código Penal, que podem tipificar esse tipo de crime, bem como as respectivas penas. Devemos incluir igualmente nesse processo as ações de aprendizagem, de modo a tornar a população consciente desta má prática, tendo em conta que muitos desconhecem a gravidade desses fenómenos. Eis que me apraz trazer a vossa sábia consideração, no momento, para mim, sempre significativo de encontrar interlocutores válidos e aptos, capazes de entrar no âmago das questões ora abordadas. Muito obrigado a todos pela atenção dispensada.
Thank you, Speaker. And we go on now to the Speaker of the National Assembly of Kuwait, His Excellency Marzouk Ali M. Al-Hanim.
Thank you. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. الأخ الرئيس، الأخوة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية شكرا للقائمين على المؤتمر اختيار هذا الموضوع من ضمن الموضوعات التي ستبحث في المناقشة العامة، والتي جاءت تحت عنوان مكافحة المعلومات المضللة وخطاب الكراهية على شبكة الإنترنت تتطلب لوائح تنظيمية أقوى. علينا ونحن نبحث هذا الموضوع تثبيت نقاط أساسية تكون بمثابة إعلان مبادئ عامة. أولاً، مراعاة التوازن بين أي إجراء لائحي وقانوني وبين التأكد من عدم المس بأي مبدأ ديمقراطي، خاصة فيما يتعلق بحرية الرأي. ثانياً، ضرورة التوجه إلى عالمية الاتفاق على الخطوط العامة، بحيث لا تصبح الدول جزرا معزولة فما يتم تداوله في الإنترنت بطبعه سريع الانتشار، ولا يعترف بجغرافيا وحدود، ولا يعبأ بالخصوصيات بكافة أنواعها الوطنية والدينية والعرقية وغيرها. ثالثاً، ضرورة التأكيد على أنه لا توجد وصفة جاهزة فيما يتعلق باللوائح التنظيمية المتعلقة بغربلة المواد الخطرة التي يتم تداولها في منصات التواصل الاجتماعي. وعليه فإن النقاش حول هذا الموضوع يجب أن يتواصل بين كافة الأطراف المعنية: الدول، حكومات وبرلمانات، الشركات المصنعة والمديرة لهذه المنصات، النخب المجتمعية والثقافية وغيرها. نعم أيها الأخوة، وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي في مجملها ظاهرة إيجابية ومشجعة، وأعطت زخماً للحرية والديمقراطية، وساهمت في كشف الكثير من الممارسات الخاطئة، ونحن جميعاً كبرلمانيين استفدنا منها في تواصلنا مع الناس. لكن لكل فسحة حرية مسؤولية تقابلها، ولكل رخصة ديمقراطية هناك احتمال لسوء استخدامها. نعم، بناء الوعي أمر مهم، لكنه عملية طويلة الأمد، وأكثر ما نخشاه هو أننا بتسامحنا مع الخطاب المثير للكراهية والعنصرية وخطاب التقسيم والإلغاء والإقصاء بحجة الحرية يمكن أن نساهم دون أن ندري في تدمير مجتمعاتنا وأخذها إلى المجهول. فنحن وإذ نتحدث عن وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي لا نتحدث بالضرورة عن أشخاص لهم شخصيات اعتبارية معروفة ومعرفة، بل في غالب الأحيان نتعامل مع كيانات مجهولة: أجهزة استخبارات، عصابات، إرهابيين، أشخاص موتورين ومسكونين بعقدة النقص وغيرهم. ومع تلك الفئات يصبح الحديث عن الحرية وبناء الوعي والتربية المتراكمة حديثاً عبثياً. لذلك يجب أخذ هذا الملف على محمل الجد. مرة أخرى أدعو إلى مزيد من النقاش والعصف الذهني وتبادل الخبرات فيما يتعلق بهذا الملف، سواء على مستوى اجتماعاتنا كرؤساء أو على مستوى البرلمانيين وورش العمل البرلمانية المتخصصة. وأود أن أتقدم باقتراح إلى اجتماعكم يتعلق بتشكيل لجنة مشتركة تضم ممثلين عن كافة المجموعات الجيوسياسية بغرض بحث كافة الأفكار المتعلقة بالموضوع، تضمن التوازن، أكرر، تضمن التوازن بين الحفاظ على قيم الحرية والديمقراطية وبين السعي في ذات الوقت إلى ضمان عدم استخدام منصات التواصل الاجتماعي بشكل سيء ومدمر. شكرا على حسن الاستماع.
Speaker, thank you very much for that interesting proposal, which we have noted. We go on now to the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, Mr. Ngoga Caroline Martin or Martin, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I'm for strong regulation, and I wanted to make two preliminary observations of the general nature. First of all, I think we should not have put together these two situations, hate speech and misinformation. One is based on behavior, the other one is based on ideology. The potential consequences are not the same. So I think the better discussion would have happened if we had them separate. Having said that, I also want to endorse all proposals and ideas on non-regulations, but only if they can be complementary and not mutually exclusive against strong regulations. History is replete with evidence on the role of misinformation and hate speech in most, if not all, most catastrophic tragedies humankind has ever faced. From slavery to the Holocaust to the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda to different violent situations of wars and gross human rights violations, misinformation and hate speech has been used as a convenient tool, and it has been ever present in all stages when these processual crimes are being planned. Scholars who have studied the crime of genocide and the evolution of politics towards that crime have identified 10 stages through which this is done. And hate speech is ever present. It is an oxygen and the most enabling tool in preparation for the most heinous crimes humankind has ever faced. The time we live in, the era of internet, has come along with more challenges. Statistics are evident that internet postings with hate messages are on increase annually. The report by Community Standards Enforcement released in May 2020 indicated that 9.6 million online postings with hate content were taken down compared to 5.7 million postings the previous year. In his recent remarks, the Secretary General of the United Nations stated that public discourse is being weaponized for political gain with the incendiary rhetoric that stigmatizes and dehumanizes minorities, migrants, refugees, women, and any so-called other. The irony in this situation, and which we need to reflect on as lawmakers, is the lack of consensus on a legislative common approach on how to combat this challenge. The existing mechanisms are a range of doctrines, from less regulatory to most punitive stances. Despite the presence of judicial decisions in international judicial jurisdictions, particularly the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, and I also heard about the decision in the European Court, the line between hate speech and free speech remains very thin, and that makes the discussion about it delicate and sensitive. And it is based on this sensitivity that I wanted to make two following proposals.
I need to ask you to wind up your remarks, please. Just one sentence on each proposal, please. I'm sorry, but we're very tight on time.
Thank you very much. We need to provide leadership towards a global legislative instrument to uphold hate speech without promoting impunity on hate crimes. Second, we need to consider the role of the context, specific situations. Hate speech is mostly thriving based on context-specific situations. In order to guide domestic legislations, we need to come up with a model law that will consider the centrality of context in dealing with hate speech, at the same time promoting free speech. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. I now do have 4 more pre-registered comments from heads of delegations. I'm going to ask you to keep your comments to 2 minutes or less, 2 minutes or less, please, because otherwise we will not make the buses to take us to the evening reception. So please do shorten your remarks now. And we begin with the First Deputy Speaker of the Council of Representatives of Iraq, His Excellency Mr. Hassan Karim Mutar al-Sha'abawi.
شكرا جزيلا. أصحاب المعالي رؤساء البرلمانات والوفود الدولية المشاركة المحترمون، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إن ما يجب أن نؤكد عليه في هذا اللقاء هو انتشار ظاهرة الإرهاب ومعالجة جميع التحديات والمشاكل الإنسانية والصحية والأمنية والاقتصادية التي يعاني منها المجتمع الدولي، والتأكيد على تعزيز قدرات الدول في منع ومكافحة الإرهاب وضمان احترام حقوق الإنسان وسيادة القانون والحفاظ على وحدة وسيادة واستقرار الدول وعدم التدخل في الشؤون الداخلية لأي دولة، فضلاً عن تعزيز آليات العمل البرلماني الدولي وإعطاء أولوياته لتفعيل وزيادة حجم التبادل بين شتى الدول في مجال محاربة الإرهاب وخطاب الكراهية. لقد عانى مجتمعنا العراقي وبقية المجتمعات من خطاب الكراهية والتطرف، وأثر ذلك على النسيج المجتمعي، ولكننا تخطينا هذا التحدي بفضل التماسك والعودة إلى مبادئ التسامح وقيم الإنسانية وقيم ديننا الإسلام الحنيف، وكذلك تشريع القوانين التي تمنع وتحرم هذا الخطاب المتطرف وحماية التعددية في العراق. كذلك ندعو إلى توحيد الجهود فيما بيننا حول محاربة ذلك. إن ما حصل من اعتداء على شعبنا في فلسطين وقضيتنا الفلسطينية، تلك القضية التي باتت مهددة في ظل استمرار الخطط الاستيطانية والاعتداءات المتكررة التي يقوم بها الكيان الإسرائيلي في الأراضي المحتلة، حيث كان آخرها في شهر رمضان المبارك، هذا الشهر الذي يصوم فيه المسلمون وبقية أتباع الأديان الأخرى لغرض الشعور بالتسامح والمحبة والإحساس بالفقراء. واستمرار هذه الاعتداءات لحد الآن هو دليل لهذا الخطاب التطرفي والخطاب الإعلامي والأكاذيب التي يسوقها هذا الكيان ضد شعبنا الفلسطيني.
Excellency, I will have to ask you to wind up your remarks now, please. Thank you.
وخصوصا فرنسا ومصر والأردن في لحظة فشل مجلس الأمن والأمم المتحدة وبعض الدول العظمى والمنظمات الدولية المختصة بحقوق الإنسان لوضع حد لهذه الانتهاكات والاعتداءات المكررة. في الختام أشكر القائمين على هذا المؤتمر، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Shukran. And let us now go on to the First Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives of Libya, His Excellency Fouzi Salim, please.
السادة رؤساء وأعضاء البرلمانات المحترمين، فيما يخص هذا المقترح فإن القانون الليبي كان دائما يفرد نصوصا لحماية الأفراد وحرياتهم الخاصة، وكان دائما يذهب إلى التشديد في حال وقوع الضرر على الأفراد ومنهم الجرائم التي ترتكب عبر وسائل الاتصال المختلفة سواء العادية أو المتطورة، خصوصا التي ترتكب عبر الإنترنت. كما خصص نصا في قانون العقوبات للجرائم التي ترتكب لغرض التمييز العنصري أو القبلي أو الجهوي. كما أن قوانين المصالحة كان جميعها تصب في هذا الاتجاه، ومنها إنشاء لجنة لتقصي الحقائق. وحتى هذه اللحظة فإن المشرع الليبي المتمثل في مجلس النواب يدفع في اتجاه المصالحة الوطنية ونبذ الكراهية بإصداره قانون العفو العام، وكذلك إلغاء قانون العزل السياسي، وأخيراً منحه الثقة لحكومة الوحدة الوطنية بهدف توحيد المؤسسات وجعل الليبيين صفاً واحداً من خلال وسائل الإعلام التابعة لمجلس النواب. وكذلك إدارة الإعلام التابعة للأمانة العامة للمجلس كانت دائماً تبعث بالأخبار والمعلومات التي ترفع من معنويات الشعب وكل مكوناته ونبذ خطاب الشرذمة والانفصال. وفي هذا الاتجاه أيضاً هناك مشروع قانون معروض على مجلس النواب حالياً تحت الدراسة والتمحيص من قبل المختصين بشأن نبذ الكراهية، وسينتهي الأمر قريبا بإصدار قانون ووضعه موضوع التنفيذ، كما أن مجلس النواب دائما على تواصل مع الأجهزة القضائية والنائب العام والأجهزة الرقابية لمتابعة التحقيقات في كل ما يشاع من أخبار مضللة والتي تثير الرأي العام، ويكون القصد منها الفتن وزعزعة الأمن للوصول إلى الجناه وتقديمهم للعدالة. وهناك إدارة مختصة في الأمانة العامة للمجلس لمتابعة وإعداد التقارير الصحفية عن كل ما يشاع من أخبار مضللة وتحديد مصدرها وتقديم مرتكبيها إلى العدالة. إلا أنه بالتطور الملحوظ للتكنولوجيا وتسارع الأحداث أصبحت مسألة متابعة الأمر في صعوبة، والأمر يحتاج إلى الحصول على دورات تدريبية متخصصة في هذا المجال للمتدربين حتى يكونوا في الجهة المقابلة لهؤلاء المضللين، وزد على ذلك الدعم اللوجستي لتقنية المعلومات مع تطوير التشريعات المحلية لتتناسب وحجم التطور. ولمعالجة الموضوع نقترح الآتي:
شكرا. Thank you. We do need to come to an end. Thank you.
دعم فني للمتدربين وشكرا.
And I go now to the first Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives of Jordan, His Excellency Ahmad al-Safadi.
Thank you. السيدات والسادة رؤساء البرلمانات المحترمين، السيدات والسادة أعضاء الوفود المشاركين، أحييكم بتحية الإسلام، فالسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نلتقي اليوم ضمن إطار النظري للمؤتمر الخامس لرؤساء البرلمانات العالمية، ممثلين عن شعوب الأرض وناقلين التطلعات الإنسانية وطبيعتهم الأزلية للعيش في سلام وتحقيق الحد الأقصى من الرفاه والاستقرار والأمن بمختلف مفاهيمه وأديانه. لا أشك بأن أحدا في هذه القاعة يختلف مع الآخر حول أسس الديمقراطية أو يتناقض مع فكرتها، مع الإقرار بأن هناك الكثير من الاختلاف في السلوك الديمقراطي وكيفية التطبيق. هذا الاختلاف في السلوك الديمقراطي هو المؤدي إلى النبذ الآخر وعدم القبول برأيه، ومن ثم الانتقال إلى مرحلة مشاعر الكراهية والإقصاء وتعظيم الاختلاف وصولا إلى العنف وبالتالي العنف المقابل. ويؤسفني القول بأن المصالح السياسية المظلمة هي الدافع الرئيسي خلف الكثير من خطابات الكراهية. هذه المصالح التي يحركها القادة السياسيون ويعملون على تعبئة العامة بخطابات الضد ويزرعون بذور التفرقة ومستخدمون أسلوب التعمية والتضليل وحجب الأفكار، ويقع في هذا الشرك في العادة البسطاء والعموم، ويجعلون من أنفسهم أدوات لنشر الكراهية وتعميم الضلال. إن تحالف المال السياسي مع وسائل الإعلام الغير نزيهة ساهم بشكل رئيسي بنشر البيانات المضللة، مؤدياً إلى انقسام حاد في المجتمعات المتلقية، وساهم بشكل جوهري في خلق بيئة عدائية يسودها الكره وإلغاء الآخر، وصولاً إلى فعل الانتقام والتطرف. السيدات والسادة، إن فضيلة السلام تواجه اليوم أقصى التحديات ومحدودية الفرص نتيجة الاستهداف المباشر وتوالي الضربات لصالح الكراهية، ومساهمة الكثير من وسائل الإعلام العالمي في تبني وجهات النظر غير الراشدة ولا حكيمة، مدعومة من دول وكيانات تقدم المصالح الاقتصادية والأطماع التوسعية وحب السيطرة على حساب السلام والمحبة.
Deputy Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to end your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we have one pre-registered comment still from the Senator from France, Monsieur Robert Delpicchia. Please, the floor is yours. 2 minutes.
Allô? Oui. Bon. Monsieur le Président du Conseil national autrichien, Monsieur le Président de l'UIP, bien sûr. Alors, mes chers collègues, nous sommes tous, et je dis bien tous, dans nos divers pays, confrontés à la prolifération des discours de haine qui exacerbent souvent, à dessein d'ailleurs, les clivages qui peuvent exister dans nos sociétés, entre des groupes ou des communautés. L'Internet et les réseaux sociaux leur offrent une diffusion, une viralité, comme l'on dit aujourd'hui, qui démultiplie leur influence et en fait un phénomène très, très inquiétant. 2 affaires récentes sont venus nous rappeler en France l'impact terrible que pouvaient avoir ces discours de haine relayés et amplifiés par Internet. Un professeur d'un collège, Samuel Paty, a été assassiné puis décapité à la sortie de son collège à la suite d'une campagne haineuse initiée par un père d'élèves au cours de laquelle son nom et l'adresse du collège ont été diffusés. Une adolescente de 16 ans, Mila, qui avait révélé son homosexualité sur Instagram et critiqué la religion en termes virulents, fait depuis sur les réseaux sociaux l'objet d'une campagne virulente assortie de menaces de mort. Mes chers collègues, nous ne pouvons, nous, parlementaires, rester passifs face à de tels drames qui heurtent profondément l'opinion, à juste titre, et remettent en cause notre vivre ensemble démocratique. Mais la voie est étroite. Lutter contre les discours de haine ne doit pas nous conduire à affaiblir les libertés essentielles, la liberté d'expression, la liberté de communication. Le Parlement français vient d'adopter dans le courant de l'été une loi confortant le respect des principes de la République pour resserrer les exigences pesant sur les plateformes numériques et renforcer les sanctions contre les appels à la haine. Les grandes plateformes sont des acteurs essentiels. La réglementation européenne leur impose, en tout cas aux États européens, et permet d'agir à l'échelle du continent. C'est important face aux géants du numérique. Adopter en 2016 une approche volontariste mais privilégiant l'autorégulation, le code de bonne conduite avec elle, a déjà produit des résultats sensibles. En 2018, 72% des discours de haine illégaux étaient traités dans les 24 heures. La loi française du 4 août 2021 a renforcé les obligations imposées aux grandes plateformes numériques en matière de coopération avec les autorités publiques et de mécanismes de notification pour mieux lutter contre la viralité des discours de haine. Elle institue également un dispositif de blocage pour les sites miroirs. Il arrive souvent, quand des sites contenant des propos haineux sont bloqués, que leur contenu réapparaisse rapidement sur d'autres sites. La loi renforce aussi les sanctions auxquelles s'exposent les auteurs des discours de haine. Elle crée le délit de mise en danger de vie d'autrui par la diffusion d'informations privées ou professionnelles qui permettent d'identifier une personne et de la localiser. Peine encourue, 45 000 € d'amende, 3 ans de prison. Sont alourdis quand la victime est une personne dépositaire de l'autorité publique, un journaliste ou une personne mineure. Enfin, mes chers collègues, elle étend les procédures de jugement rapides aux auteurs des propos incitant à la haine sur Internet. Cette procédure de comparution immédiate devant le juge doit permettre de faire cesser rapidement l'infraction et obtenir la condamnation des auteurs. Ces dispositions législatives sont utiles, qu'elles régulent ou qu'elles sanctionnent, mais elles ne suffisent pas. Nous devons également nous livrer à un effort d'explication en direction de nos compatriotes, leur faire comprendre que de vouloir vivre ensemble suppose le respect mutuel entre les concitoyens, qu'ils soient de la diversité de leur origine, de leur couleur de peau, de leurs convictions politiques ou religieuses ou de leur orientation sexuelle. Mes chers collègues, ce respect mutuel, c'est la condition de la démocratie. Et nous savons tous de quel prix exorbitant peut se payer son oubli. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Sénateur. Dear Excellencies, that brings us to the end of our debate on Motion 3. I would like to thank everyone in the room for your attention and your contributions. That was a truly lively session. We'd hoped to have a sort of a vote by clapping, but I think we're not going to do that because too many people have left the room for it to be a fair vote. But what I will do is come back to the movers for them to each complete one sentence. So it's literally a one-sentence remark from each of you, if you would please, in view of the time. And the sentence is this: as a parliamentarian, my main takeaway from what we have just been discussing is, first of all, to Mr. Dames, please.
What's a crime in the real world should be a crime in the online world.
Thank you very much. To you, Speaker Ledesma Abdallah.
Que como parlamentaria me comprometo a trabajar justamente para que estas acciones que cometen delitos y otros hechos ilícitos no queden sin la penalidad que corresponde. Por ende, al menos en mi país, creo que tenemos que trabajar para que se modifique o se implemente en el Código Penal leyes al respecto que sancionen este tipo de acciones.
Thank you. Madam Chaudhuri.
Hate speech and misinformation must be stopped. With regulation, we have to also emphasize on other modes of education and creating community awareness. Social media has been discussed to a great extent in this discussion today, but what about the hate speech that goes on within different institutions, educational institution, marketplace, and within the very fabric of the society? So parliamentarians also need to look at those very carefully and see how we can deal with those.
Thank you very much. And Speaker Gajah-Biamila.
Well, thank you. Clearly, from all that has been said, it's not a question of whether or not social media and hate speech require regulation. It's a question of how to go about it and what kind of regulation. I think we're on the same page that we need, again, I keep repeating, for the greater good, to balance the equities and regulate hate speech and fake news in such a way that we live in a more decent society.
Thank you very much to the four movers for getting this very valuable and very multifaceted discussion moving and bringing so much dynamism to what has been a very long and intensive day. Dear ladies and gentlemen, before I let you go, let me just remind all of those who have not yet had your picture taken, because we are doing a montage of individual photos to create a group picture that is COVID compliant, so to speak. You can get those photos taken in room 2.82 here in this building. So there are 40 of you who still haven't done this. Please do get your pictures taken. Either, I guess it'll have to be tomorrow, but please do make that happen. And now I wish all of you a wonderful evening. You can continue the debate and discussion at the evening reception. It has been an absolute pleasure and honor to work with you and to moderate this very, very fruitful exchange. So thank you so much. I hope our paths will cross again.
Yes, very nice to meet you. You were